I am muted. Okay. I'm gonna... What? Share this stream. Are you ready? I'm gonna just... Same here. Oh, my goodness. Hello. Whoever you are, hello. Welcome. We're gonna do some reaction action. We're gonna do some quaction reaction. Hello, Palm Dad. Alright, let's see. We should mute. And then we shall do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bird milk. All right. Fable. Fable the Fable. Gaming is being ruined. Oh no. Book recommendations. It's 9 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna judge the book recommendations. Hello. Let's go. Recommend me books. How dare you?
Hello, everyone. A patron requested that I make a reading list for getting basically up to speed on political theory, but since I've already done so, I'll leave a link in the description. I thought I'd give some book recommendations that I haven't given before based on my reading over the past year or so. I picked these out not just because I think they are extremely important for political science and philosophy, as well as being fascinating and worthwhile for their own sake,
Okay.
also because I think they're reasonably accessible and can act as a kind of hub for finding interesting material on other topics. At the top of my list is Seeing Like a State by James C. Scott. If you've watched this channel for any length of time, you've probably already heard me talking about this one.
I'm not gonna jump before the wagon. I'm not gonna say anything, but when the time comes, I'm gonna say something, okay? I'm gonna descend like a descender. And then you're gonna see. Wait, I don't have any items? What the hell? Okay, we're out of here.
Seeing Like a State is easily one of the richest books of political theory by a still living author available. A number of the books on this list I discovered through references in Seeing Like a State, as both a history of approaches to political management that insist upon absolute legibility and responsiveness to a central ordering administrator, as well as a sweeping introduction to subfields of political science, urban planning, revolutionary theory, and political economy. You will thank me for purchasing and reading this book if you haven't looked at it before. Next, we have Ken Richardson's Genes, Brains, and Human Potential, Science and Ideology of Intelligence. Similar to Seeing Like a State, the great merit of this book lies not only in its critical history of how the ideologically saturated notion of IQ has combined with psychology and genetics to foster a reductionist and fatalistic approach which treats the ceiling of a human being's potential as being predetermined by their genes, it also serves, once again, as a fantastic hub to many other excellent and eye-opening books on the ideological underpinnings of much science and their relevance for politics, even outside of the study of intelligence.
Okay.
In fact, the next book I'm going to mention...
It's just 2 titles, so I don't have quite enough power gathered yet to make the observation. So let's continue for now.
Discovered through Richardson, and that is The Ontogeny of Information by Susan Ayama.
Oh,
This is easily the most technically
Okay.
difficult of all of the books I'm recommending on this list, as well as one of the most fascinating, and I would even go so far as to say important books that I have read in my life, and I would strongly urge you to give it a look. In this book, Ayama is primarily taking aim at certain cognitive metaphors in the sciences, especially what she calls the homunculoid gene, a conception of the gene as containing in itself the information for the development of the whole organism prior to any interaction with its environment in the course of its actual life, effectively giving the gene a cognitive function, hence homunculoid gene, the gene as the little man with a plan. One of my favorite parts of this book occurs actually in an endnote in which Ayama critiques the implicit politics of Richard Dawkins' selfish gene theory.
which is interesting. I was actually about to mention the selfish
By way of
gene.
Jerry Purnell and Larry Niven's science fiction novel, The Mote in God's Eye. This is an absolutely brilliant book by easily one of the most intelligent and cutting theorists alive today. I also strongly recommend Ayama's other book, Evolution's Eye, A Systems View of the Biology-Culture Divide. Next, another book I also discovered through Scott's Seeing Like a State, Jane Jacobs' The Death and Life of Great American Cities. Jacobs gives a powerful critique of the ideological currents in architecture and city planning, which emphasize compartmentalization at the expense of organic community development. A city, a neighborhood, a slum, etc., should be treated as a community with its own intrinsic value,
Yeah.
and alterations to it should reflect how the city is actually used by those who live there. I am once again failing to do justice to this book, but I urge you to give it a look. There's a sizable chapter in Scott's Seeing Like a State that makes really heavy use of Jacobs.
And when it comes to, hello, Czechlik. Wait, are you Polish, perhaps? Czechlik? Hello. Are you by any chance Polish? Okay, I'm just gonna ask this once, but when it comes to Eastern Europe, for example, you also had things like the Jewish quarters, which were its their own sort of like communities. You know? So it's interesting to think about. I'm not, unfortunately. Oh, I don't know. I thought your name Czechlik sort of sounded Polish.
So if you read Seeing Like a State, you'll see why I got
Also, I have not seen your name here before. Are you new to the stream? What? How did you find the stream? I'm really interested in knowing. You should join the page.
interested in this. Another one you've probably seen me wave around on stream recently, Albert O. Hirschman's The Rhetoric of Reaction, Perversity, Futility, Jeopardy. This is a slim but rich volume in which Hirschman analyzes 3 rhetorical strategies and their histories in conservative and reactionary argumentation for undermining proposals for radical change.
Right?
I've made 2 videos now using the rhetoric of reaction, called The Perversity Thesis and Why Conservatives Love IQ, so I'll let those stand as my elaboration on this book. Once again, I'll link them in the description. But if you're looking for a fantastic methodological dissection of conservative rhetoric and political philosophy going back to Edmund Burke, I can't
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
recommend this one enough.
Wow.
Judith Butler's Gender Trouble. Butler has an
Oh, God. I've been trying to get this book, but it's impossible to get in Poland. I need to start. You know, actually, while we're at it, I actually got a different Judith Butler book, and I want to show it. Okay, I'll let President Sunday finish showcasing this book, and I'm going to show you a different Judith Butler book.
For convoluted writing, but Gender Trouble is economic and concise in the extreme. And besides being a fantastic primer on the history of critical philosophy about gender and sex, Butler demonstrates how gender categories are foundational to entire forms of community, making this book essential reading for political science as well. Gender Trouble is slim, but very dense and highly rewarding. Strong recommend.
I'm going to show you something different. One moment. I have to get it from the other room. So, what I've got here is a bag with books, full of books that I read. And here, I've got the Judith Butler book. The only one that I was able to get my hands on in Poland. That's not it. That's actually a different book. That's the Great Synagogue book. There we go, Judith Butler. A bit of a sniff. Judith Butler, a book called, in English, because there's always an original title, Frames of War. When is Life Grievable? So this is actually a book that talks about the philosophy of war and how different things are used as tools of war. Like a camera, a video camera can be a tool of war, which is like a totally different type of book from Judith Butler. It's not really gender related at all, but I think still very interesting. Especially since it was like the only Judith Butler book that I could get my hands on. You know?
Next, the new translation of Claude Lévi-Strauss' La Pensée Sauvage entitled Wild Thought. This is a classic of anthropology in which Lévi-Strauss gives a compelling account of how the capacity for abstract thought and scientific curiosity is far from something only present in quote-unquote modern cultures, and by implication provides a powerful counter, both to writers like Rousseau, who insist these are capacities only acculturated in society, as well as those who harbor any chauvinistic attitudes to quote-unquote pre-scientific communities.
Well, I actually read a similar thing in a different book. I don't remember the title. It's a really old book. It's a book called Why Did the Scientific Method Develop in Europe? And then it answers that the whole thing was developing all around the world. So I guess this is sort of like...
Once again, there is much more to it than this. I cannot do it justice here, but I highly recommend this one. And finally, Lewis Mumford's The City in History. This book is dauntingly long and highly speculative, but utterly fascinating. It goes all over the map, but I'll highlight
Hello, Chesley.
Mumford's early conception of the city as a kind of container.
Oh, you never told me how you found the stream. Are you here from... Okay, I'm just not gonna speculate. I'm gonna allow you to tell me how you found me.
Which builds some really interesting conceptual bridges towards things like, again, Richard Dawkins' conception of organisms as containers.
Ah, from President Sunday's community. Nice, thank you. Thank you for being here. And I hope you'll consider subscribing.
Genes. Or, for instance, Carl Schmitt's nomological approach to political analysis, which sees political entities as fundamentally being spatially imagined relationships.
Mm-hmm.
These are my main recommendations, but here's some honorable mentions that I will
Okay.
highly recommend, but I won't go into here. The Dawn of Everything by David Wengrow and David Graeber. Fantastic. Arthur Kessler's The Ghost in the Machine. James Scott's Against the Grain. Not as good as Seeing Like a State, but still highly worthwhile and an excellent complement to Graeber and Wengrow's The Dawn of Everything. And then finally, Bataille's The Accursed Share. Cruelty Squad is based off of this one, and it will change the way you view issues in economy forever. You will never find economics boring again after this. Absolutely beautifully written book. Now, on the fun side of things, while this has unfortunately been a rather fiction-light year for me, there were some standouts. Ray Naylor's The Mountain in the Sea. I've been mentioning this one a little bit recently. Reading this alongside Ayama's The Ontogeny of Information was extremely fun. This book is all about questions of the social consequences of automation and intelligence, and approaches them in a remarkably sophisticated way, and goes into some extremely plausible territory. I will be making videos about this in the future, but I cannot recommend this enough. This is, bizarrely enough, economic horror like you've never read it before.
I'm actually reading, when it comes to fiction, I'm reading Isaac Zinger's Magician from Lublin, about a person who wants to escape his Jewishness and to a better life abroad. But what will happen will change him in a way that nobody suspects. It's basically how the small little description of the book
On the
talks
subject of
about the
economic
plot.
horror, Dune. I've been struggling with Dune for years. It began as a slog. Having finally finished it, it is an utterly fascinating consideration of the relationship between freedom and awareness and a whole bunch of other things. I am absolutely going to be making more videos on Dune, so stay tuned for those. This next one is more of a guilty pleasure. The novelization of the never-realized script for Alien 3 by William Gibson. This is just great sci-fi horror, and I cannot recommend this one enough if you just want something fun. House of Leaves by Mark Z. Danielewski. This book will show you that reading is the real Lovecraftian horror. I won't give it away, but for anyone who is...
Wait, hold on. What Danielewski? It's Danielewski. Hold on. How did President Sunday read this?
Lovecraftian. House of Leaves by Mark Z. Danielewski. This book...
There is no Danielewski. There's Danielewski. Come on. I'm so disappointed. Danielewski. No good. No good, gigglers. Danielewski.
Book will show you that reading is the real Lovecraftian horror. I won't give it away, but for anyone who has gotten lost in a maze of researching
My
references,
goodness.
it's brilliant. Terrifying in the best way, and absolutely intellectually fun, which seems strange to say.
That's
But
okay.
this book will make you chase down sources and try to understand its influences and then viciously mock you for it. It's just great. And lastly, The King in Yellow by Robert W. Chambers. This is pre-Lovecraft Lovecraft. I won't spoil it. Read it. This will also be featured in my Signalis video whenever...
You've already spoiled it by saying that it's a pre book.
And that's it. Happy
That's it?
reading, and look forward to video essays making use of all of the aforementioned in the hopefully near future.
Okay.
And as always, thank you for listening, and take care.
Oh, yeah, wait. I want to do a book recommendation. Because if President Sunday can do it, so can I. Remember, if you were here on a recent stream, then you must have heard me talk about the Great Synagogue of Warsaw, right? The one that was blown up and then it was never restored, unfortunately. And a super ugly building was built in its stead when it used to stand. So, I've got a book here called Miejsce po Wielkiej Synagodze. It was published by JICH, which is the Jewish Institute of History, and it was written by Jana Fuchs. I'm gonna full screen. It was written by this person here. The title translates roughly to the space after the Great Synagogue, the transformation of the Bank Plaza after 1943. The book explores the reconstruction of the place where the synagogue stood, and of course it answers the question why the Great Synagogue had never been rebuilt. It's a very sad book for me, but when I finally read it, and it's a quick read, it only has 190 pages, I'm going to make either a video essay or just a prepared segment about the Great Synagogue of Warsaw. So look forward to that, because it's gonna be fun. Well, it's gonna be a bit sad, but it's also gonna be fun, hopefully, for everyone. I've got a few more things I wanna check out today. What's this? Back to bad news? I don't care. I was so sure that so many interesting things were happening when it came to content that I can react to. Let's see. Oh, let's see.
Cast, I'm Ziggy D with Mathel, Rise, and Noogie. We'll sprint back over here just after the keynote is finished. There
Wrong thing.
is not much time left, so we'll see you fine folks over there in just a moment. Thank you very much.
D4 bad.
Diablo 4. By D4, they mean Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is bad. George Stripe Hayes. Go woke, go broke. Debunked by Xander Hall. Damn. Okay, let's see. See what you've got for us, Xander Hall. I need an intro as well. Into focus. I need to gather herbs.
Well, everybody, I just got sent this video in chat, and
Yes.
the title and thumbnail really has me interested.
Intrigued.
You have piqued my interest with this one.
Intrigued.
It's called Woke Spotting Explained.
What?
How the Grift Works. And the title is an image that just says, everything is woke. Now, at first, I was like, oh, is this going to be like how to spot wokeness in media? Is this like chud content?
No. No, the thing, the caption, everything is woke, actually betrays what the video is about. It's about people that call everything woke, basically. Yeah.
Pillar of garbage. I was like, oh boy, okay, what is this? Very quickly, though, upon reading the comments and the description, it's clear this video is not a chud channel. This video is directly calling out the grift of people who basically do nothing but call any piece of media that has minorities in it or happens
woke.
to be unpopular or disliked for any other reason woke in order to piggyback off of any popularity they can glean from whatever is actively being talked about.
Money.
Like social spaces at the moment.
True.
I love this guy's community videos. Yeah, I actually, I've never watched their videos before, but this came out 2 weeks ago. The premise has me very interested.
Hey, two weeks ago is like ages ago.
Grinds my gears. And
True.
I feel like it's going to be a little bit cathartic for me to watch this, because I do a lot of content debunking this sort of thing, and watching someone else do it on stream sounds like it...
Okay, I have to ask a question. If you go woke, then you go broke. Does that mean that if you go broke, you will become woke? Does it work both ways? Go broke, go woke? Think about it.
It'd be a lot more pleasant than doing it myself once again. I'm curious to see, though. Do we have another up-and-coming lefty content creator here? Because this channel's got... I'm not saying 75,000 subs isn't a lot, but I feel like, based off what I've already seen, the production quality is going to be high enough that this channel probably deserves more subs than that. So
Oh my god.
let's check this out. I will, of course, be dropping a link to this video.
Okay, now I'm feeling depressed with my under 1,000 subscriber count. Thunderhole knows how to make me sad and I don't know.
Chat for you guys to... What did I just click?
How many subs have you got, Thunderhole? 87. Just 10k more.
Okay. I will be dropping a link to the video in chat right now so you guys can check it out. And there will also be a pinned comment in the description or in the
That's
comment
actually a good idea.
where you can click on it to get to the original video.
That's
We
a great
obviously wanna give
idea.
Credit. Please go send some support their way. And let's check out this video. I'm really curious to see what they have to say.
True.
Maybe we can adapt some new arguments to use against these people's garbage content.
Woke, and nothing is woke. Let me explain. As I'm writing this, Marvel's new film Guardians Volume 3 dropped the other day, and, you know, amazing movie. Light spoilers for that film here, but one thing that really caught my eye was the response the film was getting from a certain section of internet users and YouTube channels. You know the ones I'm talking about. You see, now, a couple of months after Guardians 3 was the object du jour of their 2 minutes hate because the posters had Nebula, a female alien character, wearing a t-shirt instead of, I don't know, a push-up bra under a crop top, and this meant that the film was trying to subversively destroy gender.
God, it's crazy how much they breakneck this bullshit at you. I totally forgot about covering this. The Chuds flip-flopped on Guardians of the Galaxy 3 as well. I totally forgot about
Wow.
this.
I never
Because
forget.
initially it was all about how 3 months ago it was woke and it's gonna flop and it's awful because the Nebula drama, because she was wearing the shirt.
How dare
and
you
didn't
wear a
have,
shirt?
like, I guess obvious like breast bulge or something. I really don't know what it was they were saying
Breast
about.
bulge.
But then it was coming
That's
out
a
as
term.
competition to something else they don't like presently,
Breast-
and they started calling
breast
Guardians of the
bulge.
Galaxy not woke. They flip-flopped on it when they realized they couldn't win by shitting on this
Jesus.
movie.
Jesus.
I totally forgot about that. They hit you with just a new thing so quickly, so repetitively, that you'll forget, oh wait, 5 lies ago,
5 lies ago.
proven that the 5 dramas ago you were lying, you know? It's like, God. Breakneck bullshit is the term. That's what they do.
What?
Breakneck bullshit.
roles.
What?
Now that narrative's been flipped. A lot of those same guys have been covering the film's release from the opposite angle. Claiming
haven't seen
Guardians
this movie
3
yet,
is
by the way.
non-woke,
Same.
anti-woke even. That it's, what, the last real Marvel project. A final, non-agenda pushing volley.
There it is. There it is, the flip-flop. 3 months ago, it's woke, destroying femininity, awful, trash, Marvel has fallen.
I mean, there's no flip-flopping. There is no contradiction here. It was woke, but in 3 months, it managed to fall asleep. There you go.
And then here we are.
Here we are.
From
Indeed.
director James Gunn, blah blah blah. And that's interesting, right? What's going on here that those decrying a piece of woke trash would pull such a 180? Nebula looks like this in the film too. The thing they latched onto is still there. And if it was so self-evidently a huge issue, how can we reconcile that with this new anti-woke framing? Where are the boundaries of wokeness, both within this film and pop culture more widely? How firm, how changeable are they?
The real wokeness is the friends we've made along the way.
And what can testing these boundaries? Following this thread,
My favorite was, hey, it's a Gundam.
Oh God.
Was, it had to have been the critical drinker and that circle of grifters reaction to House of the Dragon.
Is critical drinker called the critical drinker because he is like critical to drinking or what? Or is he drinking so much that he's reaching a critical state? What do you think
House
is
of
the
the Dragon
case?
got announced, and the right immediately tried to say it was going to be woke garbage. They tried really hard to say it was woke garbage. Hell, I watch a podcast called PKA, and when the show got
What?
announced, even they said they're not going to watch it because it's going to be woke garbage. But then the show came out, and it was big, and it was good, and everyone was talking about it, and the night premiere was big. But weeks before the show came out, when they dropped the initial trailer, Critical Drinker and his circle of grifters did a trailer reaction to House of the Dragon's, trailer, and called the stream, "Who cares about House of the Dragon?"
Oh boy.
How the show's gonna fail, it's gonna flop, no one cares, everyone's checked out, it's gone woke, the woke nonsense is it's just an agenda, it's gonna be, it's only exists to push an agenda, that kind of thing, You're
Oh, boy.
basically like grifter talk. But then the show comes out, the night of. They react to the show as, like, they do their stream where they're reacting to it as it comes out, because they want to
Okay.
shit on it. And they start out, and they're talking about how, like, oh, this is bad, oh, this is cringe. But they're
see.
also looking at Twitter, and they're seeing Twitter's reaction being positive, and they start changing their tune in real time. And then after the night premiere,
Pathetic.
Critical Drinker went back and changed the title of his reaction from "Who cares about House of the Dragon" to "House of the Dragon trailer review." Because
This is so pathetic.
they don't want
If he had any guts at all, he would have changed the title to "Who Cares About the House of the Dragon," and then he would have added "I guess I do" or something.
to
Yes.
make it clear that they have no actual real opinions on anything. It's all just trying to kowtow to the bandwagon. And then, of course, at the same time, House of the Dragon...
Of course, we've already discussed Xander Hall's over-exaggeration of the whole bandwagon thing.
Was seen as the competitor to Rings of Power, which was the thing to call woke trash at the time. So then, of course, they had their prime enemy. Like, oh, okay, so House of the Dragon is not woke. Rings of Power is woke. So then they had something to compete.
Oh boy.
Tell us about the culture of anti-wokeness more widely. Let's have a go at finding out, yeah?
Oh boy.
Look, let's start with Guardians. So yeah, it's not woke anymore, you guys. I think this new framing's due to
Fell
the
asleep.
main protagonists are white men or played by white men, that they don't get beaten up by women ever, and because some of the critics didn't like it, and they're obviously in on the woke agenda. I think those are the reasons. If I've missed something there, please do fill me in the comments. But hold on, in as much as any film is woke, which, yeah, big asterisk there, Guardians 3 is woke. There's the aforementioned super
Probably someone that criticizes things while drinking. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah.
officially woke elements, like Nebula, the alien cyborg, wearing a t-shirt instead of breasting boobily the whole time. But there's also, the story.
How dare she.
Now, as we've discussed previously on this channel, in 2023, woke doesn't...
Hold on. Are you trying to claim that conservatives are incapable of media analysis?
Yes.
Are you trying to tell me that people with conservative values tend to have a hard time understanding the moral messaging of popular media?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
And yet...
doesn't really mean anything specific anymore. It now refers to an ill-defined, sometimes contradictory cluster of meanings.
Hey, what's this Bluestone? I want to see. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for libertarian children. Dylan Burns, the two-party system is here to stay. Oh my gosh. Oh, the US. What a place. What a place. Thank you for this. Thank you for this, Bluestone. Thank you. Also, welcome to the stream. We're here watching Xander Hall talking about
The whole
wokeness.
point of the term's continued usage is to obscure that.
We're fighting wokeness here today.
Launder right-wing sentiment through this act of distortion. But before woke became this empty signifier, before reactionaries co-opted the term, it referred primarily to being aware of systemic injustices. And if you passed out for, like, the whole second act, I could maybe see how this doesn't seem relevant to Guardians 3, but if you did watch the whole film, it is kind of clearly woke in that original sense. Jesse Gender made a tweet a while back noting the political underpinnings of the film's Counter-Earth sequel.
Well, the crazy thing as well is that woke isn't a new phrase.
No, it's not.
Woke as we know it now is just another, like, progressive word that the right has co-opted to mean a bad thing.
Look at this, you're not American. True. True. I'm Polish, which I'm not sure if it's much better right now. Oh, I'm gonna prepare a hard-hitting segment for tomorrow
that
about Poland.
means the same thing. So,
I'm doing an announcement right now. Tomorrow is a Polish stream, okay? Tomorrow is a Polish-centric stream. So if you're tired of, if you're tired of US conservatives being cringe, then wait till you see Polish conservatives who happen to be in charge of the country, no less.
social justice warrior, SJW, and woke mean the exact same thing. The word SJW is just now cringe to say unironically. Because the people who fell for that
True.
have now grown up and grown out of that shit, and seeing someone unironically call someone else an SJW you don't really see that anymore, do you? Like, really, chat. When was the last time you saw someone unironically call another person an SJW?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure the Quartering still does it. No? Does the Quartering still call people SJWs? Pretty sure there's still some of those channels that do. Well, it just means black to some people. Unironically, sadly true. I guess Poland is becoming more woke then. Which is strange. Because in Poland, far right is in charge, and yet it's actually becoming more woke. Very, very strange.
It happens, but when it happens, the person doing it is not winning the argument.
And by that, just so it's not left ambiguous, more people of color are actually moving into Poland, which is an interesting thing to see. Poland is actually getting more and more diverse, which is pretty cool. At least that's at least one thing that I can be, happy about with Poland. It's getting more and more diverse on many levels, in spite of the Polish government.
Like, they're making a real fool of themselves, usually alongside that, and they've just resorted to insults like, "Oh, you're an SJW." Like, it's been a while since that was an insult that one would use like unironically online. Woke, on the other hand, is used just as sincerely and unironically as SJW was back in the day.
Yeah.
It means the same thing.
Woke is used by politicians.
Woke is becoming cringe to say too. There are a lot more people I've noticed that are waking up to the fact that woke literally means nothing and is usually...
Woke is still being used by politicians, though. Hello, Maya Major. Woke has, infiltrated the mainstream. Not in a good way.
It just means whenever either something is bad or has minorities in it, depending on who you talk to. And I think a large part... I think we're seeing the same effect happen over again, but they'll just find another word. Before SJW was PC. Politically correct.
Right.
That was the term they demonized and turned into a boogeyman first. South Park played a big part in that.
Oh boy.
Sequence. And just to expand on that quickly, one of the High Evolutionary's flaws here is a sort of aristocratic belief in intrinsic...
You can use SJW online since a lot of people have their heads stuck in 10 years ago. True.
intrinsic biological quality as the sole determinant of success in life. Nature over nurture. Nature instead of nurture is his whole thing. He copied the America of the 70s to build his perfect world, replacing the people because he thought the people
God,
were
he's
the
a
problem,
furry.
only for his homebrew perfected humanity to develop those same issues. We see snatches of crime and poverty on the Guardian's drive-through of his little City Skylines lab. The film's point here is very clear. Biology isn't the issue. Individual bad apples don't cause this stuff. It's the systems they're acting within, which on a mass scale incentivize certain actions, disincentivize others, block off people's options, yada yada yada, and that's one of the reasons the High Evolutionary is wrong, is a bad guy, a guy who deserved to get his face scratched off. You could very easily follow that thread across the rest of the movie. The idea that individual quality, design, or breeding don't lead to success and happiness, that good, caring systems do, but that's getting...
Isn't High Evolutionary like the character from, you know, from that movie that wasn't super successful? I don't even remember what the name was.
beyond the scope of this video.
About those immortal... Oh my god, what was their name? Oh, I forgot.
Suffice it to say, while these elements of the film do qualify as woke in that pre-2016 AA...
The Celestials, I think.
From the looks of things, those elements have not made Guardians 2023
Yeah, but really all that most people who say the word
Hello, Ivanka.
mean when they say it, like, if you look at your average normie who used that phrase in a derogatory way unironically, they unironically have been convinced that when there are minorities in media,
True.
something that makes them feel off.
Oh, hello, Miss Elanwer Laikos. Hello, Miss Elanwer. Welcome to the stream.
Like a character that feels like they look too much like a stereotype of an SJW. Maybe they're overweight, or they have hair colored in a way that they've been told indicates someone's like woke.
Political
Or
leanings.
they have piercings or tattoos or anything like that.
How
They
Puritan.
believe that there is an agenda being pushed to sneak and shoehorn characters who are non-white, characters who are LGBT, characters who just sort of fall
How
into
horrible.
this stereotypical aesthetic of what they think an SJW or a woke person looks like. A lot of these arguments apply to both now and 2016, by the way, so that's why I use woke and SJW interchangeably.
True.
And so I think that a lot of them, they just say, I hope there's no woke shit in this movie. And they're like, oh, I hope there's no, like, overweight, pink-haired, piercinged SJW who beats up the main character because she's...
Sorry, I haven't been able to make live streams. I have started new job recently. Oh! Nice. Nice. How's your new job? Do you like it? This is my job. My job is being a streamer, you know? Like a real giggler. I job away in order to be able to provide my mom with special... How do you call it? It's not... Technically speaking, I cannot call it rehab anymore. So it's like special... Even though it is still in a rehab center, it's like special type of exercise that my mom gets to make her body be well. But it's not, strictly speaking, rehab anymore. It's more like trying to be in... It's trying not to fall health-wise, if that makes
She's
sense.
so much better than him. Like, that is what these people have been convinced woke means. But then they'll watch a bunch of content creators who just call everything woke, no matter what.
True.
It's very bizarre. I know you guys probably don't know what I'm talking about, but I watch a lot of content creators who make edgy humor content. I watch podcasts and stuff
Listen, you should read more books, Sandra Hall.
like that. And they're not exactly hard political podcasts, but when the topic of politics comes up, it becomes clear where the political influence is leaking in. And when you hear like your favorite apolitical podcasters start talking about how they hope this
Apolitical.
new show or movie isn't woke, you know that this shit is spreading, too much.
3. Online reactionary woke.
Finally, a great Marvel movie without a bunch of woke bullshit politics in it. Finally, a happy fan. They get a happy fan. Hey, how are ya? Without woke identity politics.
This guy has been
Oh,
the most
boy.
annoying person making reaction content on YouTube for like
10 years.
since I was in middle school.
Oh boy.
I was on middle school, and this guy was grifting reaction content back in the day. This guy doesn't.
I was just kidding with the 10 years, by the way. I didn't actually think it was real 10 years. I was just a joke that I made. Oh boy.
Offer any commentary on reaction content, by the way. All he does is kind of over exaggeratedly react literally to things, like whoa, and it's like that's it.
I mean,
And then I guess
it's
the most
reacting.
commentary you'll hear from him is going on a rant about how good this movie's not woke. It's like, okay, all right.
It's reacting, okay?
Oh, I know. I'm well aware.
Oh, no.
I'm well aware that he's like a full-on reactionary.
Oh no.
Listen, appealing to conservatives will get you money, and that's what he does.
Staring you in the face.
That's not true. I don't appeal to conservatives and I still make enough to be viable. Okay, I don't need $1 million. All I need is to be able to pay the bill, eat my fries, and give my mom the... You know what? Give my mom the exercise at the clinic thing. Also, it's time for HRT, just so you know. I'm a little bit late with it, but thanks to that, all 14 of you can watch how the transing process happens. If you're interested in the technicalities of transness, now is the time, okay? What a strange close-up we've paused on. So this white pill is the blocker. I find it funny when Zan convinces himself he has been politically active a long time. This is a blocker. Oh, this is actually pretty funny for people that have never seen me take it on stream before. Full screen. So this white thing is a blocker. And this fancy thing is the estrogen. Oh, nice. I guess we're in it together. So this is like a very fancy thing. It has days of the week written down. It's now like this nice, neat little circle. And I'm gonna take them both at once. The blocker and the hormone. Actually, currently I take 1 blocker per day in the evening or before midnight and 11 p.m. essentially. 1 blocker, 1 estrogen, 11 p.m. And then I take also 1 estrogen every day, 11 a.m. So I take estrogen twice per day. I used to take 1 estrogen per day and 2 blockers, but then the doctor said that it's best that I switch to 2 estrogens because the level of estrogen will be stable. And my testosterone is actually pretty low right now. Oddly enough, they just put me on E, I guess to see where my levels are before putting me on blocker. Oh, they didn't ask you to do blood tests, etc. That's interesting. Or maybe you're just on a shot. I heard that when you're doing shots, then the blockers sort of are not that necessary. Actually, the doctor told me that I should switch to shots as well, but I cannot because... Well, I can, but I have to go to the Czech Republic to actually...
I woke politics. woke politics. Hi! Hi!
Nebula's t-shirt did, mind you, but now it isn't anymore. Because, well, why exactly?
Cringe.
Interesting.
Patch. Oh wait, that's interesting. That's really interesting. You should talk. You should really discuss this with your doctor, because really, really talk about this with your doctor, because very recently, and I've been on estrogen for a while now, but I asked my doctor, so isn't there like an alternative that I could be doing, like a patch or something? And the doctor said, I'm not gonna say that I quote him because I don't remember it word for word, but he said that the patch, when you start, like he said, the patch would be ineffective. He said that it would do nothing. He said that the patch becomes an option once the estrogen level becomes stabilized in your organism, you know? Once you get to the level of estrogen that you want, then you switch to the patches, because before that, it's basically ineffective. That is what my doctor told me. You know? Which I find to be very interesting. He said that you can think about switching to patches once I get to a certain level and stabilize that level. So you should. Oh, you've noticed effects. Okay. I mean, there's also a possibility that my doctor is super wrong, so I would not panic. It might be the case that my doctor is talking a bunch of BS, so, you know. But I think it's worth sort of, since it was a thing that he told me, I think I'm thinking that it's worth sort of sharing, you know?
Wokeness followed a similar pattern. The
That
fact
makes
she was
sense.
wearing trousers at one point in the promotional materials, that is her well-known karting
I really think this is going to be what takes down this era of, like, everything is woke propaganda. I think a lot of these people who are falling for these grifting content creators are going to start to realize, wait, but didn't you say didn't you say...
We have to stick together and, you know. Need to get back on E. It's kind of difficult here now. Is it okay if I ask where here is?
Guardians of the Galaxy was woke, but now it's not? Wait, but wait, didn't you say that the Mario movie was woke, but now it's not? I think you're going to start to see more and more and more of that as time goes by, and you're going to see sort of a repeat of the awakening that we saw in sort of a, not all at once, but in a sort of large block of time. Like, it was like within a year, there were tons of people online
The awakening.
very publicly talking about how they just recently gotten out of, like, the right-wing alt-right rabbit hole, right? Like, it felt like a lot of people in that age demographic hit around 18 years old, 19 years old, and kind of...
Oh, the video is not on screen. That's because I'm full screen. Thanks for telling me. Thanks.
of it.
I'm actually clumsy with things like that, so thank you for telling me. Huh? Okay, let's continue.
Like, the repetitiveness of it just kind of hit them.
True. I'm never repetitive.
And the contradictions just kind of hit them.
I'm never hypocritical. Hypocrite.
The claims made
I'm never that.
just don't add up, and they just kind of snapped out of it. I think it's going to happen again. I think we're already kind of seeing it happen. I think this sort of era of right-wing dominance is already falling apart.
Damn.
outfit
Was short-lived.
times before, led to a lot of the usual suspects complaining about the, I don't know, women in trousers agenda.
True.
Yeah, Shadiversity.
I'm fascinated to hear your thoughts.
Wait, isn't that like the guy like what was his name? Porks and Trousers, a Warhammer person that does a fake accent. Sticks and Hammer or whatever. Pork Chops and Banner. Pork Chops and Bummer. Is that his name?
You don't have a whip out, pants and halberd and smash.
How do you know pants all the old long women?
Yeah.
So is this him ranting about how the cartoon character isn't realistically wielding the weapon and isn't realistically dressed for fighting with said weapon? 'Cause
Oh
he's
boy.
an unironic, like, medieval neckbeard guy who makes his own gambeson vests and shit.
Oh boy.
Well, there's
They're
still more.
taking
away the femininity of
Peach.
Yeah.
Princess Peach.
Yeah.
Give it her pants.
After the film came
Princess Peach.
out, of course, its place in the narrative changed. The Mario movie became anti-woke also, necessitating some frankly embarrassing backpedaling.
Princess Peach? More like Princess makes me wanna drink some bleach. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? Okay, I'm gonna stop now.
This is the part where she tries to say, what are you talking about, Peach? Wearing pants. She's wearing pants. Is she aware that this is us reacting to the trailer and we don't have that context? Because when we had that context, did we criticize her wearing? No, we didn't. It makes perfect sense she's wearing pants. Not a problem at all. But in the trailer...
Jesus.
What? So it's not woke? Why would your first thought be that it's what? What? How?
It's not woke until it's broke. It ain't over till it's over. Would the bleach take me to the Mushroom Kingdom? No, you do it by becoming a plumber and entering pipes.
What kind of slippery, slimy backpedaling is this? Well, actually, you see, we didn't have the context for why the woman was wearing pants.
Oh boy.
Actually wearing the pants because those were practical for her to be wearing at the time. So then it's not woke. So I guess in this case, woke is when woman
It's practically a, prepare for it, pantheon. She's wearing the pants because it's a pantheon. Get it? Do you get the joke? Do you get the joke?
wears pants for no reason.
Only be true, see example Barbie. Only broke if woke, see by Barbie true.
So that's what woke is this time.
True.
Okay, we've got
A
it. We got it, Jeff. I think
pantheon.
we know what woke is now.
We didn't know that. It actually looked like they might have been removing the dress entirely, or at least most often. So
Okay. Bowser is coming.
Yeah, the dress is in the trailer. I haven't seen this movie, by the way.
There's a huge universe out there. No pressure.
In this case, in the case of Guardians, wokeness is at once self-evident, so self-evident that you'll never get a straightforward definition.
Woke politics. We all know what they are. And they don't include eugenics or animal cruelty from what I've understood. I could be wrong.
What? What? What?
But also collapsible at a moment's notice. Why? How? Well, sadly, there is no canonical answer, no explanation.
Canonical.
Which would satisfy the wokeness conspiracy's crusty basement-dwelling believers. But it does tell us something.
Isn't it insane how many of these people are like, unironically, the
I mean, I can just answer this already because it's an easy grift. You know, it's easy to make people excited to dunk on the, I don't know, weird thing, perceivably weird thing, the woke thing, you know, the thing that tries to take away your fun or whatever. It usually is the same script. Oh, wokeness is trying to take away our fun. It's trying to make every piece of media miserable for us or something like that. It's always some version of that.
stereotypical neckbeard loser. Like, they're literally in rooms. They have neckbeards, for starters. Like, they unironically have neckbeards. They're in
True.
rooms that look like I'm pretty sure this guy has stuck all
They're
of that.
miserable people that don't enjoy anything anymore and want to find excuses as to why that is. See, this is my very cruel and harsh sort of, you know, description of the situation. Then they're very miserable people that just cannot, or I don't know, don't enjoy anything they used to, and now they just blame the wokeness for it. Because their glory days when they were like 14 or something, and they're trying to recapture that. And the reason why they can't is because everything has gone woke or something.
Action figures. Actually, I'm gonna call him dolls to piss him off. This guy looks like he's just like stuck all these dolls to the wall using cum.
Jesus.
Like there's so many years worth of
Why
his
cum?
nut on the wall that he's been able to just kind of like stick them to the wall. Like
Things got really weird. Things got really weird.
Basement dwelling.
Really fast.
But it does tell us something. Wokeness is a malleable thing. If Guardians 3 can be woke one month and anti-woke the next, then wokeness can't be located within the work. It has to come
Thanks
from
for that,
outside of
Zan.
it. It has to be projected onto its surface. So let's talk about that process of projection. Sometimes it's straightforward. Sometimes, yes, a character might make wry reference to contemporary politics or discourse.
I think I'm a fan of the 21st century.
Yeah, don't get your hopes up. We make a mean prosthetic, but fascism is back.
I mean, I know socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot from these.
Sometimes a film will include queer affection, and it won't matter that more often than not that queer affection is peripheral.
wild to have that line in a Disney movie though.
It won't even matter that most of these films treat queer relationships exactly the same as hetero ones. That you could reshoot those home scenes in Eternals, replace Fastos' husband with a woman.
Yeah, like they don't really do most of the time, from my understanding, I don't really know how much different like gay relationships tend to be from straight relationships for reasons you can probably imagine, but like
Not at all.
apparently media is notoriously bad at demonstrating or representing gay relationships. Like a lot of the time they'll just write a straight relationship and then make it gay. I don't know like what you would do differently exactly, but apparently there are things you should do differently. I've been made aware of that.
I see.
And they'd play out more or less identically. Because the reactionary audience is by now convinced
Probably
that
more
queer
money.
existence isn't equal or comparable to straight existence, is less. For the grifter, this is easy mode, but not every suspected
Easy mode.
project will feature a light-year kiss. So when they don't, when there is no straightforward woke spotlighting, another tactic
Oh no.
Luckily, such a tactic exists. It's easy, it's flexible, and it gets results. I've made oblique reference to it in the past. I think I called it brain-dead symbology in one video or another.
Oh.
But here, now that we're looking directly at it, I'd like to coin a
Brain that's in knowledge.
woke spotting. Woke spotting is laser-focused, bad faith interpretation.
Hello, Moose Watcher. Hello. Welcome.
It's the art of combing through a work to find individual details which can be contorted
Oh boy.
for your own foregone conclusion. At its most basic, it's really just a game of recognizing objects, man, woman, family, government, dress, gun, and the position
True.
of those objects. Woman defeats man, family dominates man, woman rejects dress, government dominates man.
Wait,
in a way that can
who's
be read.
who's this? I don't remember you. Oh! Okay, I'm gonna buy an item. What was that? Oh. I'm just gonna...
However flimsily, as pushing the nebulous woke agenda.
They can frame it however they want, but it's better if it's just aesthetics. That's literally all it takes, is the aesthetics. Let's see what happens if I Google SJW. Let's say you have a trailer for The Boys, okay? The next season of The Boys gets announced, okay?
It's woke.
And you have a character that they're gonna introduce.
Woke Harida.
The
Woke
very
Harida.
prominent, important character in the story
Woke Harida.
of the new season of The Boys. They're gonna be a protagonist. I'm surprised the fact that nothing is coming up here. We'll just bring up this image of Big Red. All of the images that come up are like the big four. As it turns out, there are not that many images of SJWs online. They've really just been using the same four images for years.
I see.
They announced the new character is going to be this lady. All it would take, even if Big Red was not like a notorious like SJW figure, they just had someone who looks like this play a character.
So hold up, who is Zan critiquing right now? Actually, Zan is not critiquing anyone. Xanderhall is watching a person talking about the nonsense of calling everything woke. Everything woke. So he's actually just cooperating with another person who is highlighting a grift of right-wingers who call everything woke. That's what's happening in this video. And now I'm doing an inception and I'm sort of, you know, adding my 3 cents to the Xanderhall's 3 cents of that video. Yeah, they're fairly unoriginal when it comes to stereotyping, true. So Xanderhall is actually not critiquing anyone. I guess Xanderhall is critiquing the idea of wokeness.
It would be over. The Chuds would actually lose their fucking mind. They would just say, this person looks woke, and claim the inclusion of this character would be like a woke agenda. No matter how much it makes sense in the story or anything, if they just have a character introduced that looks like this, they will lose their mind.
True.
But if the show still succeeds, and they can't monetize hate for it anymore, they will switch to claiming it's actually not woke. And they will find something else
true.
that is more profitable to hate at the moment, and claim that is the woke thing. And the thing they were previously calling woke garbage is actually the non-woke, anti-woke thing in competition.
My pleasure.
With the woke thing. And they can attach the success of the thing they once hated to the success of their beliefs. And the failure of the thing that they hate now, out of nowhere all of a sudden, to the failure, quote-unquote, of the left. And of the wokeness, I guess. Like, go woke, go broke. It's a grift.
Importantly, how the story frames these objects and positions is largely unimportant. If it happens to line up with the anti-woke narrative, great, but if not, it doesn't matter. All the woke spotting game requires is that those positioned objects be there in some capacity. The already established anti-woke mythology does the rest, does the heavy lifting, substitutes in for framing. For instance, when the Mario trailers were woke spotted, it was observed that, again, in Peach's wardrobe, trousers replaced dress. It didn't matter that Peach was, of course, wearing trousers because she was karting, or that this costuming is included in the film as yet another game reference in a film literally built from them. That context didn't matter. This detail got decontextualized, dragged kicking and screaming into some abstract culture war space, frothing at the mouth about the destruction of traditional gender roles and all that. With real
Back in 2016, it was the fall of Western values.
Context swapped out.
It still is, by the way.
The film's straightforward, sensible decision to put Peach in trousers becomes craven, woke gesturing, at once obvious and subliminal, both a loud performative gesture and insidious, corruptive messaging. The Captain Marvel film might see our titular heroine
The Boys genuinely, it is actually pretty progressive in a lot of ways. But Chuds can figure it out because they're media literate. It's one of the most disgusting satire of alt-right fascism. Yeah. The Boys. We're waiting for the next season. I don't know. You feel a bit of pity for Homelander, actually, all things considered. Like, you can't help not to feel some level of pity for the Homelander. What do I need? Pretty sure it's... Oh, yes, wymagane cechy. 22 strength. Right? Well, yeah, I also feel bad for the goobers getting prison time for January 6th, but that doesn't make them order. Yes, right. That's true. Although I would argue that Homelander was more screwed than, than January 6 writers. He was basically treated like an experiment from birth and raised in a lab, which basically just it's very highlighted how much it messed up his whole mind, It's basically shown in those talks when he talks with his reflection. The reflection is tough and strong, but in reality he's just a scared little child that needs his reflection in the mirror to tell him to toughen up, Quite a sad character. Homelander doesn't really have any ideas. He just wants attention.
Talking down to men, and it doesn't matter that from her perspective she's talking to the equivalent of 13th century country bumpkins. It doesn't matter that she's no more cocky than insert list of beloved male protagonists here. No, this becomes read as simply film thinks woman better than man. Similarly, the fact—
Oh my gosh.
The crazy thing as well is
hello, Nesenche.
their mind.
Oh my god, so many white names in the chat. I'm not used to such a view. My goodness. I'm not used.
Over the Terminator reference in Captain Marvel.
I mean, sure, but as an American who watched January 6 Live, I still believe in rehabilitation over punishment, sure, but I can care less about them getting in jail than true. I'm sorry, I'm white. I'm sorry. Oh, Msencha, are you here because you're like what you call from Keffel's community?
Captain Marvel. There's a scene that is a blatant reference to Terminator 2 because, it takes place in the 90s. Terminator 2, like literally I think the biggest blockbuster or one of the biggest blockbusters in all the 90s. She comes out of like a store. Oh my god, my nose won't stop itching. I love the streamer nose itch. She comes out of like a store. She's just landed on Earth. At this point in the movie, she is a bad guy.
Who's a bad guy? You can see there are a lot of Keffel's connoisseurs. I think I came actually from Vosh community to both Keffel's and here. Oh, wait, hold on. Can you tell me the story of how you found me? I always ask people how they found me so that I can how should I put it? So that I can think of new ways on how to get more people to watch and subscribe and hit the bell and hopefully subscribe in the page. True. There is a Wiggler emote and oh wait. Yes, there's a Wiggler emote in the chat. So yes, tell me everything. Any new viewers should tell me how they found me. Actually, old-time viewers could also tell me. It helps me to get milestones like, getting 1K subscribers on YouTube. Let me see if we've gained any souls. Not yet. Found Lucy through President Sunny, who I found through Demon Mama. Okay, tell me your stories. I will read them all out loud.
Explicitly. At the start of Captain Marvel, and this is the thing a lot of the Chud channels don't really, they kind of gloss over this. For the first half, if not 2/3 of Captain Marvel's a villain. She's working for space fascists. It's not till the 2/3 point of the movie she realizes, oh, I'm actually not fighting with the good guys. I'm the bad guy right now. And while she is in...
Interestingly enough, I actually really liked the angle they went for with the Skrulls. I found Lucy through Keffel's being baited by her AI script. That was good times. But listen, hey, I cannot fault Keflis for that. That was actually a pretty intense time of, well, a lot of weird stuff happening to her. So I really cannot blame her. I'm not sure if I remember right, but I think knew your name from chat, either Vosh or DM, and someday I saw one of your YouTube streams. Ah, thank you. The videos. Aim straight for the Mama from Signal Night in the particular. Oh, nice, thank you. When I was able to talk with Demon Mama on Signal Night, and I did the smart thing, and I had Demon Mama muted on my end, so on my end only people could hear me, but not Demon Mama, which I get lost in the technical sauce, okay? I make mistakes. Mistakes were made. It was a busy time for Keflis. I would say it was a pretty stressful time. Many people attacked her. Actually, many people attack her all the time, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. I get much less attacks than I thought I would. I thought I would get a lot more negative comments or attacks when I did the face reveal, but so far it's been okay. Alright, unfortunate, but we're human. True. Captain Marvel had some good twists, and I actually did like the fact, because I really got tired of Skrulls just being flat bad guys that just pretend to be someone else. Oh my god. I actually realized just now the Skrulls, a race of aliens that pretend to be one of us while secretly planning to, you know, bring down civilization. What does that remind me of? Oh yeah, it reminds me of the ages-old anti-Semitic trope. Wow. So I'm pretty glad that Captain Marvel movie did away with that trope. It is, yes, it is Demon's Souls remake on the PS5, which PS5 is the console that I borrowed from my best friend. But yes, I was pretty happy that they went in the direction of making the Skrulls a group of refugees. I see her name a few times in Demon Mama's chat, then the charity event happened. Oh, yes. That was a great thing because it allowed my mom to get rehabilitation, which meant that she can walk now. And ironically, if it wasn't for a charity event, my mom would probably be limping now or something like that. Because this is something that everybody should take to heart. When something happens to you and you need rehabilitation, it is crucial that it happens right away. The more you wait, the worse it gets, the harder it gets to rehabilitate, etc., etc. So thank you all for the charity thing, because it saved my mom's ability to walk normally. I'm sorry to hear your mother went through something like that. I'm happy to know she was able to get rehab. Yeah, some wild person drove into her with an electric scooter. Okay, nice. Now I know all of your stories. And also, you should get your friends, family, mothers, parents, and your children to watch the stream with you.
That first 2/3 of the movie, she is a massive bitch. She's a massive bitch in those scenes a lot of the time in the first 2/3 of the movie, which is intentional. Because she's literally working for the villains and thinks she's justified in doing so. And she has an "are we the baddies" moment, and it results in a fair decent change in her personality. There are some parts of that movie that I have pretty, like, I even cringe at, like the fight scene on the ship where it's like, I'm just a girl. Like, that shit was pretty cringe. But, the idea that scene where she comes out of the store in the beginning and, the guy, like, does the most stereotypical sexual harassing thing you can imagine.
Like, that was actually a scene that was removed from what I remember. Like, everybody like criticized this scene, but I'm pretty sure that scene was removed. First of all. And second of all, I just think, like, I remember when I watched this movie, I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was good. I just thought it was, you know, I just think it was an okay movie. Not great, not bad. What do you think? Did you like Captain Marvel? I thought it was an okay movie.
He's like, hey, lady. He's like on a motorcycle. He's just like stereotypical motorcycle bro. He's like, hey, lady, you should smile more. You'd look a lot prettier if you smiled. And so she looks at him. She's just like, okay. And she like breaks.
Which is interesting because from the book about sex work in the Russian occupied, Polish terrains, the sex work of the 19th century, women were actually told to never smile. Like, because all women were Schrodinger's sex workers, you know? All women that just walked on the street and did anything on the street were potentially accused of being sex workers. And sex workers were not allowed to smile at all because that was perceived as flirtatious behavior that was designed to lure in men. You know? And the book, there was an article from a progressive person of the time that said, it is the right for everyone to walk and smile. Because he was making an argument that women should just be allowed to walk the streets and smile if they so choose. So I find this really interesting how the whole smile more or you must never smile changes depending on time, depending on circumstances, etc. You know? I find it quite interesting. You know?
Breaks his hand or something and then like steals his motorcycle jacket. Like, give me your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle, I think.
Like Terminator.
Or something. But it was like a very, very blatant
oh my God.
to Terminator 2 because it's literally.
And even the movie takes place in the 80s. I hope Xanderhall also like notes that Captain Marvel happens in the 80s or something.
Early the 90s, reminder. And Chuds were so mad about this because their interpretation of that was that she harmed this man and assaulted him for no reason. And then they turned this guy into like, for a brief time, into like a mascot of their community.
Jesus.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but back when I did my debate with Rags, I did a research stream. We were watching some Rags' recent streams with other like grift, like anti-woke YouTubers.
Rags.
Doing a video.
I remember Rags.
Randomly bringing up this guy and calling him by a name. Like just a random dude name, like as if he was like this legend.
It's not. They were not Russian women. They were Polish women because the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was, you know, under the partitions, and so Polish people, Ukrainian people, Lithuanian people, and many more were under the rule of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Partitioned, colonized, basically.
Legendary, well-known figure, and it took me like 20 minutes of watching to realize that's the canonical name of the motorcycle guy that sexually harasses Captain Marvel. So they were like, I think his
Oh,
name was like
boy.
Chet. So they're like, oh yeah, that was a real. He was full on Chet there. Yeah.
What?
And it's just like, is this how massive of losers you are that you like found out the name that is of the character? There's like you have to look in the credits to find the name of that character. By the way,
No, it's okay. There's no offense taken. No offense taken. I just I just made like a clarification to, after all, I'm a historical nerd, and I fancy this channel to be a bit of a history channel. So any opportunity I get to sort of like talk about history or to clarify anything, I will take it like the obnoxious nerd that I am.
so that you can like celebrate him because he's the guy who sexually harasses Captain Marvel in the movie, and you see him as like a martyr who got beat up for no reason. And then they made hundreds of videos in the actress who plays Captain Marvel.
My goodness.
These people are psychotic.
Oh yeah, Brie Larson videos. Classic. 1 billion videos about one actress. Classic.
They really, really are.
Some bad or dumb men exist in She-Hulk. The fact that at some points female characters are indignant towards male ones meant obviously that the show was widely taken as woke, agenda-driven misandry.
True.
As we discussed before in a whole video, it doesn't matter that our protagonist's flawed outlook at the show's beginning is explicitly spelled out later on in the show, or that we see plenty of positive male characters, yada yada yada, watch the video linked on screen now for more. No, all that matters is that in this scene,
woke
on women, and in this scene, woman disagrees with man, and that's enough to start the outrage farming. That's enough to
Just a
conjure
couple
up the
flips.
honest-to-God typhoon of She-Hulk hates men. She-Hulk shows the MCU hates you, the viewer. Left-wing...
Oh my god.
And then all they have to do as well is show like a random app.
MCU hates you. Do you remember when people started calling MCU MCU? Because it's so full of women now. MCU. Get it? Get it? Because C almost sounds like she. MCU. Prussia, Austria, and Russia in 1772. True. Also, the chat thing or whatever is extremely silly. What about the movie Melted Thyroid Brains so badly? I don't know. I watched Captain Marvel once. Actually, I think I watched it. It was the first and last movie ever that I watched in this 5D cinema, I think it's called, or 4D cinema, when you're in a special seat that moves and you have like smells or something. You have air blowing into your back or something to make the whole thing more immersive. So I went into like the more immersive version of Captain Marvel. And then I watched it and I really did not think about it much after having watched it. Yeah, I think so. I think it's called the 4D cinema or something like that. You have this, your chair moves, it blows into you. You have maybe smells or something like that. There was a little bit of feminism in the messaging of Captain Marvel. And there was a wee bit of feminism in Captain Marvel.
The credits scene.
At least I'm thinking to some scenes, like when there were scenes that were looking back to her being, I think, making it as a pilot. I think maybe she was not always respected enough as a pilot, when she discovered her past as a human.
That's literally like a...
How is this my cook up for Nick Fury's rancid necrotic guy on for the FCD showing? I don't think they did that, unfortunately.
A fourth wall breaking joke where it's She-Hulk.
I don't really watch superhero movies. I can't really speak to the matter myself. Well, I'd say being a history nerd is a good quality. Knowing your history is important, at least to me. True.
Twerking. and they can use that in their thumbnails and be like, this show's insane. It's like, that was literally like a non-canon like meme after credits scene. It's just they'll just lie.
Wait, what scene? Oh my god, I muted it by mistake. What meme non-canon
Destroying
scene?
Like and be like, this show Hulk twerking.
Oh,
And they can
okay.
use that in their thumbnails and be like, this show's insane. It's like,
Okay.
that was literally like a non-canon like meme after credits scene.
Amazing.
It's just they'll just lie. They know their audiences aren't actually watching these shows.
Destroying culture sentiment that followed. It doesn't matter that the narratives which tie this outrage to the text don't hold up under any amount of scrutiny, because they don't need to hold up. They just need to have enough points of contact with the work to support a flimsily built narrative for the length of a YouTube video or so, no matter how much of a stretch it is. And woke spotting doesn't always have to be done explicitly. Indeed, if the creator's interest...
She-Hulk was bizarre.
Sometimes it's better to do this euphemistically, to simply cherry pick...
Oh yeah. The less you marry yourself to the idea that a piece of media is going to fail because it's woke, the more foolproof your rhetoric is.
Uh-oh.
The easier you make it to backpedal and claim, actually, I didn't mean that, the better the better off you're gonna be. Because it's easier to just go back and say, oh, actually, no, I never meant that it was gonna fail and it's gonna go woke, go broke when it,
True.
does succeed. Exactly. If people watch what these people complain about, they know it's bullshit. Yeah, it's a big part of like what I noticed with Rings of Power. Usually I don't pay attention to like the breakouts over this kind of
that's
stuff.
interesting.
Lord of the Rings is like
But then She-Hulk was always like a series that broke the fourth wall in the comic.
favorite thing ever. So, I was going to give Rings of Power a try because I wanted to like it. And I found myself liking it a lot more than I expected. I was really not expecting to like it. I did not give myself any expectations other than I think that default, like, skepticism. I really was convinced by people talking about it that it was going to be like a remake of Lord of the Rings, which it didn't end up being, which kind of immediately, the second I found out that it's an adaptation of the events following the War of Wrath, I was like, oh, wait, this isn't at all the lies of what people told me this was going to be. Wait, this is like actually adapting a real timeline in Tolkien's story.
Yeah.
And I very quickly...
She-Hulk was always like very sort of aware in the writing, like breaking the fourth wall, etc.
like the show and realized very fast that the people who are making content and comments shitting on it are probably not watching it. It was a pretty interesting realization that there's sort of this entire demographic of people online that don't watch any of these shows or movies or anything. They just listen to YouTubers rant about how it's woke, take their word for it, and never give it a try. And then they spread that opinion elsewhere and encourage other people to do the same thing. Because if they can convince people not to support a piece of media they deem as woke...
For Rings of Power was going to be Silmarillion, which I think kind of, but also kind of isn't. Oh. Have to get rid of some items. Some heavy items.
Maybe they can artificially create the go woke, go broke phenomena they so
As always
desperately wish was real.
A few details, misrepresent them a little, and suggest a problematic positioning. That way, technically, you're not making any allegations, you're just asking very leading questions. Here's a recent example of just this.
So I can't shake the feeling that the script is doing everything in its power to play down people.
Fucking critical drinker, dude. It is insane how much defense this guy gets because he doesn't as explicitly sort of associate himself with the far right. And yet he's no different than the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, No Bullshit.
What a shocker.
All these people get so mad when you compare them to No Bullshit. That's the crazy thing.
Oh my.
No Bullshit was the predecessor to all these people. He kind of started the...
And yet they hate him now.
And they've refined in their own different ways. And they hate when you compare them to No Bullshit.
The dwarf's giggling. You're a true giggler. Someone has to gift you a
Critical
sub.
Drinker and Mauler, notably, hate getting...
Who's Mauler?
Bullshit.
Who's Mauler?
Because No Bullshit does their thing.
More like Bob Mulder.
Long ago was like exposed and just realized by his fan base to be full of shit. These
Oh,
content
no.
creators have an audience mostly consisting of sort of new age, like teen radicalized chuds who are inevitably in large numbers going to find themselves breaking out of it and realizing they're being grifted to.
Oh no.
You're not making any allegations, you're just asking very leading questions. Here's a recent example of just this.
Oh boy.
So I can't shake the feeling that the script is doing everything in its power to play down Peter Parker, like it's afraid the audience will somehow start rooting for him over Miles if he's shown to be too capable and confident. The first movie portrayed him as an aging, burned out loser who only redeems himself at the end, while the second film morphs him into a bumbling, hapless father in a pink bathrobe who for some reason keeps taking his baby along on life-threatening adventures despite having a perfectly capable mother at home to look after it. Is this some weird attempt to mock and belittle the Spider-Man that most people know and love, who incidentally just happens to be the only straight white man in the entire movie? I don't know, man, it just kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth, that's all.
Straight white male is out-alphaed by the woke.
Oh, what a bad portrayal of Peter Parker. It's only, the Spider-Verse. Only the best Spider-Man movie ever made. Also, Peter Parker being a loser is sort of like a tradition in Spider-Man. So don't even try to pull that BS over our eyes. We're all Spider-Man fans here. We all know Peter Parker is supposed to be a loser.
Spider people, sour taste left in mouth, cherry-picked, agenda suggested, time to move on. I'm sure there's plenty of other Spider-Verse examples, but I wrote the rest of this video back in May, and look, it's already long enough, so let's get back to it. That is woke spotting, the interpretative trick that allows a piece of media to be marked as a valid target for the conspiratorial, alt-right driven...
Thank you for the $30, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Hello, welcome. I really enjoy No Way Home. I did like that as well. Yeah. Good point. But I still think that Spider-Verse is the best movie. Even if No Way Home was nice. I still think... I guess I'm just a big fan of animation. Okay, let's go.
The anti-woke movement. It's incredibly easy to pull off, and you can do it to practically anything.
True.
Let me show you what I mean.
Hey, what did you think of my awful video as I made when I was... I don't know. I'm enjoying it, actually. I think it's pretty good. Although I did leave you notes in DMs, okay? Listen. First of all, Transformers was created as a thing to sell toys ever since its inception in the first generation. Second of all, in G1, Decepticons and Autobots are basically separate races. In G1, they're separate lines of robots. It's okay. I'm roasting the 17-year-old you. I'm critiquing. I'm engaging with the content. I'm engaging with your content. Get roasted, true.
The other day, I asked my followers on Twitter for some examples of TV and film that are not considered...
Also, your essay was woke.
Not anti-woke, mind, just...
The Boys. We brought this show up as an example earlier in the segment. The Boys. Perfect example of the blatant hypocrisy of the right.
Oh my god.
Woke or not. The
True.
fucking Boys. Best example. It's woke as fuck. The creator of the show, Eric Kripke, massive SJW. The writers, the people behind...
Thank you for the gift of tier 2 subscriber to Miss Ellen were Lycos. Thank you. Skyfire wasn't of either race. That's because that was before they created this backstory, which is weird. Like, G1 just kept changing the backstory of everything all the time. I remember. Like, Jetfire and Starscream were just scientists in the Starfire episode. And later, it was all changed that Decepticons were like fighter robots and Autobots were manufactured goods or whatever. Also, you can now use some cool emotes, Miss Ellenware.
the show is a massive fucking SJW. I watched a lot of Supernatural before The Boys. There are a lot of very explicit progressive jokes put in there. I mean, hell, look at Eric Kripke's Twitter, but like, yeah, it's very clear what the political leanings
Yep.
the actors, the writers, the showrunner, director, everything.
Yep.
And yet, conservatives, because they notoriously lack any form of media analysis and accuracy, they view Homelander notoriously as the good guy. How many conservatives have you seen unironically believing Homelander is the hero? It's a massive epidemic of conservatives, and the creator of the show himself has talked about it. But because the surface level aesthetics of the show are so gritty, grungy, and like it takes advantage of things like toxic masculinity, etc., to make the show feel more compelling to that audience, the messaging flies right over their heads and they enjoy it nonetheless. And they don't call the boys woke. It's interesting. I think that's a really good example of how very blatantly hypocritical these people are. The same Metal Gear. Metal Gear is a good example. It's not called woke. It's often not even called political, and yet it is extremely political and arguably quite woke too.
Things which aren't typically considered to be within the purview of...
Fancy my taste.
We're going to look at a few of these suggestions and show how easy it is to project wokeness upon them. One suggestion was Friends, which I think is a pretty solid starting point, being essentially the cultural background noise for vast swathes of the Western world around the time of the new millennium. But here's the thing, it's woke.
Sometimes men love women, sometimes men love men.
Woke.
One of the main ongoing storylines in the early seasons results from the fact that Ross's marriage broke down when his wife realized she was political. Sorry, I misspoke. When she realized she was a lesbian. This is something we do in the very first episode.
And you never knew she was a lesbian. No, okay? Why does everyone keep fixating on that?
And which we go on to follow closely. The ex-wife Carol finds a new partner and marries her. An episode is dedicated to this, and Ross, the poor beta male cuck, even gives his ex-wife away to her new bride. Look, I'm sure you don't need me to break down how this.
God, you could not have made that episode today.
Like it came out today, but just to make it explicit,
you could not make
that model of woke spotting outlined above, the objects here are woman, lesbian, and submissive man. The positioning would be woman leaves submissive man for lesbian, and the existing anti-woke mythology of Hollywood and TV studios trying to.
You could not get away with that today. You could not get away with that today.
Go woke, woke, woke.
You know what I love about that quote?
Go woke, go woke. Go woke, get woke. Go woke, go broke, friends. This is why Friends was such a failure of a series, right? Friends failed, right? Friends like went broke at season 1, right? Nobody ever heard of the Friends, right? The series.
My favorite are like the chuds who say you couldn't make insert thing today. Recently, not recently, but somewhat recently, Joe Rogan had Robert Downey Jr. on his show.
What?
And he tried to pull that shit on Robert Downey Jr.
Oh boy.
Robert Downey Jr.'s response was based as fuck. Joe Rogan's like, what do you think? I don't feel like you could make Tropic Thunder today. Do you think you could make Tropic Thunder today? And Robert Downey Jr. replies, no, you could definitely make it today. But should you make it today is a completely different question. I mean, I debated whether or not it should have been made even back then. And then he goes on to describe what his mom said to him when he said he was taking that role and what he'd be doing. And and he does an impression of his mom, and his mom was like, no, you shouldn't do this. No, you should not do this. Clip. Yeah, like... People try to pull that shit, but unironically, the you couldn't make this today thing applies better to the right getting triggered about stuff that was fine back in the day now. Like, the right are the most triggerable people out there.
Oh boy, triggerable.
They're the ones who are, like, looking over a bit of a piece of media to find anything they can call woke and then denounce it and try to, like, they'll review bomb it. They'll try to manufacture a failure of the piece of media they don't like so that they can say the thing they don't like is unpopular.
Beam radically subversive ideas about gender and sexuality into the idle minds of watchers would do the rest. Friends, then, is just as woke in the co-opted sense as the Mario movie ever was, as Guardians was, as She-Hulk was. But it's not just Friends. You could also look to Seinfeld here, in many ways the yin to Friends yang, which had a whole episode dedicated to telling the audience there's nothing wrong with being gay.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not at all.
But shoving it down our throats a little hard there, don't you think, MBC?
Oh.
In Elaine, a somewhat groundbreaking depiction.
Okay, ask your question.
The story wasn't oriented around finding.
Ask the question. I'm going to read it. One moment, I'll defeat this huge enemy that's probably gonna kill me otherwise. One moment, I have to defeat this enemy first. What happened? Wait, what are you doing here? Oh my gosh. I think it's almost dead. The enemy is strangely trapped. It's about to explode. Whew. What was the end for me? Let me see. Oh. I mean, it would be sort of for their own good, considering that they would not be attracted to you, no? Get him, Lucy. I don't know what people said. Maid and Esther Elizabeth. Who? I researched up Mueller. They seem to be in the same category of woke panic media. I see. That's my answer.
And instead constituted a frank, non-judgmental look at modern single life.
Well, I'll take 3.
Then again, a sexual relationship are a thing, so...
20 sponges should be plenty.
Through our woke-spotting telescope, though,
I don't know.
we see woman reject family, add in her vocal pro-abortion position some spiel about loose sexual morals, and hey presto, you've got the basis for a woke Seinfeld takedown screed. Let's not forget Frasier here.
You know what's really interesting about this? I watched a video from somebody that I can't even remember the name of.
Oh my gosh.
I don't remember
Bad
what
memory.
their name was. They were some Chud YouTuber trying
Chud
to
Logic.
explain why Ripley, an alien,
We're woke.
isn't woke.
Oh.
Why are Sarah Connor and Ripley not woke? Why is it that 100% if you made those movies today, the right would lose their shit and call it woke garbage? But
True.
back then, and hell, these are movies you literally like laud as like examples of good movies that have female protagonists, for example. Why are they okay, but whatever new thing you're complaining about isn't? And this guy's explanation was very interesting. He basically went full mask off about it. Back when they were kids, and they were watching these movies, there was no woke agenda. The woke agenda is a newer thing.
True.
It came about with the invention of the internet and Tumblr and Twitter. So it's nowadays is when you have...
That's giggling agenda.
And it made me realize, wow, a lot of these people feel like modern history started when they became adults. Like their perspective changed when they became adults,
True.
and they thought the whole world changed. They didn't realize they changed. And I think that was a pretty interesting realization. And this person was like a much smaller content creator, not one of those big, like, shill paid off people. Like, somebody who's genuinely been fooled into believing this garbage and was making content pushing it to a very small audience. And it became clear, back when they were kids, they just weren't looking for it. They weren't looking for anything
Apologies.
that has a woman being strong or a gay character being seen as woke.
True.
Because there was no propaganda or culture war around it. The culture war itself creates the problem that they are complaining about. It makes them look for these things, and then they see evidence where it doesn't exist. Oh, this character in this video game is black? Must be the woke, like, shoehorning of non-white characters.
True, I shoehorned them in.
See it because they want to see it at that point.
I did it. I did the shoehorning.
Also among those Twitter suggestions, a show focusing on a rich coastal elite embracing a new, decidedly non-nuclear household structure, for which you could make a similar abandonment of traditional values case. But let's leave the 90s sitcoms behind, go wider with this. What other pop cultural touchstones are secretly woke? One reply points out that Chuds would hate Alien and Aliens if they came out today.
Yep.
And that is obviously bang
Yep.
on. We'll
Damn
shortly
right.
return to the fact that these films do get a pass these days, but woke spotting is piss easy here. Solo woman defeats immensely homicidal alien that had torn
True.
the rest of the crew. And in the sequel, not only does woman defeat aliens, men, highly trained, outfitted men, fail to. Avatar's woke too. Natives good, white men bad. Christ, even Shrek is woke. Shrek is the story of some Antifa hermit successfully dismantling.
Okay, but Shrek and Avatar level of ambiguity to their woke messaging. If it requires even the slightest bit of looking into allegory, they will not detect it. That's how this works.
Damn.
They cannot see allegory.
It's like with those animals that cannot see you when, like, it's like with dinosaurs in Jurassic Park that could not see you when you moved.
Chuds love Tolkien and Lord of the Rings so much.
Was he am I woke?
That one
Yes,
extreme-
every giggler is woke. You know? Every giggler is woke. That's what being a giggler is all about.
Extremely out of context
being woke.
about how Tolkien, quote unquote, famously hated allegory. He was referencing religious allegory. He was talking about
What?
how his story is not an allegory for Christianity despite his own Christian views. Ugh. These people do not have the ability to look past the surface of media.
True.
It's about an ogre
Just like me.
who's funny and wants them out of his damn swamp. He wants these people out of his damn swamp, and he's an ogre, and he's funny. That's what Shrek's about to these people. There's nothing beyond that. If you try to analyze Shrek any further than that, you're
Woke.
You're memeing.
You're woke.
Either joking
You're
or you
woke.
are a joke.
True.
That's how these people think.
Handling the state's unjust landholding system. But we don't even have to look that deep into it. We can just see that the story ends.
The Antifa leader, Shrek.
Character's transformation from classical, ideal feminine beauty to a body type and mode of existence that goes against this, goes against the grain of society's traditional gender stereotypes more widely, and ding ding, woke film alert. Another user suggested No Time to Die, which is a
Oh, no.
interesting example because it had a broadly similar reception to that of Guardians 3. Susceptible viewers were whipped up into a frenzy by anti-woke responses to the trailers and promotional materials,
Uh-oh.
for the narrative to shift after the film's release.
The good news is that the movie is nowhere near as bad as those early trailers suggested, which basically painted Bond as a useless, miserable pussy, constantly getting pushed around and berated by his strong, empowered female replacements.
Oh boy.
In 2023, it can reasonably be brought up as an example of non-woke media. Indeed, it has been read convincingly.
Oh boy.
Failed attempt to rehabilitate the misogyny inherent to Daniel Craig's Bond. But for our purposes here, to project wokeness onto this film, all we have to do is look back to that initial response, which really was
Get woke, Cobra K.
Lashana Lynch's Nomi was, of course, identified as woman of color replacing man, and as more plot details were teased, Bond's devotion to Léa Seydoux' Madeleine Swann, first female lead to appear across 2 subsequent Bond films, was taken as woman turns iconic symbolic Sigma male into
Oh.
Oi, fellas, is it woke to fall in love?
So forget about the actual film, forget about the
Real.
fact that it wasn't really woke in that original sense, that Nomi wasn't the Hollywood agenda replacing Bond with a woman of color, that the temporary inheritance of the 007 codename by her spoke not to the shadowy media impact of Kathleen Kennedy's feminist mind virus, but to the
Oh my god.
undercurrent of No Time to Die, the part of the film that wonders how suited Bond, MI6, spycraft is to the modern world, how far Britain and its surroundings have changed since Ian Fleming put pen to paper. No, forget all that. With our woke spotting glasses on, all we have to do is mark the object, here black woman, and the position at its most superficial.
So, I think a really big part of this
Is money? Yeah, that's right.
is that apathy that starts
Oh.
to set in a lot of people around 16 to 18 years old
Apathy.
when it comes to media.
It's 16 to 19.
A lot of lately
Wow.
is
That's so
TikToks
sad.
and videos from gaming channels talking about how video games just don't feel the same anymore. They don't have
Ay,
as much
ay,
fun
ay.
playing video games anymore, and they're sad about that.
Wait, I thought that was the domain of like 30, 40-year-old dudes saying stuff like that. I used to have so much fun playing World of Warcraft or, I don't know, Ultima Online. It gave me adventures for blah blah. And now games are just empty and they give me. I thought that was like a thing that, I don't know, 40-year-old middle life crisis people said. I think they should make a Bond spin-off called where they have a female lead called James Bond. True.
And they find
That's actually
themselves
pretty
gaming
good.
less and less excited about gaming, playing like all that stuff. Have you guys seen these videos too?
It's actually what I said at the start of this video, that the anti-woke reactionaries are just miserable people that stop enjoying things and blame it on wokeness, quote unquote.
It's become a really common trend I've noticed the last couple years. Is these younger guys mostly doing like
Hello, Meets.
commentary videos about how
Meets
they've
Len.
fallen out of love with gaming. Like,
I'm gonna link you the page to join. But yeah, literally, quite literally.
significantly in the last few years. And all these guys that post this stuff are usually in their early 20s.
No, that's not true. There are many people. I guess Xanderholz does not watch many gaming media. Like, I saw a ton of videos from those 30-something closing in on 40 people that are like, games used to be so good in the good old days when I played my games at school. Going back from school with the excitement of playing World of Warcraft, and now games are just not the same anymore. They're just bad now. That's not true that it's just people in their early 20s saying that. I guess you just don't follow gaming media all that much, I guess. Because I can tell you that's definitely not true.
And I noticed something. Is it that gaming has changed that much? And there's not actually any good games out compared to like...
Facts. Hey Lucy, I was having a bad day, but I feel better after watching your stream for a bit, so thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for saying this, you know? It's my pleasure. My pleasure to make your day nice. Back in my day, we were still walking many miles to play video games, true. No, it's actually, when it comes to those 30-plus-year-old people, it's more like they consider high school their like the peak of their life when they quote unquote had no responsibilities, they had no worries in life, and then they became adults, and suddenly life stopped being this this idyllic paradise, and it started being hell, and now they cannot enjoy anything anymore. My goodness. I'm built different. My life sucked always. Oh my god, that sounded so horrible. I'm just built different. My life was always bad. There was no good time of having no responsibility or worries. I weirdly, unironically, actually cannot. I unironically cannot relate to people who say that they had a time in their life when it was like free of worry or responsibility or any sort of, you know. Ooh, gave Nestja tier 1 subscription. Lucy, I feel like you're mad at me, so I screw you. I'm right. Assuming you were having an argument. I see. Maybe. Anti-peak thoughts, true.
The 2010s? Or is it that this entire batch of Gen Z has reached this, like, you know, first
true.
quarter,
No whiteness.
quarter of their life, roughly, and they're getting older, they're getting more responsibility, a lot of things are changing in their lives in a very short period of time.
Oh, well.
They've moved out on their own, they have their first job, they have college, they have classes, they have bills to pay, maybe they're in relationships and they have...
But no, Xander Hall is absolutely incorrect by saying that this is a thing that people in their this is a thing that people in their 40s say, or late 30s, to be honest. I saw Asmongold cover so many people that are in their 30s saying that they don't enjoy games anymore. That to say that it's a thing that people in their 20s do, early 20s do, is just not correct. I mean, I'm sure there are people in their early 20s that do this, but there are also plenty enough of people in their 30s that do so as well. Which is kind of sad. What is kind of sad? Sorry. I'm sorry, what is kind of sad? What is the website? I don't know where the website is. Pause champ. I'm gonna link it to you. I'm gonna link the chat, the page. Boom. The page is here. It should also be in the description of the video of the YouTube stream, but sorry, what is that?
Their responsibilities to uphold. A lot of them, it just becomes very clear that they don't miss the way games used to be.
I mean, in a way, they don't make games the way they used to be, but there are plenty enough good games to find. There are plenty enough good games to go around, let's be honest. And instead concluding that the socioeconomic and alienation of late-state neoliberalism is that I'm having no time, too much stress, and no friends to play video games with. They believing is the woke conspiracy to destroy civilization. Jesus. They in their 40s no longer enjoy games. My pleasure. Well, listen, I'm super old and I still enjoy games. Lizzie, please only be mad at fake Alec Kyle Parker in the leftists being mad at each other over which side of butter their toast. Oh my gosh. Kind of way. My gosh. I'm old. I'm 50. How old? Old. I'm old enough to be super old. I'm the oldest one there is, okay? Okay, you know, do you really want to know how old I am? Do you really want to know how old I am? Press yes or no in the chat, and I will explain to you just how old I am. Yes. Okay. I am so old. 37. Oh. You're not being very nice, fake Alec Kyle Parker. 37. This is mad at me. I assume I was the one who did the bad thing, but I'm gonna be the victim card. What? 25? Oh, thank you, Palm Dad. You're nice. You're a nice person. 25. Nice. Thank you. Also, thank you for the gifted sum. Yes. But yes, I'm so old. Yes, you should guess. Based on my not super pretty face. 39? Oh my god. 18, all 18. 32. 32 is nice. Oh my goodness. $32, 25. And I love video games too. Listen, I'm so old. I'm so old that my mom is younger than me. Oh, some new static got you to watch. Okay. Wait, so who's 50? I'm sorry. Is there someone who's 50 watching? How did this topic start? I'm 50. But yes. VGGer. Vouch. $876-year-old Lucy is young. True. I am so old that my mom is. Thank you for giving Ivanko a tier 1 sub. Lucy, please forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I will consider it. Vorse. Yes. Vorse. Oh yeah, since more people are here, I can show you the book. Look at this. I'm gonna full screen for this. But yes, for all of you that said 25 or 18 or 32, fake Alec Kyle Parker is actually correct. I am in fact 39. I'm super old. 39-year-old, but since you were nice enough to tell me that I look younger than 39, it's okay. That's old, okay? It's okay. As long as I'm looking at like I'm 25, it's okay. As long as I look like I'm 25, it's okay. Okay, but listen. I believe that people that are older than me are younger than me. My mom is younger than me. Okay, look. The Place After the Great Synagogue. We're going to read this book. We're going to read why it wasn't rebuilt. And then we're going to make a segment/video essay based on it. We're going to have tons of fun. And yes, just so you know, I do still like video games. Yes, wielkie means great. Wielka Synagoga w Warszawie, the Great Synagogue of Warsaw. Yeah, it's both, yeah. That's right, I'm Polish. Just like Vosh. That's right, I am the biggest Polish trans streamer. True. True.
They missed the way life was when they were a kid and they had no responsibility, when they could just game all day. And this may sound pretty unrelated and like it doesn't matter, but the reason why this stands out to me is I feel like...
No, the whole thing is not about people in their early 20s, as I will repeat. People in their late 30s complain about not being able to game all day or whatever anymore.
Those guys are the types of dudes falling for this shit.
True.
The types of people who have found their favorite hobbies that they might have even dedicated their entire personality to, like gaming. They're finding it to just sort of like not be something they're as in love with as they get older, because they're not kids anymore. They've got responsibilities and lives to attend to. And they are responding to it.
I'm going to be honest here. I don't know what responsibilities or getting older has to do with anything when it comes to your hobbies. But whatever. It just feels like me that certain people just get bitter and strange as they get older. Like my best friend has plenty of responsibilities, like a company, 2 kids who are just born, and I'm gonna tell you, my friend's passion for gaming has not lessened one bit. So it's just an excuse. The whole becoming an adult and having responsibilities. Being able to play all day is annoying, but they have considered that it is also annoying that you can no longer read and write every day. Like, come on. For people that always talk about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, they sure are not getting... They're sure not taking responsibility for becoming bitter adults.
Saying, wait, no, I want things to be like when I was a kid. I'm nostalgic for when I was a kid, and this must mean things are changing.
True. Sad and pathetic.
And they must be changing in bad ways.
Yeah.
And I thought the same thing too. I had the
same
days. Like when Fortnite was like big, and I saw.
Oh no, Xander Hall.
Minecraft was having its like slump off back in the day.
Oh, Xander Hall. Oh no. Now I feel bad about being so critical. I also see that amongst my friends. Just today I had a video game session with 2 of mine. They're passionate about games and keep me in there as well. They good. Like exchanging hobbies. Why have hobbies when you can be aggrieved? But then again, Zan did mention that he used to be in the right-wing pipeline thing, so...
It was like kind of feeling a little... I felt old. I felt a little like bitter.
Old.
You know, like, these kids aren't... Fortnite's shit compared to Minecraft, like how it was back in its peak. Fortnite YouTube's shit compared to how Minecraft YouTube back was in its peak. I had a real childhood online, not these kids.
Oh boy.
2 realizations hit me.
I generally never had that sort of phase moment in life. That sounds pretty silly.
I saw
no offense.
Those kids that are like, we like Fortnite. And then I also saw classic WoW players talking about EverQuest and classic WoW and stuff. And I realized, wait a second. Things are changing, but they've always been changing. It's just that now...
Oh boy.
We've gotten used to a certain thing. Our memories we've gotten attached to memories and nostalgia, and things have gotten different. They've progressed. They've moved on. And people get bitter about it. Some people get excited about it. Some people get bitter. Some people get scared. And that's just, frankly, the general feeling of being afraid of progress. And I think we're seeing it somewhat expedited in Gen Z because everything moves so fast on the internet. The internet is such a different place to a 21-year-old now than when they were 10 years old. Like, the internet's so different now than when I was 10. And I spent all my time online when I was 10 and 11 and 12. A lot of my memories are online, and there's no recapturing that era of the internet. And so because things change so quickly online, you've got Gen Z feeling like boomer nostalgia at a very
what?
And that's leading to this sort of like mindset that makes them way more open to the idea that things have been changed because of the wokeness. The wokeness has come about and it's ruined your favorite things like gaming and
boomer nostalgia. at 15.
Comics, whatever it might be.
replacing white man, and hey presto, we arrive, as so many did, at the conclusion that the film...
I feel like that.
That's the trick.
I
That's
feel
the
like
bad
that
faith hermeneutic
therapy
multi-tool
is
that
wrong.
facilitates the lion's share
I'm gonna
of
be
this
honest.
online, laughably transparent culture war bollocks. So what can this methodology tell us about this present wave of online alt-right inspired reactionary creators? Well, let's recap. As we've established, wokeness is malleable. It's projected onto the text. It isn't within it, and especially since no real definition of wokeness is ever given, that act of projection has an almost unlimited flexibility. So Marvel is woke, and Friends is woke too. Seinfeld, Frasier, Alien, Shrek, James Bond, everything is woke. Even the things that really aren't too progressive under the surface.
Everything, everywhere, all at once. Like the movie, right? It's okay if we all make mistakes. I'll be stupid and admit I used to be in the right wing 7 years ago. Oh. Oh, it's okay. You're not there now. That's the most important thing. Only impure souls make the particular mistake, but you get what I mean. What? X.
They're woke. There is no real connection between the ethos of a film and its wokeness. But that ungroundedness, that flexibility, goes both ways.
The limits of wokeness.
Also like Guardians, though admittedly to a lesser degree, after No Time to Die came out and people actually got to see that these claims of replacement and filmmaking by quota were overblown and unhinged, the viewership gradually abandoned these convictions of wokeness, stopped clutching their pearls. The amount of post-release videos on No Time to Die's wokeness and failure pales in comparison to more recent targets. The narrative started to become untenable, and those pushing it realized. Sound familiar?
You know, wearing pants, she's wearing pants in the film because she was on the...
They don't believe anything.
Wearing
they
pants.
Believe nothing.
I believe in...
Loser, grifter pieces of shit. And the craziest thing, hey Soakdone left, the craziest thing as well.
Oh, Soakdone left. Like, I guess it's like in the Batman movie. I'm not wearing hockey pants. Oh dear, Shadiversity. What? I was a libertarian when I left high school, but I was actually just a liberal. Okay, it's Shad. I used to watch him. Who? Wait, I have to make it more. Who? Shalloon?
Is that these people are the most stereotypical neckbeard losers ever. But because they have a big YouTube...
I actually brought this book, Shadow of the Conqueror, into my Kindle library now. Shadiversity is like a chatty guy that does sword video. Oh, okay. I understand. I understand everything now. I see what I need to do.
YouTube channel and money that makes them not a loser? I guess?
I guess.
Is that how that works? This guy who would like, if this guy was doing what he does for a living but wasn't a YouTuber, he would be a massive loser. The butt of like a lot of people's jokes, right? The stereotypical like neckbeard basement dweller. But he does this for YouTube.
Oh my God.
So he's not that, I guess. It's
yes.
like
now he's
really
cool now.
It's
he's
really
cool
strange.
now. Life
Liked and
is
chatted to boost the algorithm. Thanks, Soaked Up.
Life
Appreciate
is
that, homie.
Life is
The
strange.
motorbike. Is she aware that this is us reacting to the trailer and we don't have that context?
There are a few reasons why this can happen. Why
Homie.
these narratives can fall apart. Individually, these reasons are manageable, but multiple...
TBH, this is like 1/20th of Shad's content. That's the problem, though. I was really into his content when it was just about medieval, like, history and, like, life in a medieval... Like, it would be like, here's what it's like in the life of a man living in medieval Europe. So let's say you're somewhere in what would be modern-day France, and you're walking down the street.
Oh, Jesus. Also, people should watch me more, okay? People should watch my content more. It should all be more about me, you know? It should all be me-centered, and it's all about my intricacy, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Do you feel like I'm making sense? Is it not a blah, blah? Is it not all technically speak about my egocentricity? It's like electricity, but egocentricity. Some people are centrists, and I'm an egocentrist. What the hell? Hand of God. Okay, I'm gonna wear the hands of God. So you're not egoistical enough. You can always pretend that I am. Wait, what are the hands of God? What are the hands of God? I don't get what this is. Wait, those are weapons. Those are gloves. Obamna.
And you approach...
Yes, perfect sense. I will watch you more always. Thank you.
A gatehouse. And there is a guard up on top of the gatehouse. They would say, "Oh, stop there." And you would stop. And you would lift your hands in the air. And you would keep your hands away from your blade. Like, he would talk about, like, what life would be like it's a story if you...
It's actually a pretty funny accent that Xander Hall is doing. Oh, what?
You were a person...
Zan Logic. True.
And he even has some pretty cool demonstration stuff. But then he also does these podcasts and...
Zan Logic.
How
I love it.
This is woke, and or insert that as woke. And it's like...
I'm woke.
I think it's because he recognizes that his content already has a pretty large...
Jesus, what a boss.
...demographic pool with chuds who are into, like, medieval like, Europe shit. And then you've got the, you know, you can sort of double down on that without overtly outing yourself as a conservative.
Like a monkey. I don't think I'm just gonna beat him first time.
He talks to Sargon too, yeah.
At once will overwhelm any would-be woke spotter. For one, a pre-release woke spotted
Have you ever
project being
considered
loved
voice
by
acting?
general audiences, but
who the fuck would hire me to voice act?
I would hire you.
Like, dog, I do not have a very pleasant to listen to voice, you know? I don't feel like I'd be a good voice actor at all.
Not by critics, puts the reactionary in a tricky position. The critics, after all, are held to be agents of the agenda.
I don't have a pleasant voice to listen to. Is an interesting feeling for a streamer to say. I have to say.
No, they're
okay.
Honest fans. If they like something and the Hollywood elites over on Rotten Tomatoes don't, persisting with that woke labeling requires a good amount.
I feel like I'm not pleasant to listen to is not something that a streamer should say.
Problems, especially if the people behind the project decide to extend an olive branch or two to the fans. Clarify, they're not trying to be woke honest. The biggest fly in the ointment, though, is just success. One of the key tenets of the anti-woke mythology is get woke, go broke. And the centrality of this idea is obvious from the amount of box office tracking videos these chuds pump out. So if a film or a show they've woke spotted is an obvious success, financially or statistically, things get difficult. And the easy way out is to recant on that woke spotting, to claim you'd got it wrong, that this one isn't woke actually. This way, the blessed mantra of get woke, is preserved. Pulling off that U-turn might make you look a bit silly, but it is the only real choice you have. We talked above about
better to take a small, I made a mistake, actually it wasn't woke, than to basically allow...
True. Actually, I'm woke.
But it succeeded.
I made a mistake. Actually, I'm woke.
The narrative can't fail. You can make
and hence I went
and
broke.
It could be all right. Your audience would have say, "Oh, it's all good." But if the narrative, if the worldview fails,
I'm woke and hence I got broke.
Like, wait, what? What do you go woke go? But it didn't. You don't go broke though.
The way that the anti-woke
I did go broke. I'm woke.
It's the accelerant.
Because remember, the important core of their argument, you have to remember, is that people don't
go broke.
That this does not sell. That wokeness, as they call it, makes media fail. People don't want it, and it makes media fail.
True.
That is the point that they are making. that wokeness makes media bad and thus it makes it fail.
True.
that is
Wokeness makes me mad.
If a movie that they call
Mad lad.
ends up being so popular that everyone ends up watching it, and it ends up succeeding objectively in the box office, audience and reviewer scores are both positive,
Uh-oh.
they have to turn the
other
narrative
cheek.
around.
They have to
They
check.
make the full U-turn, as he said.
It transforms banal observations about women doing things in media into telltale signs of sinister leftist propaganda, but that power does have a drawback, because as a result, no one chud is bigger than the collective mythology. If any of these reactionary creators were to try and question or modify the mythology, the sacred doctrines of anti-fandom, most of their viewers would just tune out. There are always plenty of other non-heretical chud channels to choose from, after all. They'd start catching flack on Twitter, they'd stop getting invites to Friday Night Tights. The grift would dry up. The reactionaries know this. Know that
God. Friday Night Tights. So this is one of those chud, like, get-together podcasts where they call everything woke. You got Geeks and Gamers, the chud guy with all the
I think I will lose.
on the wall. This guy I don't recognize, this guy I don't recognize.
I need more herbs.
Drinker?
Unironically.
I don't know who this is supposed to be. Nerdrotic. Oh, yeah, this is Nerdrotic. You're right, yeah. Looks like Chud Logic. True.
Night Tights, the grift would dry up. The reactionaries know this. Know that sticking to the script together benefits everyone.
They all
and
look
if that
the
means
same.
every now and then, one
True.
has to
Like
battle
clones.
embarrassing mea culpa, then so be it. That's how powerful,
They're all
how beneficial this
neckbeards.
mythology is, but it does have its limits. Let's get back to Alien. Why isn't that woke? But simply,
Why are they literally
Absolutely gonna clip that. What?
ironic neckbeards?
What are you gonna clip? Oh my god, I'm being clipped out of context again.
They're all neckbeards. Every one of them.
True.
They all have the unironic fucking neckbeard.
Wait, as opposed to what? An ironic neckbeard? Do people wear ironic neckbeards? Oh, it's okay. I have a neck. I might have a neck on my beard. Neck on my beard. I might have a beard on my neck, but it's all irony. It's an ironic neck beard. You see? Some people do that for jokes. Is that true? Hey, to be fair, some people can control their neck hair. Hot take, I think a lot of the neckbeard chads are cute. Damn. Damn.
didn't start soon enough. The consensus that, alien equals good is too entrenched. Any reactionary who tried to claim otherwise would look like a fool, and the Emperor's new clothes would be seen by all. Put less simply, like so many of the right-wing narratives
Unkempt. Friday Night Tight? I could not come up with a lamer name for a gathering which takes place on Friday evening if my name depended, if my life depended on it. John Legend quivering are ugly as heck. That's true.
Inspired anti-wokeness, mythology relies heavily on the good old days. The idea that today's culture is falling.
I mean,
things used to be better before those new progressive values came about.
I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to looks, a lot of it depends on the personality, on how you perceive a person. You can think that someone's not that good looking, but when you get to know them and they have a nice personality, usually, at least in my case, that will affect how I view them physically. So I can meet a person and I'll think, well, their look is pretty average. But if I get to know them and they turn out to be nice, then it sort of affects my perception of them, sort of, They start looking nicer in my eyes when that happens.
The date of this fall into wokeness is flexible. Often it's supposed to have occurred around the release of the Ghostbusters reboot or the last
Oh my
Jedi,
goodness.
maybe Avengers Endgame, in order to piggyback on existing fan negativity. Sometimes the critical period is Gamergate, but it's always recent, always in the last 20 or so years. Popular cinema in the 20th century is always the good, representing the non-woke gold standard we're supposed to yearn for a revival of. Why is that the case? Part of it's nostalgia. For marks of a certain age, those 80s or 90s classics were childhood viewing, and thus acquire a rose-tinted aura in retrospect. In addition, time has a sieve-like effect on culture. The best bits are remembered, the worst are not. In 30
Simp-like effect.
Divergent, not so much. It also has to do with the fact that anti-wokeness is the nerd wing of the culture war. In these spaces...
It's crazy because when I was a kid, for some reason, I was under the impression that nerds were smart. If you liked nerdy media, you were likely to be smart. And if
I think that's because, at least in US culture, nerds were usually people that studied a lot. People usually were laughed at because they were like they like bookworms that studied. Those were called nerds, no? So maybe that's why Xanderhal had this association with nerds being smart. Because nerds were usually people that were laughed at because they studied a lot. Not all nerds are smart. I mean, yeah, but I'm trying to explain why he'd have this image. POE of Exile. POE is a GD homework assignment. We need to finally do Path of Exile. Exactly, it just happened this week, and there is a new leak coming up later this month. Well, next month, I guess. True! Are you gonna be here tomorrow? If you're gonna be here tomorrow, then I promise you we can start Path of Exile tomorrow. It's time. It's time for Path of Exile. It's time for me to become an exiled, de-exiled.
you were likely to be... Because I was raised pretty...
What kind of build are you thinking of? I have no idea.
Progressive. To be, like, liberal, right?
As a magician.
And then, you know, obviously...
Already started a magician character.
No, the nerd
It's okay.
community online is very right-leaning.
The original Star Wars, Alien, Terminator, Predator films, those older Star Trek shows, and so on, these are canonical works, the foundations of modern nerd culture, and that's been the case for decades.
US culture, sure, although it may not include individuals who partake in hobbies which are not mainstream, among others qualities such as antisocial behaviors or being introverted.
It's long before you...
I'm gonna get her to RF for her first fuzz builds are super strong and detailed. I love ice type casters in that game and the Archer Ranger. It's been about a year since I played, I think.
YouTube ever played host to any creators railing against the message. But there is, of course, a difficulty here, and we've already seen it. If the Aliens films came out today, the Chuds would hate them. If the Terminator films came out today, the Chuds would hate them. By the same ticket that today's hot-button female-led projects are woke, these are woke. The presence of that dastardly agenda, wokeness, in this modern revolutionary sense, is manufactured and projected onto all superficially applicable surfaces alike. And if they did it to No Time to Die, they'd have done it to Alien. To get away from this, today's reactionaries and their viewers will exhort, in ruthlessly meaningless terms, how those were different, those weren't politically motivated, those women weren't forced in, or they'll just avoid the topic altogether. But to anyone who hasn't drank the Kool-Aid, or isn't trying to make a quick buck from outrage farming on the algorithm, the mismatch here, the cognitive dissonance, is clear. He may not be parading through the city, but the Emperor is still wearing those new clothes, and every now and then he slips up, stands too near a window, and more people see. The reactionary grift, the mythology it bolsters, which in turn bolsters it. These ludicrous doctrines of anti-fandom do not make sense. The basis is not reason or logic, it's emotion and faith. And every one of these mismatches, of these public moments of cognitive...
Dude, I looked up a FF14 guide the other day, and I was watching it, and I was like, okay, this is helpful. And then I scrolled down and realized it was like a 8-year-old heels versus babyface video. Back before he started the right-wing grift. It was like, whoa. I just stumbled across an ancient fossil.
Imagine looking up guides for FF14 if it's not a raid guide. Imagine doing that.
From before this guy sold his soul.
dissonance, these aliens, these Peach's trousers incidents, these Guardians U-turns, reveals this, pulls the curtain back momentarily. And
like of all games, FF14 literally walks you by the hand. Like FF14 doesn't need guides unless it's a guide on how to beat a Savage tier boss. Apart from that, FF14 literally guides you by the hand. Maybe optimal rotation once you're endgame and materia. Yeah. So basically, things that you need for raiding. Best in slot gear and rotation. Those are things that you need for raiding, basically. Savage tier raiding. Ben Shapiro recently melted over a bar. Oh yeah, I remember that. That was pretty pathetic as well. Yeah. Ben Shapiro's Barbie meltdown. The saddest thing to behold, to be honest. The saddest thing ever. To be quite honest with you. Wait, you play in Raid? Well, my static sort of died again because people had really personal problems. But I have faith that the static will sort of come back to life and I'll be able to play again. Raid again. What's a static? A static is basically a group of people that you do raiding regularly with, or any other content in Final Fantasy or any other MMO. A static is just a group that you have a scheduled playtimes with. My main is Samurai in FF14. Yeah, my main is Samurai.
Always enough. Some people are deep enough into this cult, have grown so attached to Mr. Bones' wild ride that they'll rationalize practically anything, but lots aren't, not yet. And every time a grifter slips up, more people realize that it's all a big greasy ball of shit, that the Emperor is stark balls out naked, that if everything—
Oh, you meet the people online in FF14.
Example.
Inform
of these public moments of cognitive
Inform
these aliens,
statics.
these Peach's trousers incidents, these Guardians U-turns, reveals this, pulls the curtain back momentarily. And that isn't always enough. Some people are deep enough into this cult, have grown so attached to Mr. Bones' wild—
I mean, that's accurate.
Analyze practically anything, but lots aren't.
Critical drinker.
Critical drinker when white men like being fathers.
Not yet.
This is why critical drinker is a shit
And
reviewer.
every
Critical drinker when a man loves his daughter.
time a grifter slips up.
Yeah, I mean, people are waking up to it. I'm telling you guys. Like, people are waking up to this shit.
Oh, this person is not making an anti-woke video. This is not him, I think.
They're starting to see the hypocrisy and they're checking out.
Do you know who made this video? Pillar of Garbage, I think, is the name of the person who made this video.
Everything is woke.
Yeah, Pillar of Garbage is the name of the person who made the video.
Be better before those new progressive values came about. Same ticket that today's hot button female-led projects are woke. These are woke. The
is helpful. And
a grifter slips up.
Yeah, I mean, people are waking up to it. I'm telling you guys.
True.
Like, people are waking up to this shit.
I too am.
They're starting to see the hypocrisy and they're checking out.
I too am waking up to
More
shit.
people realize that it's all a big greasy ball of shit, that the Emperor is stark balls out naked, that if everything can be made woke, then nothing really is. Thank you for watching. Smash that godforsaken.
That is a really good video. Please go send support. Go drop a like. Go comment. Go subscribe.
Yes, please support me.
Go send all the support.
I'm
that you
butt
can. That is
naked.
a really, really good video. I'm not done yet though.
Are you
I
not
have an
done?
extra example I want to add on to here. I'm surprised it wasn't used in the video. I was gonna bring it up myself earlier, but I was hoping he'd bring it up in the video. But here's
Listen.
the thing I wanted to show you.
You
This is
should.
from the House of the Dragon.
You
stuff.
should support me. I'm butt naked from all the wokeness.
Reddit, okay? This
True.
post is from a year ago. It's captioned, "Can't wait for these idiots to eat their words on August 21st." And oh, yes, they did, but not in the way that I think you wanted. So, the narrative. Drinkers Chasers. This is the Critical Drinkers, like, podcast he does with, like, Nerdrotic and whatnot. And Mahler and those people. Why nobody cares about House of the Dragon. The reality. House of the Dragon official teaser trailer. 12 million views. And then, of course, the actual show dropped, and he changed the title of that podcast because it made him look bad. Let me see if I can find... Bro switched up 2 months later, skull emoji. This is the original one. Drinkers Chasers. Why nobody cares about House of the Dragon from Critical Drinker.
Oh my god.
Then they changed the title after the first episode dropped. Drinkers Chasers. House of the Dragon trailer breakdown. They changed the title because the narrative that it's gonna fail and no one cares, if they are remembered as the people who said that, that makes them look bad. That makes the narrative that they try to push, the world
weak.
Look bad. It's all a grift. They have to maintain this air
That's
of
true.
I was always right about what was going to succeed and what isn't, because I'm this omniscient, media reviewing god, I guess. I don't
Oh
even
my
know what
god.
I'm trying to pull, but I guess it's the idea that they were right all along is what they're trying to make people believe. But
They were right wing all along.
these people are complete grifters, and I'm really happy to see that there's more newer up-and-coming content creators that are calling them out.
I'm a new up and coming content creator.
Helps to sort of bring down
Oh my god.
this era of
You just need to subscribe.
of internet culture. I'm excited to see it fall.
People should subscribe. It's okay, we've got amazing content coming. Hello, Greater Ain't. We've got so amazing content coming. You tell him some new static. You tell him some new static what we've got in line for all of you. Arch House of the Dragon, I think it's a pretty good show. Better than the last season of Game of Thrones, at least. But that said, last season wasn't that awful. I mean, we still have the, we still have the bony, we still have the bones video. Yes, City of Bones. Now that will be good. Okay, that will be my magnum opus. Very heavy and powerful segment. True. I agree. What's that? It's about, well, I guess we'll just have to see, right? You'll just have to see. Am I right or am I right? I am right, right? I am right about being right, right? Oh, these actually give you good stuff. Dogs do have wings. I can say you're wrong. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. If I have any other cool things that have happened lately. I have to catch up. Trans debate. Elon's eggs got problems. Lois Lane. Is that really a topic? Is that really a topic of? Are we really so starved of content that we have to take a scene out of the Superman TV series where Lois Lane is, I don't know, dumping Superman or something, and we have to make that into a segment on the stream? Is this where we're at? Is like, has the week been so slow? Lois Lane became a segment topic. My goodness. Oh. Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1 are two different games as Mongol reacts. Okay. I'm gonna watch this thing.
We're going to look at the Zizerain video about Path of Exile 1 and 2.
Hi, Zizerain here with another video straight from ExileCon, and today we're going to go over all the announcements step by step, all the PoE 2 announcements, and we'll have a separate video for the upcoming PoE 1 league. Obviously, we don't have the patch notes and stuff for that yet. There's a lot of cool stuff here, so they blew.
Yeah, but you know, I do like to check up on what's happening in this sort of sphere to see what their opinions are on the video game thing.
Blew everyone's expectations away.
Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, in-games, and leagues.
Interesting.
There's a lot more than we could have ever imagined. I was not expecting that they would split the game. I
wasn't either. I was really surprised that they did that. I thought that they were going to just transition. It was going to be like Overwatch 2, where like the game just transitions into this. I'll be very curious.
I did not expect that either. Will I have to play both? Will I have to play both 1 and 2 in order to satisfy my viewership? Wow. No, I mean, I know I can choose which one I want to play. My question was more along the lines of, will the audience demand that I play both? That was my question. Will the audience demand that I play both? But they will be separate games, period, and people will have different stories and separate leagues. Okay, I guess we can just calmly play the first one then for now. Path of Exile is PoE.
To see how, like, you know, a year into PoE 2 and PoE 1 running simultaneously, I kind of worry that, you know, there's going to be like concerns, right? People are, oh, this game's getting more attention, that game's getting more attention. I'm very concerned about that. It's a big risk.
I think it's fine.
Don't know how I feel about that. Honestly, professionally...
There's different teams. Yeah, but there's different teams, but there's this... I'm not talking about how the content is, because the perception is more important than reality.
This is a very good thing for me, but other than that, I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm gonna be quite honest. I think it's fine. Like, Lineage 1 continued when Lineage 2 came out, and it was fine. People still... In fact, I'm pretty sure Lineage 1 outlived Lineage 2, which is quite interesting. Like, what else? Final Fantasy XI is still played, even though we have Final Fantasy XIV now. Oh, you've played Lineage 1? That's interesting. Well, it's still apparently being played by millions of people in Korea, so... You know? I've played more 2 than 1. I played more Lineage 2 than 1. The thing about that is that the assets and mechanics will cross over in development. They aren't like Overwatch and WoW where the assets can't really be crossed over in another game. True, yeah. I think it will be fine. I don't think there's a need to worry. Like, this is actually, in a way, smart. Because if Path of Exile 2 fails, and that's a possibility. That's always a possibility. Then they can just fall back on Path of Exile 1, which is a success, and sort of just focus their, you know, yeah, they can just return and make their main focus the first game, should the second one be, you know, fail.
Obviously, objectively, it's a very good thing for me, right? Because there will be less downtime between games.
Yeah.
And that is the main takeaway here, because that's a big issue.
ARPG players are eating good. Bro, ARPG YouTubers are popping the fuck off. Because now, like, you had Lost Ark, so you have an MMO ARPG. You have Diablo 4, so you have a main...
I have to play more Lost Ark.
You have like a massive depth ARPG, and now you're having PoE 2, a massive depth ARPG that's going to be probably larger mainstream, and you've got another dark horse, which is Last Epoch, which is like, and go back literally a year ago.
Maybe I should play Last Epoch as well. I have to plan. When we have our next meeting, we really have to plan out what games I should play when. We have to make a gaming spreadsheet or something. I swear, I need to have a spreadsheet for a game on stream for people to just know what games they're tuning into.
All you had was PoE.
For
It's
a lot
actually
of people that
crazy
want
how much
PoE
things
as
have
their main
changed.
Game is that, well, they're kind of forced to play other games, right? Because
yeah,
you will run out of things to do as a veteran player and like someone like me. And now we're gonna have that as a...
Gotta get going, folks. I was nice talking with all of you, and I have been... It's been a lovely stream. Goodbye and good night. Good night, Giggler. Good night.
less of a problem because there's going to be 6 weeks between PoEs and constant things happening, right? Well, there'll be more than 6 weeks, but there'll be way less of a gap now. So they will have separate balance, separate release, separate leagues, content, and offset releases. So you can go from PoE 1 to PoE 2.
I think that's good.
PoE 1. You'll throw in some D4 and other games that you want to play, like
Yeah.
Tarkov, RuneScape for me, etc. And all purchases carry over to both versions. Now, they did mention, obviously, there are some things like the Druid, right? If you buy a Druid cosmetics, like maybe you can turn into Polar Bear instead of a Grizzly Bear, then that will not be available in PoE 1 because we don't have shapeshifting there. And we have 6 new classes in PoE.
Look at that fucking bird, bro. That's a good looking
2,
bird.
the warrior, the huntress, the sorceress,
Yep.
the mercenary, the monk, and the druid. And there were so many things they just kept blasting us with. 1,500 new passive skills, a new campaign with over 60 bosses. There's going to be so much endgame stuff coming out of that too, right? That they can reuse.
Yeah,
Full
of
new
course.
campaign, more difficult than before. It was a lot more difficult than before. I did get to try it. I have a video of me playing it up.
Yeah, I hear that the PoE 2 is going to be basically like Ruthless. Which,
All right.
I don't know. Like
Or maybe in your stream, like say something like watching blah blah while playing insert a game. Yeah, but I want to sort of have like a more, you know. Okay. I mean, that's the same in Diablo as well.
I don't want to go and make an opinion about this because I haven't played it yet. And it's literally over a year out from release. So I like, this is the way I look at it, right? I trust grinding gear games.
I'm always,
Good game. And I also
I'm always mad. DACs are mad by design. DACs were designed by God to be mad at everyone all the time for no reason.
in the times whenever they make mistakes, they will listen to the community and adapt from those mistakes. So I'm not worried about what I see here in any way because I have faith in them to make the right decisions.
I tried to be better with the overlay than last time, and it was crazy hard. Now, they have said it's overtuned, so it should be easier, but whew, 36 new ascendancies, so
Damn.
crazy.
It tells me nothing, but that's
For
crazy.
example, like apparently you need to use healing wells or something like that to replenish your flasks.
Co-op, like PoE 1. Dodge roll.
That's crazy.
I don't know what that means for movement abilities, or maybe you can like...
Is there geese who are mad? They're basically
flame
siblings.
that are eventually. I really don't know what they're going to do
Diablo
with
4,
that. But
yeah.
There's no cooldowns, no limitations, and
Well, and like also, I think that that's a good thing, because how do you play PoE right now?
With a mouse.
Well, now you have instilling flasks, right? Or instilling orbs. But like, you know, before it was like this, right? You're just hitting your flasks over and over. You're piano flasking. Yeah. All the time. They're up constantly. There's no real gameplay. It's just like making sure that you have all these things. And that's it. No Quicksilver? Did you know that? Yes, I did. I saw Empyrean's tweet.
Has pathfinding so it doesn't get stuck, but that was not in one of the videos, so they did actually get stuck. But I think that's a slightly older build, right, that they show off to make sure that it's fully functional. And yeah, the strength, dex, int thing is kind of gone from what I understand. It's strength and int for Druid and Templar, dex and int for Monk and Shadow. Yeah. They start in the same location, and there's spirit as a new mana reservation mechanic. So you unlock.
Okay, we're doing some
that's how you
gathering of herbs.
Like reserve auras. You don't have to like compete. You can have like unreserved mana and like it's a pretty good idea. I think I definitely like that.
Yeah, and it's again like that is a direct response from if you see any build in PoE, unless it's an Archmage build, the entire mana bar is reserved except for this tiny little sliver, and then you have like cost reduction to make that little sliver mean a little bit more.
Gems drop uncut, and you right-click them and you choose what skill you want. I think that sounds like a really good idea as well. There's metagems as well, which is they can be modified to give seals different
properties. Sounds woke to me.
Shock, etc. I managed to find Spell Echo, which was lucky, and I will try to do some more playthroughs tomorrow.
Sounds pretty woke to me.
Very, very fast, based around mobility. Execute skills that grant power charges, so it's like culling. And the culling stuff is...
Are you okay? Listen, well rested?
And there's skills that are done.
I am semi well rested because I've had my day off yesterday, but we still had a very intense day with mom yesterday. We walked a lot. We went to the city late in the evening and we watched a lot of things. We studied some Hebrew today. Oh yeah, no, I really am excited for Path of Exile 2. I'm treating it like a separate game entirely in my head. I'll still play Path of Exile 1 for sure. Well, I will play Path of Exile 1 before because you're gonna teach me. Yeah. And then I will want to learn Yiddish, you know. Yiddish, the language of the Jewish people in Poland.
Dynamic, so kind of similar to like the Fisher skill we have for Chieftain, right? Or, well, Chieftain uses it a lot. But like way more than before. Now, it is definitely a slower game. Some people are saying it felt a bit more like Dark Souls, and it kind of does to some degree.
Every game that has rolling is Dark Souls.
Oh my god.
What we're used to with PoE so far. I think this will make the most amount of people happy when you really think about it, because there are people that don't like PoE 1, and there's people that don't like the direction PoE 2 is going.
I think that's really Grinding Gear Games is in like kind of an interesting spot where they have a number of, in my opinion, degenerate gameplay mechanics in PoE 1. Like, for example, spam using flasks constantly all the time. So now you have to design the game with flask buffs being active all of the time.
Oh my god.
And then also...
Interesting.
Let's see. There's that. They had to change Labyrinth because people were just trading Labyrinth
maybe it is.
Right, for like...
Maybe it is fake Cal Parker.
Like searing fucking flesh and, you know...
We'll have to play...
Etc. It was like, what was it, like General 304?
We'll have to play some Transformers games on stream as well, by the way. I can't disagree with him. Some builds are hairless inducing. I mean... It does feel pretty strange having to use potions like all of the time. Yeah, it does feel a bit strange. Please choose Fall of Cybertron. I just might. I've seen that you've been playing it a lot lately. Like, is it on Steam? Is that on Steam? Fall of Cybertron? Let me take a look. Fall of Cybertron. Fall of... I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it on Steam. I can get you a key if needed. I need it. Boo Transformers. I love I'm a big Transformers fan. Especially G1, the one from the 80s. Auto flasks. Okay, that's if they're auto flasks, then that's good. Okay. That's good. That's good that you can do that. But I guess this is the flask buff that Asmongold was referring to, that you need to have flask buffs at all times. I assume auto flask is one such buff that you need to have on.
Something like that. So there was that, and let's see. I think there's something he just mentioned here. But basically, having all of your mana reserved. Like, there are these...
Can you get me the code for Transformers Devastation as well while we're at it?
Weird things in PoE that just everybody does. And I think that they just effectively remove...
Played the puzzle platformer game Limbo before? Oh, no. When you said puzzle platformer, I assumed that you meant Catherine for a second. That game, like, $1,000 for a key. Wait, Transformers Devastation is $1,000 for a key? Hey, wait, is this... Wait, really?
Huge elements of content from the game completely.
A little bit worried about how the dev split's going to be. Like, are we getting two lesser quality games? Is obviously a big concern. And they've changed the way, like, crowd control works on bosses now. You can, like, freeze bosses a lot easier.
I would really like to have a stagger bar. Hopefully they add that.
So that's, like, poise. I see Scry here in my notes. He was like...
I tried playing Path of Exile once with my good friend from France. And the way he played it with me was like, okay, follow me. I'm going to give you some items. For build, just follow this graph. He sent me a picture with a build. It was just, okay, now follow me here, follow me here. And it just felt a bit, that I wasn't really exploring the game myself as I was just, being followed around and use the guide for the build. I was like, I sort of like to at least once just play the game on my own and experience it on my own, if that makes sense.
Make fun of Mark for dying on the demo, nerd, but I died like 3 or 5 times. It's so hard. I'm like very, very impressed that I made it so far, because that was a boss too. I didn't even get to a boss in my demo. Now, boss rushing that you used to in PoE 1 is gone. You gotta restart from the very start. So yeah, Scry here, put L, softcore nerds. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. And I've heard, I wasn't at one of the talks, I didn't listen, I was too busy playing the card game and trying to get the Mirror of Calandra. Apparently logout my...
If you understand Diablo mechanics and you played all 4 Diablos in stream, you will pick up Path of Exile pretty fast. There's just some wacky stuff like currency. Okay.
Is gone as well in PoE 2, so that's going to be very interesting. The game's going to be built more around it. Or maybe they just meant that it's a full reset when you log out. I'm not sure if you like stay in the game. But either way, that sounds really cool. Obviously, there would be a bad thing if you stay in the game for 6 seconds and disconnect, because then you just die every time your PC actually crashes.
Yeah.
Thankfully, not a big problem for me, because I don't really have much instability or crashes, so not a huge problem there. But I really like the full reset. I think that's really cool. That's the way it should be. I think PoE...
Yeah, people shouldn't be able to use a logout macro as a like a reset for the fight without there being a cost to it.
True.
Like, I do think that logout macro, I would rather have people be able to cheese the game than the game cheese the player. So, like I've said this before, I think a logout macro is superior to what Diablo 4 does, which is letting people die to disconnects. I think that's garbage, and I would rather have a logout macro. But in that mindset, neither of these are perfect solutions.
One could add that too, like a full reset when you portal out or full reset when you log out. Sorceress as well, as a caster weapons, no longer has an attack, and nobody's using melee anyway, right?
Yeah.
So they come with a free spell to cast. Now the free spell was not very good, but maybe there will be things to build around there too. So we have Unleash. It's like a cooldown thing you can use. So like every
Oh, a hideout.
like,
Nice.
3 spells. I got Spell Echo, so when I had Spell Echo and Unleash, as you can see, can I just throw that in combat? Wait, okay, how does this work? Am I going at 6 or 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah,
Very,
damn.
very decent. I do still think it should have more damage because the move's pretty hard to pull off because it has a long cast time. Now that
It's more overwhelming at first because you have to learn like 5 super customizable open-ended systems at once, but once you play with them for a while, understand them before better, you'll get, oh, this wasn't as complicated as I thought. Especially, yeah. No, it's just sort of a preview of what's to come in the Path of Exile world. It's okay. I'll get used to it. I'll get used to it.
very cool feature with weapon swapping. Now, obviously, right now we don't weapon swap because we want to level gems, and it's completely pointless. However, they made it very, very cool by the fact that your lightning skills can be set to use your lightning offhand, and there is some sort of like swap penalty, and that it felt a bit janky. Maybe it would just be nicer if they got rid of that and just favor swapping with no downside. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that pans out. But very cool feature. And it's automatic, so you set like your lightning skill uses that weapon and your cold skill uses that weapon, and it'll swap automatically.
It works the exact same as Barbarian.
The non-Asmongold guy is Caesar, and a PoE streamer. He was at ExileCon, PoE's BlizzCon, and is recapping the event. Asmon is react-ending. True.
And Diablo 4. Which, I mean, to be fair, like the Barbarian weapon swap in Diablo 4 is perfect. Like, Blizzard actually did it perfectly.
And the passive skills as well, like, I think, was it 20 skill points that are flexible? So you can put 20 points into lightning on one skill tree and 20 on a cold on another. Very cool. We're getting the closed beta, starts June 7th, 2024. So it's a while away. There's going to be quite a lot of PoE.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think a lot of people need to realize is that, like, the thing with PoE is that the beta, literally the beta is not even going to come out for a year.
Right.
That's a long fucking time, man.
That's good.
So just chill. If there's something that you're not a huge fan of, I think it's important to, let the developers know as soon as possible. Definitely a good idea. However...
That's fine. I think that's fine. That'll just give me time to play other games, like the Path of Exile 1 for once.
It is not even close to a finished product. Yeah, they have time to improve it, and I think that they will improve it.
Till then, I will be making content for both games.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It's gonna be.
That's fine. I like the fact that I have a lot of time to play the first game. Actually, that's actually a thing that I really am happy about. Does the Fall of Cybertron have a single-player campaign? That's the agenda for today's stream, if anything. Good question. Well, I'm doing some React-endyism. I had I guess I can make a philosophically deep... I can make a deep segment for you about what I've been thinking about. Went for a walk with my mom yesterday. We had some serious talking going on. It's true. And yeah, but it's just that I've been sort of feeling a bit out of sorts. I think it started from the March. And long story short, Like, there's a lot of things that sort of leave me sad and fearful, even. And then I get reminded of the thing that was told in the march at the end, when right before we listened to the concert, that a song was made by a memory march for the ghetto uprising thing. And right at the end of the march there was a Yiddish concert, and I remember the words that the young people were singing this song that was about dreaming of a new, more beautiful world. And it just made me sort of think of it made me think that the one remedy to feeling these sad feelings is to dream of a new, more beautiful world. And by dream I mean to sort of do one's best to move towards such a world, if that makes sense. Damn. So it does have a campaign. Apparently it also has a multiplayer. And create art. Wow. Your Somniostatic is like my mom. Somniostatic is just like my mom, because when I told her that, she literally just said, and create art. Because when you're in a state like this, you create great art. My good, yes, that is literally what happened. When I was talking with my mom, I was like, yeah, it's like dreaming of the better world and, trying to get to it. And my mom was like, and create art. I mean, my mom's a painter. I've mentioned this. Of course, I've mentioned this. We've sent my mom's painting to Demon Mama. So, of course, you know that my mom's a painter. Personally, I tend to be really doomer, but why go quietly fight for the better world that people get from you as a final expression, at least. Yeah, my mom's a painter. We've sent Demon Mama like a physical painting. Like, we've sent it to Demon Mama as thanks. We also have to send one still to President Sunday. I have to send a picture of a photo. Like, I have to send still a painting to President Sunday. What medium? A canvas. Yeah, it's on a canvas. Yeah. Demon Mama did show it on stream. Oil. Yeah, it's oil. It's an oil painting. It's usually in the background. It's sort of visible in the background usually. At least part of it is usually visible. Well, I don't really have rage against the old way per se. Ooh. It's more like it's not really about, for me, about fighting against the old. It's more like about finding a way for people to be able to partake and enjoy what we have, even, if that makes sense. You know? For people to be able to be more happy in general. If that makes sense. You know?
A lot to do, but yeah, let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments down below. Most people here at XLCon are pretty hyped. A lot of worries of gold is the main concern. I'm not a big fan of gold. I really, nearly every time when someone asks me what's my favorite part of PoE, I'm like, currency. It's such a cool system, and I love that.
I am a currency enjoyer. I am not a currency trading enjoyer. This might be a very unpopular opinion, might get me in trouble with a lot of the PoE fans, but I would be completely okay if there was a currency marketplace. But I do think that gear trading should stay the way it is. The reason why is because, let's be honest, guys, most people that you're trading currency with are bots. And it's annoying. Like, So, hi, I would like to buy your one Exalted Orb for my 140, or Divine Orb for my 147 Chaos in, Crucible Softcore League. Please respond. Hi, I would like to buy your one Divine Orb for my 154 Chaos Orb in Crucible League. Please respond.
Gosh.
Hi, I would like to buy your one Divine Orb for my 155 Chaos Orb in Crucible League. Please respond.
It's like the world is already beautiful, we just have to let it shine. Yeah, I think so, yeah. You know? Like, it's beautiful, but it's mostly beautiful just for some, and it should be beautiful for everyone, if that makes sense. Should be beautiful for all of us. I believe.
And it's insane. It really, it really sucks. It sucks to trade currency in the game, especially whenever you're trading low value currency. I think Chris will die on this hill, then I'll respect his decision and probably continue playing the game. But I'm just saying that I think it would be an improvement.
Having gold.
And
so very worried about that, but worst case scenario, if I really hate PoE 2, I already know I love PoE 1, and that's been going in a pretty good direction lately, especially with Sanctum coming back.
And I've been reading this Isaac Bolshevik Singer book called The Magician from Lublin, and it's about a man that has been a trickster, a magician for many years. He is approaching 40. He is Jewish, although he has renounced his Jewishness. He's not fond of Jewishness and of Judaism. He has a wife, and he travels Poland and does tricks, and he often leaves home for a long time, and he has many lovers. One of his lovers is his assistant, and he sort of has a crisis. He wants to escape from his current life of not being appreciated. He wants to go abroad with his lover, and he is being torn by constant doubts about life, about his choices. If he can leave his wife, betray her like this, if he can even, because he promised his new lover that he will get christened to Christianity, and if he can totally abandon Judaism. And right now, where I'm in the book, he's full of those doubts. He's thinking about the meaning of life. If he was born just to do a few tricks and fool a number of women, if it's all that he is, if he is like just a pathetic person that is destined to fail, you know? So yeah, it's a really good book.
But I'll make a separate video talking about that. So thank you guys so much for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do. It's like a little bit of a delay on the skills as well.
Ooh, what was that affix that he had?
It's like a
Oh, wow. They didn't even have an affix. Oh, look at that.
A little bit of a delay on the skills as well. I died twice.
Jesus.
And it's not even a hard boss.
There was poison there, too.
We haven't even gotten to a hard boss. Oh, that was
Holy
unideal.
shit. They should add some form of auction house for... And by the way, I want to say again, only currency. Only currency. I think that the current form of gear trading is brilliant, and I love it. I only think that there should be a marketplace for currency. And the only reason is because, like, again, an idea for trading currency is cool, but I just feel like the idea has been co-opted by bots, and it's just so functionally different than what it was.
But yeah, what do you think? What do you think, everybody? I bet nobody listened to me right now. Oh my goodness. Everybody's just busy talking about gold and the Path of Exile.
Intended for, because of the way that players have adapted to the design, that it is now kind of shitty.
Damn. That's a shame.
Just run through.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be really curious. Really curious to see what happens with PoE 2 and PoE running simultaneously. This is Zizrain video. Apparently,
oh, and mind you, when I said that's a shame, I meant the fact that a good design became bad design because the bots ruined
like
it.
that today. So, you know, hearts in chat for him. Make sure to give the video a like.
Aw, hearts in chat.
PoE, and he also makes some Diablo 4 videos as well. So
listen,
totally support
Sukhoi is my resource.
What do you think about currency conversion at the vendor? I think currency conversion, like, what is it, 8 chaos for 20 fucking chisels? I mean, like, I just feel like the conversion rate isn't very good. That's the issue. Gold and currency is only solo self-found. Gold, well, my understanding about gold is that gold is just used to buy items from vendors, right? In PoE 2? Isn't that correct?
Listen.
Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I actually...
Listen, gold is a strong bacteria thing.
I actually think that it's a great system. And this is why I think that it's a great system. Is because it allows players to, instead of, like, putting them straight into the deep end of the PoE economy, it allows them to gradually move into it by giving them a currency that they're used to with vendors, because new players interact with vendors the most.
That's fair.
Right? So it gives new players a way to understand the game without being completely dropped into a complete new environment.
That's fair.
So I think it's actually a good decision.
No, it's just with vendors.
Plays next year. But currently, I'm positive about it.
His husband gets shredded from the left for shitty takes, which is fair, but I feel like we have a tendency to write people off too easily. I think that Asmund isn't a bad guy. He's a shredded neckbeard gamer. His politics and what I'm supporting when I watch a video of his. Well, to be fair, his politics possibly went in a better direction. In 2016, he was a Trump voter. And now I'm pretty sure he's not a big Trump fan anymore. You think he's a bit of a dummy? Seems like he's really right about Diablo stuff. We've been watching him on enough for a bit for that. Yeah, well, that's because apparently, by the way, apparently, I just watched the Asmongold video today. Apparently, there's been a big live stream from Blizzard, and apparently they're actually fixing a lot of stuff in Diablo 4. So we might be playing some more Diablo 4 as well. If they're really fixing a lot of stuff that was bad with the game. A lot of skill related issues and, balance, a lot of, class stuff they're just fixing. A lot of problems with the game. I was away from your storytelling for a moment, but I heard some of your book summary. Sounds kind of interesting, but also kind of average. The search for meaning is a common one, and I personally don't respect the religious angle really. Perhaps because the effects of Christianity had on America, I tend to feel a great deal of potent hate and animosity towards all things spiritual. Oh. Well, it's a bit different than that. It's a little bit different than that. Because it's not exactly a search of meaning. It's a search of... Damn. It's like a crisis of meaning. The person that has goals sort of wants to get to them, but he feels stuck. And that he feels that he wants to get away from the heritage that was thrust upon him, he feels. And at the same time, he feels that by doing what he wants, he also hurts those around them. It's a bit more complicated than that. Oh yeah, he's good and better, and he's not a bad politically. He's a bit of a self-brain on a few things, but he's got a blind spot or two. Some bad habits and biases, but like I said, I think he's a good person who sometimes says stupid shit. He's usually right on video games stuff though. Oh gosh. Not to say it can be friendly with those who are faithful, have many nights with them. Right, sure. Facing crises of your life's accomplishments and your duty to the world and others' duty to God and so on. Or the lack of. Yeah, but it's also... There's also, because it's Isaac Singer, so there's also a lot of this description of life in IFA. I actually believed I would survive this fall. There's a lot of this description of Polish life, of Jewish life in Poland. And well, I don't think I have to tell you that there's a lot of this feeling of this is what has been lost, Like this is the thing that has been lost, probably forever. Like this sort of world in which Jewish people were part of the everyday, regular life. Also, the book description has this interesting that the things that he does will change in a way that people might be surprised by. But if we can have our subjective meaning, then everything's not objectively meaningless. Like, we actually cannot say that everything's objectively meaningless. Because that would mean that there is an objective meaningless, and there is no such thing as an objective meaninglessness. Like, if you accept that there is no such thing as objective meaning, then you also have to accept that there is no such thing as an objective meaninglessness. You know? Yeah. But you're basically also saying that things are objectively meaning. You're also saying that because you're saying so, if you think about it. When you say things are objectively meaningless, then you're also basically saying so because you say so. You know? So yeah.
They replaced the crafting bench for gold for leveling, which I'm not a huge fan of. We'll see what happens in a year.
Like, you say subjective meaning is like because I said so. But you say everything is objectively meaningless, but you're also basically you're utilizing the same because I said so. You know, things are meaningless because I said so in this case. Because what is the objective standard of things being meaningless? Like, there is no objective standard to meaninglessness. What if the objective meaning to life is to die? You know? That's right. I turned the script on you. Or to reach the next bonfire. True. I don't think we can say that things are objectively meaningless any more than we can say that they're objectively meaningful.
I don't know enough about that today. You're just stalling their learning process? You're just stalling their learning process? Yes, you are. And I think I think that you're stalling their learning process, but you're allowing it to occur. Because I think that a number of players will be put off.
I suppose stating there is no objective meaning is kind of an assumption from a lack of claimed meaning from the God or the universe or whatever. Yeah, but that does not mean that everything is objectively meaningless, if that makes sense. Like, it does not follow, therefore, that everything is objectively meaningless. or so, I believe.
Off by it, or the game will be too over. How many people do you think have started playing PoE and they open up the talent tree and they're like, and then they stop playing the game because they're overwhelmed? So I think that it's really important to provide players with an amount of information that's processable and that is understandable, and it doesn't just completely overwhelm them immediately. And that's why I think that I'd really like if they changed that. So it's better to allow people to gradually get into the content. Like, for example, I've said this about WoW too, that like one of the good things about classic WoW is that everybody starts at level 1. You can't have level boosts, because that way, like, have you ever boosted a WoW character, a character in WoW or Final Fantasy or something like that, and you get the character to max level and you have no idea what you're doing and you end up not enjoying the class? You guys ever had that happen?
Also, no, I've never done that because I exactly know that this will happen. So I've never boosted. Unless on an alternative character, then you can boost. How can there be meaning in your view? I mean, there's subjective meaning. You can have meaning by whatever you find the meaning to be. And if you can have subjective meaning, that alone eliminates the possibility for everything being objectively meaningless, because subjective meaning exists. Or an MMO you don't care a lot about. True. That's actually true as well. Although I usually find the leveling bit to be part of the fun in its own. You know? I like to level. I like to do the leveling process. So I don't really like to boost, especially if you pay for the boost. Always boost something I know I'll play and I like, or I don't have any other choice. I remember boosting character on WoW because I already had all the other ones to max out. Well, that's fair enough. You've already did the leveling many times. So when doing it for the 10th time, you just boost because you know what you're doing. That's fair enough. I like to do the whole leveling at least once. But in Classic, I boosted a warrior because I hadn't leveled one yet, and I used to play one back in Wrath Vanilla. Right, yeah. I do it in Path of Exile. Oh my god, I had going through that story for the one. Well, you can boost in Path of Exile? Well, whatever. I've never done the story of Path of Exile, so you know, you'll have to suffer me going through it, I guess.
Yeah, I have. And I think that like what happens is like because you're overwhelmed with a bunch of new stuff and you don't know how it's supposed to work together and you learn everything right now all at the same time.
Yeah, I agree with Asmongold on this.
Pre-built paths. Pre-built paths. I do think that there should be a way. So this might be I don't know how the developers feel about this, but I think that every single time that a player has to tab out and use a third-party resource in order to find something out about the game, I think that's a failure of the game. Like, and what I mean is like the legibility. I'm not talking about learning like what Cirrus does and like what patterns he does, but I'm talking about like learning like what an ability does or learning how to spec a character.
True.
Things should be intuitive and players should not be led into traps. I think
True.
every time that a game provides a trap for a new player, it does a disservice to that player.
True. Oh god, I thought the video froze or something, but it just ended. Asmongold videos sometimes end just too abruptly. Used to use this intro with him dancing and stuff. I guess he doesn't do it anymore. I like how Diablo does it for that case, because you can skip the story in that one in Diablo 3. Yeah, you can skip. I started season 1 in Diablo 4. You can just skip the story, and we did skip the story. I'm in season 1 of Diablo 4. Yeah, we skipped the story. Like, he does have an outro. He just didn't use it now for some reason. He did used to have this, you know, and outro thing. How things work out. Uh-oh. I mean, you all know what outro I'm talking about, right? You all know what I'm talking about. You've all seen Asmongold at some point. You all know the outro. Okay, let's watch some Mimi video. Devastator City of Steel. WoW tournament drama. Are we interested in that? Oh, Somnio Static sent the video. World of Warcraft drama. Very good. You should have Asmon dancing in this on repeat, just like in your outros. Asmon will dancing to outro song for an entire hour. Oh my god. Where is the music? Where is the music? Where is the music? Why is it mute? Have I muted the page or something by mistake? There we go. My god. There we go. See? I can dance as well. Um, Alright, that's enough. I think we've had enough. Let's watch a video now. My goodness. Vaush opening with trans debate. Maybe we should cover the trans debate live. As a trans person, I have a right to snipe any and all trans debates. Okay? I think trans people are allowed to snipe all trans-related debates. Happy reunion! Aww. Aww. Wait, what did Annie say? I'm sorry? It's Jesse Signal or whatever, the super Twitter transphobe Vosh is debating. Wait, did Annie say the thing that I said? Is it time for the debate? Vaush, is it time? Wanna snipe you? I might have started. No, it's not Sir. Vosh is late as always. You're late, Vaush. Do cats like humans talking to them?
How should you talk to your cat? Should you adopt baby talk? Should you...
Hey, listen, I just talked to my cat normally and she liked it, so whatever this video says, my way was super correct because my cat loved me and followed me like a little doggy. She always lied down on me when I was ill. So I must have done something correct, okay? By talking to my cat correctly. I sometimes did the whole cute talk with the kitty. Bye.
You talk to your pet like you're having a serious conversation with your boss. Is
What?
it what you say or how you say it? Does your tone matter far more than your words? If you're a cat owner, especially a new owner, it can be a bit rough to communicate with your pet. Knowing how to properly communicate can take some time. In this material, we'll talk about communication, your communication style, and why consistency.
Listen, I used to have 10 cats. I'm pretty confident in my cat communication skills.
Above all else is the key to victory. Interesting topic, and I've got you covered. Stay tuned.
I used to have 10 of them.
When talking to your cat, it's really all about your tone, physical gestures, as in your body language, and establishing some level of consistency in an effort to get your point across. With respect to our core topic...
Also, you can just adopt cat language as well. You can, if you slowly wink at your cat will get it. Because that's what cats do.
Today, should you talk to your cat like a human? The fact of the matter is, you can talk to your cat really however you want. There really are no rules in that department. It's all about identity and allowing your cat to become familiar with your vocal style and your vocal tone. While some level of baby talk is common when communicating with our pets, I think we can all agree on that one. The core objective involves staying consistent with your personal style. It's critical to develop a casual voice and a stern voice. The latter will mean much more if the casual voice is quite pronounced and easily associated with you. This will give you that stern tone, and it'll make that stern tone a bit more powerful when you have to use it. When you're telling your cat to jump down from the kitchen counter, that stern tone, that voice they don't hear that often, it will carry much more weight in those moments of urgency, and over time, your cat will not only learn to respond to it, but also, perhaps, just perhaps, respect it as a voice of authority. It's really the same with younger children. You have your chipper and lighthearted voice, your fun and silly voice, but then you have that parental voice, the voice of authority. If you have young children, you know what's up, and when you use that stern voice, your child knows that you're not playing around. For both cats and kids, consistency and proper balance is key. One way to enhance your vocal tone is through the use of physical gestures. Cats are quite keen when it comes to body language, making hand motions, especially when you're taking that stern tone, can help to drive the point across and drive the point home. If your cat is on the kitchen table and you give a stern no.
No!
The floor.
Screw you! No!
And if your cat is...
Shut up!
Baby talk and lighthearted tone, once you sort of drop the hammer in this fashion, well, it takes everything up.
Wait, like what? You shouldn't play like what?
Talking about communicating with a feline, the point across and drive the point home. If your cat is on the kitchen table and drive the... When you're taking that stern tone, can help to drive the point across and drive the point home. If your cat is on the kitchen table and you give a stern no.
No.
To the floor.
You're under arrest.
Measure of reinforcement. And if your cat is used to that baby talk and lighthearted tone, once you sort of drop the hammer in this fashion, well, it takes everything up a notch. Of course, when you're talking about communicating with a feline, once you know the tools of the trade, the next obvious question is, how on earth can I tell if my cat is actually paying attention? Are they even listening to me at all? One of the ways that you can tell that your cat is paying attention and that you're...
Actually, I'm gonna try to get some of these as a hardcore 10 cat owner. Like, there are body language things like the way the cat's ears move when they listen to you. Then there's also like the ears is a big thing. The tail is a pretty big sign. Like if a cat is really pissed at you, then they're gonna, you know, rhythmically like thrust the tail on the surface of something. If they're really pissed, they'll be like with their tail. If they do this motion with their tail, then they're really pissed at you. And they, of course, they look at you when they're paying attention. That's a pretty clear sign as
To
well.
have your cat's full attention is physical contact on their part. If you're talking to your pet and they approach you and give you a headbutt or a rub to your arms or legs, you do in fact have their attention and they're displaying affection towards you. Another way that you can tell if you have your cat's attention and if they are listening involves that purr machine, of course. Can't talk about cats without that purr machine. Audience, please back me up on this one. Have you ever approached your relaxed and perhaps even sleeping cat and just said something, said anything at all, in the vocal tone that they know and trust, and the next thing you hear, oh, it's that purr machine. Your cat, they don't even have to move. And then all of a sudden that motor kicks in when your cat starts to purr at the sound of your voice, even if you don't speak your cat's name. That's a strong indicator that your cat is not only listening, but they're more than happy to hear a voice they love and trust. With respect to feline body language, watch for slow blinks. If you're talking to your cat and they look at you and just are not afraid to give you a blink, this means they're not only listening, but it means they feel safe and secure with you around. Now, what about the negative? Those times
my cats gave me blink.
Outside of the obvious, your cat halting whatever activity that's gotten them in trouble in the first place. That's one way to know. Another way is you have your cat's attention. It's all in the eyes. If your cat stops and stares and you've got them, you have their full attention now, there's a safe bet they're probably not too thrilled with the stern voice tone, but you've got their attention for sure. Returning to the core topic question, should I talk to my cat like a human? I've always resorted to childish speak. I wouldn't call it baby talk, but rather what amounts to silly talk, childish silly talk, lighthearted, funny talk. In a way, it's just for entertainment. Again, audience, back me up on this one. Sometimes you talk to your cat in a lighthearted way, but it's mainly just for your own entertainment, and perhaps the entertainment of the others in your home. If I had to place a pin square in the middle of this entire topic, my advice would be, regardless of how you talk to your cat, never treat them or view them as less than. Sure, you can always have a bit of fun with them, but make sure you...
I usually do it to try to, not to entertain myself, but to just try to, how to say it? To put through like a affectionate tone.
Always maintain proper respect. Never dismiss your pet and never view them as unworthy of your presence. Just because they're unable to speak our language and go head to head with us.
Unworthy of your presence. That sounds so strange.
That certainly doesn't mean they aren't worthy of appreciation and the utmost respect. I believe there's a fine line between childish speak and dismissive speak, and while your cat will never actually have a clue as to what you're saying, you never want to plant that seed within your own mind with your own voice that your pets are beneath you. To the audience of Senior Cat Wellness, I'll now turn things right on over to you. How do you speak to your cat? If you have a multi-cat household, does each cat get a different version of your vocal tone? Is your
sort of
and casual speak just a bit different?
Different cats have different
And what about this one? Do
personality.
you speak to your cat the same way you'd speak to a person? The same
Sometime.
vocal tone. If that's you, I'd really love to read your story. For my position, that style of interaction seems a bit different and a bit uncommon. Not wrong, but certainly a bit different from my perspective. It seems that human nature would almost lend us to use the childlike speak when dealing with quite obviously small children, but also animals. It's not uncommon for many people to view their pets as members of the family. Children, perhaps, I guess that is yet another reason why pets are often spoken to in a childlike manner, because in some circles, pets are indeed children, at least to some degree. And when it comes to discipline, how do you speak to your cat? Is your vocal tone quite the departure from your normal voice, or do you simply rely on your body language more than your voice when attempting to discipline your cat? Cats enjoy conversation, our voice. They enjoy listening to their owners. For felines, the human voice, especially a voice they trust, is quite often very calming and soothing. This is why, going back to what I mentioned earlier, sometimes all you have to do is start talking and your pet begins to purr. The voice of comfort, the voice of trust. Your voice is your calling card, so when you're interacting with pets, your pets, especially if you're a brand new owner, give them a voice they can learn to love and seek refuge in. This will go an awful long way when it comes to building that forever bond. Viewers, your commentary and your stories, the comment section is all yours. And if you enjoyed this content, please give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to have you as a member.
My kitty used to have nightmares, and when she woke up, she started purring when she just saw me. When she woke up. Where's Vaush? Vaush! Does Vaush cancel his stream or what?
Who likes it? The movie? A
It's
ton of people
Vaush.
like the movie. Barbie's doing incredibly well.
Let's go!
Gonna hit
Debate!
millions
Debate!
this week,
Debate!
today.
Debate!
Just go watch the movie.
Wawrzowski.
Positively
True.
about the movie. People like the movie.
Wawrzowski.
Movie. My God.
Why is Barbie a topic of grown man?
Where can I watch it online? Go to a theater. Okay, whatever. Next one, ordering video on Barbie. No, I think we'll withhold on that one. I don't think I'm gonna go. I don't think we're gonna go that far.
Oh my god.
What's your
Ben
take on this?
Shapiro.
What? What take on what? What is this? Quote, my dad didn't approve when I married a dark-skinned man. He's some
Oh my god.
Billy. When I was pregnant, he told me he didn't want anything to do with my biracial daughter. Here he is painting her toenails on her 3rd birthday. Here's proof people can change.
Oh, that's
The
better.
response is, fuck this, fuck you, fuck your dad, honestly, fuck your husband too.
What?
Putting your black daughter within a country mile of this scumbag is insanity, and you're bad parents for doing so. Black kids are not tools to try to change racists. I hate y'all.
What?
Okay. The original tweet didn't say that the child was used as a tool.
Oh my god.
It just said that racist dad changed his mind.
Of course.
The tweet, this doesn't say that they like launched the kid at him at high speeds until he became not racist.
Jesus. Of course.
Jesus Christ, 68.7k likes? Really? That's what everyone's taking from this?
Check DMs. I'm being scolded in DMs. Okay. Do you mean the effect or ratio, threshold, or which one? Attack, release. Okay, we can turn it to free. Okay, we're just gonna turn it to free for now. My goodness. Okay, let's see if it worked. Why's Vaush being so quiet? Say something, Vaush, so I can see if it worked. The ducking.
Like, people can change, you know, love or time changed my racist father. Is that bad?
It's horrible. I hate you all. So
This is horseshoe theory, but with blue MAGA? Yeah, I guess. Wait, hold up. What was that take on race mixed people in the thread? Oh, I'm sure there's lots of crazy takes on it.
oh boy.
Yeah, this guy's left-leaning. I mean, ostensibly.
Is that better? Is
Sam
this?
White's a piece of garbage. I don't know anything about him.
I have no idea who this is.
Oh,
I
yeah.
said what I said.
I'm biracial, and I can tell you from experience they don't change. Oh, okay. There you go. They tolerate, but will still say the N-word fluently in conversations in front of the kid, thus make you question who you are. That, really? You know that? That's true? That you know that? Just all people who were everyone who was racist is forever racist.
Is the ducking better?
Just can't change.
Is it better now? The ducking.
I'm telling you, man, a fuck ton of this discourse is from black people who hate mixed race people because they hate white people, and mixed race people who have internalized trauma from their experiences being mixed race. Like, this happens over. Remember when we were talking with Professor Flowers, and then with no prompting whatsoever, she was talking about how, like, her experiences with her, like, white dad or whatever, and it's like, oh, okay, you know.
Wait, Professor Flowers has a white dad?
Could this be a difference between coastal mindsets and Midwest mindsets? No, it's a difference.
I didn't even know that.
Concept of rehabilitation or not, you know. Whatever. We've gone down this road before. I gotta trim my beard, man. My beard's growing in the wrong direction right now. Holy shit.
What? What do you mean by that?
Fuck with it. It's being disagreeable. Why is Mark's trending? What do you do lately? People found out that he said the N-word once. Vosh, I'm mixed race, and I must admit it's difficult getting hate from both sides. Yeah, you shouldn't get hate from any side, but it is, like, I think double weird when the hate you get is from the left, right? Okay, hold on. We got a call to do, and then we'll do our
debate.
Our runabout. Hold on.
Debate. Debate, you coward. Oh my God, debate. Let's go. Debate, you coward.
Oh,
What? What is it?
Dino Man, was that today? On Sunday?
President Sunday?
Oh, shit. No, sorry.
Menab
Yeah, I'll
Vaush.
follow back up on that.
Menab
Yeah, that'll have to be
Vaush.
sometime this week, not today.
Follow up
Left
on
is nothing.
my
I've been getting
thing.
so much done lately. All right, hold on.
Imagine having things
More done while
done.
we talk. I'm so efficient. I'm so powerful.
Imagine getting things done. Cringe.
Look at that drop shadow.
Yikes.
Read chat from the distance I'm at.
Getting things
Holy
done.
shit.
Imagine that couldn't be me. I'm joking. I get things done. Please don't abandon
All
me.
right, hello?
Howdy. Oh, thank God your mic sounds good. What's up?
Is this the debater?
Uh-oh.
Is this the debate?
Speakers maybe not working. Can you hear me?
Is this a debate?
Can you hear me? I can hear
You bigot. Can you hear me, you bigot? Can you hear me?
Debate one.
First one too
I
quickly.
can't hear you. Are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I typed that. Hello? Check your Discord.
Check your privilege.
Make sure
White boy
correct.
is what Vosh is
That's my fault.
basically
I told him
saying.
to check his mic settings, but not his speaker settings. I fell for the classic blunder. That's okay. We'll have that fixed soon. He sounds good though, right? Mike sounds good.
Check yourself in the mirror.
That's the most important part, right? Because you can always get a speaker thing working, even if their speakers are old or a bit malfunctioning, as long as they can hear you at all. My side is where the audio quality matters. How's chat doing?
Only I matter.
Good? Having a good
Vaush 2023.
Hello?
Hello.
Nobody matters apart from me.
You sound great. How you doing?
Hey, doing good. Am I coming through? Am I clipping or anything? Or
No, you sound good.
Everybody's meaningless if they're not
yes.
me.
how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty okay. I bought new sandals.
That's
That was
cute
good.
privilege.
Well overdue.
Thank you.
The ones were very old.
I do my best.
So yeah, with big successes like that, it's hard to say today could be anything but good.
Debate.
Emailed me
Oh
with-
yeah, I mean, you totally need him. Is it really hot where you are right now? You live in like Tacoma or something, right?
Cut the small talk.
Pretty nice. I mean,
Yes, yes, it's nice. Cut the small talk. We want the blood sports, awful debate saying, my lost professor did a whole thing one day asking if there's a black baby up for adoption and a mixed race couple, a white couple and black couple who should prioritize, but she didn't remind us that she had adopted multiple children that were black, she's white, and you couldn't tell when each individual in the class remembered that about her because everyone got really quiet.
Oh, it's supposed to be warm.
They're gonna be debating
Warm, but I think
anytime soon.
meant to get used to now.
Blood sports.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's how it's gonna be for a while.
Your face is
So
ugly.
You emailed me with a disagreement. I don't
Aha.
know what it was about. Hit me up.
Trans people.
Oh yeah, well, I was watching your Sanvi modern day debate appearance. Do you remember that?
That was the lady with the PowerPoint, right?
Oh no.
Common arguments or something.
Okay.
People like that. Yeah,
Cringe.
I remember.
Cringe.
Yeah, like you really seem to disagree with her on a lot. And I was listening to your opening statement, and you really seem bought into this whole self-ID view of gender and,
Oh no.
and how just identifying as a woman or identifying as a man makes you trans. I guess I just had some disagreements with that, and I kind of wanted to hear your thought.
Oh no.
Yeah, certainly. Hit me up. What do you disagree with?
Everything. Probably.
Well, I guess the kind of
Cringe.
things we do agree with, I do believe that gender and sex are separate, but they are related, as you said in your opening statement.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, when people are born, they're assigned to sex. They're assigned to gender at birth, right?
Yes.
Can we both agree on that?
Right. I guess we extrapolate one based on the observable sex of a baby. Yeah.
Yeah, and usually it's like penis boy,
Yeah.
girl,
Penis
and
boy.
even like
Penis boy.
Yeah, generally.
yeah, and then like even with intersex people, they have indeterminate genitalia, but they are still assigned a gender.
Yeah,
at birth, right?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be honest. This is starting to sound like some weird comic book title. Penis boy and vagina girl. Is it just me thinking that? I'm sorry, is it just me thinking that penis boy and vagina girl sounds like some really, really weird comic book title? Penis boy. My goodness.
Raised as one. You know, in a lot of cases with intersex people who have indeterminate genitalia, the parents will make a kind of arbitrary decision, social and sometimes medical.
Middle schoolers wrote a comic book, true.
Sometimes that works out and sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of...
Quickly, penis boy. There are villains to be caught. Penis boy. Hello, Shakespeare. We're talking about penis boy and vagina girl for reasons. Don't worry. It's a debate. We're watching a debate of a bigot versus Vosh. Vosh is debating a bigot. Lucy, why? I'm not the one that said it. I am still pure. Okay? I'm not the one that created the penis boy. Okay? I'm not the creator of penis boy. Oh my goodness. It's just starting.
Complicated topic.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Oh yeah. I've seen like a documentary
Penis boy is a complicated. I'll just stop now.
where like this guy, they thought he just had like kind of a misformed vagina, and they raised him as a girl. But then it turns out it was more like a misformed penis and testicle. So then he.
Oh my god, are we really going again to the doctor? I don't know what his name was. That did a forced transition on a person, and then it was all not good, and therefore TERFism is great. Is this where we're unironically going with this? I was looking through my books from the library. Oh, nice. I got a lot of books lately.
I guess not really transitioned back into being a man, but once he started going through puberty, they kind of realized he was a man.
Yeah.
So,
playing with stakes. In the
even
future.
sometimes they're mess. Yeah, even we try our best, right?
Yeah. Well, I hope we do.
Hopefully. And so once we're assigned that gender at birth, we can either stick with that gender, making somebody cisgender, or we can transition into a transgender role.
What does that mean? We can transition into a transgender.
So why do you?
How do you transition into a? Oh God, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what being trans means. You transition into a transgender. I actually haven't. I heard it was embarrassing. I heard that one was extremely embarrassing.
I think these people would want to transition into another role.
Well, I don't think the roles have clear and definite definitions to begin with. You know, we're kind of relying on a set of arbitrary and socially determined taxonomies to describe what it means to be a guy or a girl.
Imagine getting in and confidently just, you know, arguing for the PowerPoint girl.
If you want to move out
The
of
transgender class,
because
true.
you just don't think it aligns with your personality archetype, it could be because you think there's a dissonance between your gender identity, your preferred gender identity, and what your body has developed to be. Because people do associate, of course, femininity and womanhood with tits and pussy or whatever, and vice versa the other way around. Or you could do it just in a completely arbitrary fashion, like a rejection of the social label, which is also totally fine. You know, I don't think you need like a.
Okay, listen. Do you remember that book that I told you about today about the Jewish person that has a sort of a crisis, etc.? One of the best sentences that I've read in the entire book, no, in any book, is when the narrator describes one of the lovers that the protagonist has, and the narrator describes why the protagonist finds the lover to be beautiful. And one of the sentences says, she looked pretty young for her age, and even the small facial hair on her upper lip gave her a nice boyish girliness. And I found it amazing because I've never heard anyone ever use the term boyish girliness. So I found it to be extremely interesting. And yes, Shakespeare, I am referring to the Isaac Zinger book. I've never heard anyone use the term boyish girliness. Okay, let's continue.
To change your gender, if you do it, you do it, right?
Well, I don't know if it's like if you do it, you do it type of thing. Maybe like if you're more on the gender fluid side of things. But there would need to be something they would see in the other gender that they would want to transition to, right?
Well, it's kind of like any other label, right? A person referring to themselves as a gamer or a goth or a sports fan. I don't think there's that much stake in the label.
Well, could you be a gamer if you don't play video games?
Yes.
Yeah, theoretically, right? If a person...
Or like board games, or like let's say any type of games.
Yes.
You just read books.
Yeah, if a person was
like,
really
could you say you're a gamer?
Yep, you could. I'll give you a simple example of that. I'm a gamer. I've never played a video game, but you know what? I've read 20 magazines about video games, and I just can't wait to play my first video game. And I already consider myself a gamer because I know I'm going to play a game at some point. I just haven't yet. But I'm still a gamer. I love games. I read all about them. I consume all of the YouTube videos about them. I watch playthroughs. I'm a gamer. Here we go. Yeah, I like Let's Plays. I'm a gamer. Here we go. Easy. Easy as pie. What's the name of this book? It's called The Magician of Lublin. The book is called The Magician of Lublin. Actually, I will never waste an opportunity to promote an Isaac Singer book. You could just like watching esports, yeah. I recommended that to Do, Magician of Lublin. Yeah, Isaac Singer is a really great author. One of the Jewish author greats. And you get a glimpse of old Warsaw, of old Poland. So that's good.
The culture of gaming, I guess, like they were really interested in its like aesthetics or history.
What did it say? What did it say to the recommendation?
Like there are those people who like fastidiously collect shoes despite not like really wearing any streetwear or like kicks or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty varied, you know. Or certainly like if we're looking for definitions like goth or whatever, I mean we're getting so blurry that it's difficult to draw any kind of definite lines. I mean, right, find me a person with a definite like concrete line where you are or aren't goth depending on which side of it you're on. It's not really possible.
But even though these outlines are blurry, doesn't mean that these outlines are not real, right?
I think they're real in the sense that people have very real understandings of them, but not in the sense that there's some kind of absolute definition you could refer to. Like if the idea of what a woman is in America is really inconsistent and will vary massively person to person, but there's still a kind of general social archetype that I think you could refer to in a constructed sense. But I don't know if you could ever say that's wrong. Like if you ask somebody like, what does it mean to be a woman? They're like, well, I think being a woman means being strong. You wouldn't be like, nah, no, that's a man thing, idiot. Like you can, even though we do typically associate strength.
Obviously you wouldn't think that, right? Like that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, but that means it's
right?
non-falsifiable, because even in an instance where you would imagine you would have like an exact contrary example, like, well, no, men are the ones who are considered strong. That's the typical role.
I'm strong.
You can't prove them wrong for saying it, right? So I don't think there is like a hardline definition to refer to.
No, I don't think there's a hard line definition.
This is so, oh god.
From the Jersey Shore.
Oh my god, the whatchamacallit, the porcelain politics. I mean the, what do you call it? What's the call for the porcelain politics? The, oh god, I'm forgetting my political vocabulary. It's the politics of gentle politics. No, that's wrong. Genuine. No, that's definitely wrong. True. What's he gonna say now? It's big elephant politics. That's even worse. It's not the big elephant politics. It's the big Papa fascist politics. No, it's. No, help me here. What's the term? It's community politics? No, it's... Oh my god, you know what I want to say, but you're just bullying me. It's at the tip of my tongue. Lunch table politics. No. Civility politics. That is the word that I was looking for. Civility politics. You should have known that, you know? You should have known that. My goodness. Civility politics.
Actress like Sarah Paulson, and how they're two very different women, but they are both, in fact, women, right?
Yeah, I mean, last time I heard.
Yeah, and then
I
we
don't
can
know if their
also
minds have
see
changed.
how. What was that?
Oh, I said last I heard. I don't know if their minds have changed.
Oh, me neither. As far as I'm aware, they're both cisgender women, but we can also see a transgender woman.
Boring.
Like a woman, right?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it means to be like a woman, to be honest.
Okay, then let's talk about like transgender men, like a transgender man.
Do you know what it's like to be like a dragon? Do you know what it's like to be like a dragon? If you don't know what it's like to be like a dragon, then I will gladly show you by us playing the... Oh god. Oh god. I've been punished for my hubris.
Man.
I'll gladly play the game like a dragon with you. On
Looks a
stream.
lot more like a man than, let's say, a cisgender woman, right?
Yeah, if they dress the right way and take hormones or sometimes get work done, then they can certainly. I mean, there are plenty of trans women who pass, right, as cis women, and likewise for trans men. So there are, in an aesthetic sense, there are definitely people who cross that boundary pretty effectively, I'd say.
Yeah, so we see that there are people who want to transition to something, right?
Yeah, lots of people.
Yeah, so I think there is like a definition of being trans, and like a kind of like a definition. We all have this this general idea of what being a man and a woman is.
Yeah, well, I
So
think
I
we
kind
have
of didn't understand your argument in the zombie debate, where you're kind of saying like these things are just words, and they don't mean anything and things like that.
Well, they don't mean
Because I know a
anything
lot of trans
inherently.
people who like these words mean a lot of things to them, right? Like
Right.
it's their whole life and self-perception, right?
Yeah, they don't mean anything inherently. They mean a lot individually.
Well,
to
no
people.
word means anything inherently, right?
Right. Well, that's the thing. I agree. This is why I hate like when people say, "Well, objectively, a woman is this." Objectively, no word is anything. That's not how anything works.
Not true. I am objectively a genius. Okay? So vague posty is gonna say something really disgusting at the end. I can feel it. True. But also I am objectively a genius, so that's obviously a lie. That's obviously I don't know, a legal fallacy or something. I mean a logical fallacy. Apologies. Yeah, but I don't know. This is just like run of the mile bigot that just gonna. Interestingly enough, these sort of bigots end up being much more dangerous than the deranged type of bigots, because people watch these sort of people and they're like, this person sounds so reasonable. They're having such a civil discussion. Wow, maybe this person's ideas are not so bad. Maybe I should hear him out. Maybe there's something to it. Maybe we can meet in the middle.
These definitions. But in this case, the definition is doubly constructed, because not only do we decide like what the words mean, the term we're referring to is socially constructed too. So we're dealing with like two
Which is
layers
pretty
of
bad.
ambiguity when it comes to whether or not anything could be said to be objective. When it comes to
I'm actually hoping a little bit that this person's gonna say something strange at some point. He comes off as coherent even if the ideas are positioned are not coherent. Yeah, that's unfortunately the danger. Like if Vosh went any harder than what he's doing right now, people would just say, see, this person's so reasonable and Vosh is so deranged. True, that's the difference why the HCH3 thing was so easy for Ethan to crush Oil London. True. because the H3H3 thing entered like, I saw some of it, and it entered like absurd levels of discourse. Like, do you think women are worse than men? Yes, I think so. Oh, okay. So shouldn't you just be quiet and agree with me then? And she was like, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. You can radicalize anyone who doesn't have an economic motive to maintain their politics. And sometimes you can even radicalize them, but it's much, much harder, like Hunter Avalon. True.
To gender identity. I'm not saying that gender identity doesn't mean anything to people. I'm just saying it doesn't mean anything
in the objective
sense. It doesn't
sense.
mean anything in a way one could cross-reference or check or refer to. At the most you can get is intersubjective agreement, where you could say, okay, I don't know what it really means to be a woman, but I know that, for example, here in America, we have general traits we associate with it, like motherhood, being kind and patient, and that sort of thing.
Patient.
But that wouldn't be an objective marker, and you wouldn't find
no way
isn't kind or patient and go, well, by these definitions, then she's not a woman, because it's all arbitrary.
True, just like my face.
Yeah, like I said, there is no hard line away.
Whatever that means, what I just actually said. My face is objective or subjective. True. True. Seem to like his content, but credit where it's due.
Be a woman. But like objectively, like a cisgender male could not objectively be a woman, right?
Well, I mean, those would be two contrary terms.
But a transgender woman could be a woman because she adheres more to the social characteristics we all tend to share in our culture, right? Since we do live in a society and interact with people.
We live in a society.
She would be a woman,
right?
whether or not she did anything.
She would be.
Changed anything about her behavior. If you refer to the self-ID model, then all she would have to do is say she's a woman, and that would be enough for me. Obviously, if she wants to be perceived...
Wait, so are cis... Does that mean that cis women that don't adhere to these societal expectations lose their women card and become men? Is that how it does? Are trans women under some extra scrutiny of having to adhere to some expectations? Because if the standard is not, you know... If there's no double standard, then if cis women don't adhere to those expectations, then I guess they become men.
No.
As a woman.
Like, why would that be enough if she has no desire to be a woman?
Well,
let's say
what?
a cisgender man who has no desire to be a transgender woman.
What?
But he just identifies as a woman.
Well, that would be the desire. If you identify as something, that's a...
What does that mean? What does that even mean? That a cis man that has no desire to be a trans woman, but just... what does that mean? I have no clue what that means. I wish I weren't like that. Why people still in their own insanity? I can see it in their eyes when I say something countering them and they shut down or short circuit or something. I want to know what they're thinking. What is their brain doing in that moment that they just judge everything and double down? Well, you know, there are many factors to that.
Just process that indicates a desire to identify as that thing. That would be the only marker I would need. I wouldn't really care if she wore, you know, feminine clothes or anything like that. It wouldn't really relate to my, you know, my categorization there.
Clearly, by that logic, a cis woman who does not adhere to the societal standards becomes a man.
You could say that she's not feminine, right? Like, if there's a trans woman who says that she's a woman but does nothing to transition, you could fairly argue that she's not feminine and doesn't look or act womanly. But it wouldn't really...
But there are cis women who aren't feminine or dress or act feminine.
Matter much to whether or not she is one of those things, because for anything that such a woman would be that deviates from our expectations of what a woman is, there are cis women who are like that too.
True. Thank you, Vosh, for saying what I said, even though it's basically stealing my arguments. My goodness. Vouch. Vouch stealing from Lucy. This is exactly why more people should subscribe. Okay? This is exactly why more people should become gigglers.
But doesn't that feel a little transphobic that you're saying
what?
A cisgender man with no desire to transition into a woman would be just as valid as
a trans person? No, it wouldn't. Thank you. Is the speaker a trans person? What do you mean transphobe? What? What do you mean by that? Okay.
Transgender woman who put in the work to be, let's say, not even traditionally like a super high.
What if you have a trans woman that's in the closet? What then? What's your prescription? A trans person that's just basically boy moding 24/7 because they live in a place that just forces them to do so, but still identify as a woman. What now?
A conservative woman, let's say like more like a redneck woman, so she could still be masculine, but she wants to project herself as a woman. Why would that be just as valid?
Because
as a cisgender man.
Well, if they're
who doesn't desire to transition.
Well, if they say that they identify as a woman, they're not a cisgender man. You mean a totally not transition trans woman, somebody who isn't doing any work to make themselves.
This person doesn't understand what being trans means. You don't have to get any medical treatments to be trans. True. Yeah.
Woman. But the validity of the identifier woman, it's not a more than.
What if you're non-binary?
Thing, right? Like, for instance, being tall and strong are masculine characteristics. They're associated with being a man. But I'm not more of a man than a guy who's shorter than me. Like, you could say I'm more masculine than them in that respect. But the whole what you identify as thing, it's
even that's pretty subjective. Wolverine is considered a very masculine character, and Wolverine is famously very short, right?
It's modal. It's not really like a spectrum where one person can be literally more of a woman than another. They're both women. Maybe one's more feminine.
Yeah, exactly, Palm Dad. Yeah. Non-binary.
Wait,
yeah.
So like a cisgender man with no desire to transition, no
And you can just be like a masked non-binary person. Like James Stephanie Sterling is like a femme non-binary person. Some people transition, some people don't. Like, you know. People do what they feel is best, will help them best be themselves, and that's it. You know why? You know what I really find nice, lovely, and heartening, and like I remember having one of my few talks with Anastasia from Ukraine on stream, you know? I'm pretty sure she told me, she told me that she's not very advanced on trans issues. And she also told me that she won't debate someone on their identity, that it's just stupid to do so. Like, if they tell you who they are, then you just believe them. Like, why would you debate someone on their identity? That is stupid. And in that regard, even though Anastasia says that she's not advanced on trans issues, she's much more advanced on them than many people. Just with, you know, that simple recognition that not accepting someone's identity is a pretty stupid thing to do. Trying to argue someone's identity. you know?
Dysphoria. Like, let's say Steven Crowder just says he's a woman as a joke. That's as valid to you as like Janet Mock, or like that's as valid to you as Laverne Cox or something. Like,
if you think a
that doesn't
person's
make any sense.
If you think a person's being insincere, like for instance, like I think there are lots of ways that we respect people when it comes to self-ID, like their names. If a person wants to change their name, you know, they don't need to prove any.
I've got a better example. Nationality. That's a good one, no? Nationality. We just take people at their word.
Anything to me, I'll call them by the name they want. But if I'm in school and said, like, I'm in high school or whatever, and some guy goes up to me and like, hey, my new name is Shit Dicks, so you have to call me Shit Dicks. Like, I don't think that I'm having my belief on recognizing.
And it doesn't really matter. True.
Challenged when I don't do that with them, you know. If a person's being transparently insincere, then like, okay, you can be rude to them on that basis. But if a person's being sincere and somebody's like, yeah, I'd like to, you know, I identify as a woman, but I'm not going to transition in any way, then yeah, that they would be as much of a woman as any other woman. All women are equally a woman. They're not equally feminine, of course, or they're not equally passable.
Yeah, they're not. Obviously, they're not equally feminine. I mean, they're a cisgender woman, or not feminine that we still consider woman, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Or like butch lesbians who sometimes get accused of being trans women and kicked out of bathrooms.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, so they're still the same gender, right? Even though they branch out in all these ways.
Yeah.
So like someone could transition to being a woman, like a butch woman, right? Like I said earlier.
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, if they would probably
Yeah, so
be
why are they
considered
just
butch,
as valid as someone like Steven Crowder?
What?
Well, I don't think they're just as valid. Steven Crowder does this bit.
Well, you said
insincerely.
all women are women. And you said to be a woman is just to identify as a woman, right?
Yeah, but as I said, if a person's being transparently insincere with that or any element of their identity, I don't feel I have to be, you know, considerate towards it. But if they're being sincere,
I found that mindset with people in my life. Sometimes I will manifest it as them forgetting people's pronouns when they aren't directly speaking to the person who started using their preferred different pronouns, but there isn't this interrogation. I think about when I said about how he comes off as intelligent. I've been proven wrong. My goodness.
then sure, yeah.
Okay. Now I'm speechless.
Okay, I guess I'm just totally
Lost.
in this whole...
Lost in the sauce.
I said a cisgender man with no desire to transition.
Do the cisgender?
So you think you could be sincere about being a woman with no desire?
You know that cis means that you are comfortable with the gender you were assigned at birth, right? Being transgender means that you identify with a different gender, okay? Being trans is not when you medically transition. It's not that's not even what the definition is.
Or to be a woman?
Well, wait.
Being a woman?
Is the
like, that's the
cisgender
same?
is the cisgender man saying they identify as a woman?
Yeah, they're saying I'm a woman.
Then they're trans.
So you're at a bar and there's a cisgender man. He's like, I'm a woman.
Then they're not a cisgender man. Then they'd be a trans woman.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but like, what if it was like a redneck bar in like Alabama or something? And like,
So?
I mean, whatever.
He's like, oh, look at me.
Then they'd be a sovereign woman, I guess. It'd be a sovereign redneck woman. What's the what? Do sovereign redneck women not exist? Is that a thing that does not exist? And do only men live in the West South? There are people who may be scared of medically transition, and we should respect their... Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly, Faye Calical Parker. That's absolutely true as well. Yeah, of course. course.
Oh, I'm a woman.
Okay.
Don't I sound as crazy as like a...
Oh, I have to show you something interesting. A pause in the debate. I took this book home. I have to show this to you. I hope Shakespeare is still here. She's gonna love this other day. So I'm gonna do a quick book presentation because I really wanted to show it. And one moment, okay? One moment. I'm gonna show you a great book. I have this book at home. I just found this book at my mom's house and I decided to show it here because the nature of this book I found extremely interesting. It's a book from 1958. It's a book from 1958 and it's called Dr. Shaul Barkali, Let's Learn Hebrew. A books for self-study with explanation in the Polish language. Made by Teodora Hatalgi. And what's interesting about this one What's interesting about this book, this particular book, is that it's actually a book written for Polish speakers moving to Israel, which I find to be pretty interesting. I did not expect to find such a book. So basically, the first 12 pages is explanation and stuff like that, right? But then, very soon, the textbook is just fully written in Hebrew. After not many pages, the book is just in Hebrew. So I really find this as a pretty interesting artifact of the past. The Hebrew book, the Hebrew textbook written for Polish speakers entering Israel. Very, very fascinating. All right. Let's continue then. Let's continue with the debate. Oh yeah, it's an old book. I'm trying to think back to my Hebrew workbooks if they were like that. If they were all in Hebrew.
Well,
you would believe them?
If they said like I identify as a woman, or like I mean,
like I think it's a pretty interesting find. 1958 workbook.
So are they like
That's not what I'm saying. He said I am a woman.
Just so they're not coming out to me. They're just saying I am a woman.
No, they're just saying it.
Oh,
They're just saying I'm a woman.
Well, I don't know their story. What if they're a trans woman who just hasn't had the ability to socially transition? They could be in the closet for all I know.
Well, if it's true, where I said they're a cisgender man with no desire to transition.
So, What? So they're just saying I'm a woman, and they
They're just
identify.
saying I'm a woman.
That would mean they identify as a woman because they just said I'm a woman.
Yeah.
Or are you
So when
suggesting
John
they're lying?
Travolta was in Hairspray and he was acting like a woman and being a woman,
Oh yeah. I always forget. Sorry. I always forget.
you believed he was actually a woman?
I'm afraid I didn't see Hairspray.
Well, let's say somebody in drag like RuPaul, he dresses up like a woman. He's like, oh, hey, girls.
But
So-
RuPaul doesn't claim to be a woman. RuPaul is doing a performance where femininity is is the subject of the performance. RuPaul doesn't claim to be a woman.
Okay, how about when Lauren Southern got her gender changed to male on her license?
Oh, that'd
and
be
she said, I'm literally a man.
Well, that'd be
Like,
a
that's
legal
literally-
designation. You know,
What was that?
Well, that'd be a legal designation. There are people whose legal gender doesn't overlap with their actual.
So when a trans
identified
woman
gender.
transitions legally, that's not like really transitioning?
Well, what I consider to be whether or not you've crossed the threshold and become a woman or whatever is if you simply say you identify as one or indicate that that is what your gender is. You're expressing what you think of your gender to be. The legal identifier is it's the consideration of the state. You know,
Like the legal thing matters if you actually care about it.
And if Lauren Southern were to go up to me and go like, haha, I'm a man now, actually, I probably wouldn't take it seriously because I don't trust her. She lies all the time on many issues. And I think she's just being insincere. But you know, if Lauren
Wait, so
Southern...
if a trans person came up to you and you didn't believe them, that's okay for you to misgender them?
if I felt a person was being insincere, then yeah, I don't think there's anything transphobic about
That's
marking
interesting.
people for insincerity. Like I said, if a person went up to me and was like, my name's Shitfuck, actually, like...
My God, what a funny voice. I transcribed a podcast episode really about the world and relates to American culture really about the word is taken on its own American meaning and now and how the Israeli used the word is a lot more harsh. Apparently it was interesting and wish I could remember the name of the show. Interesting. Well, of course, the Polish Jewish community has been destroyed. Oh, God. Which, you know.
I don't think that it would be rude of me to go, okay, well, I'm not going to call you that.
Interesting.
Is it? I mean, this doesn't happen in the real world. What you're describing, what we're talking about is...
Well, I mean, I already brought up Steven Crowder identifying as a woman. I already brought up Lauren Southern
But the thing
identifying
is,
as a man legally.
you might
like, how do
notice
what do you mean it doesn't happen in the real world?
that neither of those instances caused any confusion or trepidation in the trans community. There was no actual difficulty in navigating bad faith actors on the far right trying to make fun of trans people by flippantly identifying as them. In the real world, trans people are, you know, going through a pretty rough time, and they consider their identity pretty important in most cases. And they
True.
usually act with a great deal of sincerity and care and consideration when they talk about stuff like this. If you want to, like, test this system by going, well, what if people acting in bad faith? Then congratulations, every social construct is up on the table. I'll tell you, I feel the same way about...
I mean, technically speaking, Sasha, according to Israel, all Jewish people are Israeli by default. Which, by the way, you could say is a problematic thing in itself, okay? Because many Jewish people, especially religious, feel this connection to Israel as a concept, but I believe not all Jewish people necessarily subscribe to the concept of the Israeli nation state.
race. I feel the same way about nationality and ethnicity. What does it mean, for instance, to be Italian or Irish, you know?
There we go. There we go. It took a long time for Vosh to get here, but eventually Vosh also arrived at my argument, okay? It's okay. Not everybody's as fast as me. Not everybody's as smart as me. It's okay. It's all good. You know, it's fine. We forgive you, Vaush. We forgive you, Vaush.
Nobody has 100% ethnic consistency going back far enough. If a person says they're Irish when in reality they're only 50%, 40, 33%,
I have to make it.
God's honest truth is that I just don't care. We're talking about identifiers that are, you know, maybe they're important to them and other people, but what matters most to me, and I think most people, is that they just get some basic respect and get taken seriously, as long as they're not hurting people.
Wait, so you don't think Irish people and Italian people, like those, do you believe those terms, like, mean something?
They mean something.
Yeah, they mean that you identify with a certain group and nothing more. Oh, if this person is going to argue on nationality, then they're gonna lose miserably, because nationality is basically literally just I subscribe to this group of people that are called Polish, Italian, or whatever, and that's that. That's it.
In the sense that we have a sort of subjective understanding of what they mean. What does it mean when a person says
Yeah, as
they're
in they
Irish?
mean something. That's what I said.
Yeah, everything means something in the sense that we ascribe meaning to it. I don't think there's an
Yeah,
objective
because
meaning.
that's language, Bosch. Like, where every word has...
That's language, Vosh. The condescension kicked in, even though the person has nothing to be condescending about.
Well,
so, like,
of course. So
could
what does it
Irish
mean?
Person who's never been to Antarctica and has lived in Ireland their whole life and never been to Antarctica say they've been to Antarctica?
Whether
Because
or not-
traveling is just like a concept.
So
Nationality is not like that. If you're saying, oh God, this person is an idiot, this person has officially now passed the threshold of being an idiot in my eyes. Having a national identity, it's literally in the name, national identity. So once again, having a national identity is different from claiming to have went somewhere. You're a duck popsicle. Duxicle. The point about Israeli thinking all the Jews are Israeli is super relevant in how they dealt with the reparations agreement with Germany and made the decision over widespread opposition of diaspora Jews and even within Israel riots. Yeah. And of course there's the anti-Yiddish sentiment in Israel. There's the whole very weird conflating Zionism with Jewishness. That happens as well. Like, there's a lot of things that I could be talking about here. A lot. It's really sad, actually, from my personal perspective. Especially considering the fact that one moment, I'm gonna fix it right now. It should not be missing. It should be here. It froze for some reason. Apologies. I don't know why it doesn't appear. I simply don't know. It should be here, but it's just not. It's not working. But yes, it's sad considering that, for example, Pauline is supposed to be the place for Jewish people to rest until the Messiah returns. So yeah, join the chat, YouTube. Join the chat, YouTube. The chat link, the page link is in the description of YouTube. But I'm gonna, yeah, paste it here and on YouTube as well while we're at it. There we go.
No, that's not a mode of identifier. Traveling and having been something or somewhere, that's
True.
Actual empirical measurement, which isn't the case with, say, being a woman.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that. But what does it mean to you when a person says that they're Christian?
Oh.
I mean, it usually
Usually,
a part of the Christian church. They believe in a God, Jesus, probably like the
what is a Christian church? There is no Christian church. There's the Catholic Church. There's the Protestant Church. There's no Christian church. There's no Church of Christianity. For a limited time offer, everyone, whoever joins page gets a free sub. Nice.
Holy Spirit or something.
Oh, well, hold on.
They
Whoa,
probably
whoa.
believe like Christ was crucified on a cross.
Well,
something like that.
Hold on. I know of Christian denominations that don't believe in separate versions of everything that you just mentioned. The Holy Trinity, lots of Christians don't believe in that. And there are people who believe that the...
Can you name like 2 fractions of the Christian, system that don't believe in
System.
God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit?
Christianity is a faith, not a system.
Yeah, wait, like a lot of Protestant...
There's no Christian system.
Oriented, like...
It's a faith.
Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, American Scientists. Yeah, I'm not like an expert
Jehovah's
on...
Witness don't believe in the...
I think at least one of the 3 I just mentioned, I said like the American branch-offs. I'm not an expert on religion, but like it is an objective fact.
Well,
that
you're
there are
telling me
people
like
who-
these...
No, wait.
Like that just seems kind of weird to me.
No, I'm telling
They can
you
be
that...
Christian and not believe in Christ
So
or God or the Holy Spirit.
I'm telling you that your definition of Christian is not adhered to by people who go to church weekly. So would you go like up to them and go like, well, objectively, you're not a Christian? Also, believing in Christ isn't just a Christian thing. The Muslims believe that he was a
prophet.
A prophet of Allah, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Jews believe in the Old
Yeah.
Testament, and that's the predicating. Right, so...
Well, no, wait. Don't the Muslims not believe that Christ is a prophet?
No, don't.
That's why.
Yes, they do believe Jesus is a prophet. They just don't believe that he was a son of God. That's the big distinction. Right? That's the big distinction here. In Islam, Jesus is just that, a prophet, but not God. In Christianity, Jesus is the Son of God.
You believe in Muhammad, right?
Don't they think he was a prophet, but not the prophet? Like Muhammad was the big one.
No, I'm not a Muslim, dude. I'm like culturally, let's say Catholic at most.
Culturally,
There is no the prophet in Islam. There are just prophets. Like, I don't think there's some the prophet in Islam. There are simply prophets. And also same as Jewish people believe that the Messiah will come, and Jesus is simply not the Messiah. Yeah, Jesus is a prophet, yeah. But not the Messiah. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if the term Messiah functions in the Quran, but for Jewish people, Jesus is simply not a Messiah, not the Messiah, you know? Yeah. But more importantly to being a prophet, Jesus is not the Messiah to Jewish people. That's actually much more important than the prophet part. You know? If that makes sense.
Catholic. That's interesting. Can you tell me what that means?
Oh yeah, it means like my family was all Catholic.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I was raised around Catholics, and I have a little understanding. Like I know the dinner prayer.
Okay,
I
so
know, like,
if a person said they were culturally Catholic but they didn't know the dinner prayer, would you call them on that? Would you say that it's a denigration of the term culturally Catholic?
Well, no, I would probably just say like, well, were you raised in like a Catholic environment? Because that's why I mean by culturally Catholic.
Define Catholic environment. Being raised in the Philippines, but
You know
maybe their
if other
parents were
Catholics.
agnostic. Well, you can't appeal to what I know here. You have to tell me, what does it mean to be raised in a Catholic environment?
Like you do the dinner prayer, you celebrate Easter,
Celebrate Easter.
you
okay.
talk about the saints, you do. What was that?
Oh, so what if
What?
Catholic?
Many people in Catholic churches, they never talk about the saints. Why is that that's such a bizarre requirement, talking about the saints? Who does that ever? Even practicing Christians rarely talk of the saints, to be quite honest with you. Not just cultural. That's so weird. That's so arbitrary. That is so bizarre.
Environment, like say in Mexico, but your parents are agnostic and don't explicitly do any of those things, but the whole world around you is Catholic. I mean, you walk by.
Yeah, then
like
you would
Mother
also
Mary.
be in a Catholic environment because you're surrounded by Catholics and their traditions, right?
Oh, so you would say
And you're
then that
around all the saint days and everything. 'Cause, like in
So I guess Jewish people in Poland are culturally Catholic? That makes no sense. Like, to be culturally something, and that is a thing that I feel like many people miss. To be culturally something, you actually have to consciously participate in the culture. You know? Does that make sense? What do you mean, Sashi? You referring to my discussion of Shakespeare and... Oh. Well, unfortunately, it's a really big part of the Jewish heritage in Poland, being culturally Jewish, yeah. It's like a huge part in Poland.
Mexico, they have like all the saint days and like.
Sure.
Yeah, like you would still be culturally Catholic. What do you?
So anyone from Mexico would be culturally Catholic to you?
Well, if they grew up in a Catholic part, if they grew up in like one of the more indigenous like parts, like Oaxaca, well, I guess they do have Catholics over there.
How many
But
years?
there are like Jewish pockets of Mexicans and things like that.
Oh, sure, but they're still in a broader environment. How many years would they have had to have been in those Catholic pockets of Mexico in order for you to not call them a liar when they say they're culturally Catholic? If they left at 12, would that be okay? Or if they left at like 10? Well, 10's still old enough. I think you'd still have strong
can you repeat
memories.
the question? I feel like I got kind of went around on it.
Oh, of course. If a person leaves Mexico when they're young and then moves over to a non-Catholic area, how long must they have been in Mexico in order for them to be authentically culturally Catholic?
I don't know. 12 sounds like a pretty good call. I mean, I don't have like a hard line answer or anything like that.
You don't. What if they leave
like
it?
there's no hard line answer to what it's like to be a woman, but we do see there are things that transgender women and transgender men want to go to the other side.
Of course, that's
Also when
the cultural things is like a big part of the identity thing, no? Yeah.
What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry?
like we do see that there is something that we recognize in reality.
Yeah, we have an intersubjective understanding of what it means to be a man to woman, though it varies time to time, culture to culture, neighborhood to neighborhood, even family to family.
That's true.
Yeah, that's why we have like the
Red range.
woman in Oaxaca, Mexico, who, well, even though they're born cisgender men, they transition to transgender women, right? Because they see something they want to identify and project onto and be perceived into their life, right?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that specific ethnic group or their
Well,
gender
I mean,
identity.
it's just kind of like a trans. It's it's kind of like the transgender. It's like the Mexican version of being transgender. So we see that this appears in other
What?
cultures, right?
Well, yeah, so yeah, absolutely.
I think you mentioned like
deviation
the
from-
Philippines. They used to have like a third gender or something.
A deviation
we see
from
the
what we consider to
Feminelli
be
in, like, Italy back in the
cisgender
day.
behaviors.
Oh, sorry, I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
No, just deviations from what we would consider to be cisgender identities have existed all over the world at times, though in different ways. But what I guess what I'm curious about fundamentally, because the whole point of talking about the culturally Catholic thing is that when people tell us about what they are, or what they feel they are, or how they feel, we don't really call them on it, because it would be insane to in most cases. If a person described themselves to me and I was like, okay, well, I'm going to need qualifiers for all of your claims on this, that, the other. And not just qualifiers, but proof as well. Like, I need proof you were in Mexico for this length of time. I need proof that you have 6 items of black clothing or you can't call yourself a goth. We don't normally do that. We normally just go, oh, well, okay. And if you wanted to go later after...
My goodness.
Well, yeah, we don't normally do that. But if someone just says, I'm a goth, and they don't have any black stuff, and they don't listen to The Cure, like, what do you...
Well, you can't prove them
I
objectively
think it would
wrong.
be fair at that point to be like, wait, what makes you a goth? And like maybe they listen to Bauhaus on the side.
Sure. Well, hey, how about that? If a person tells you I'm a woman, and you're having a conversation about gender identity, and they don't seem to have done any transitioning, you can say, "Really? Well, what does that mean to you?" And maybe you'll get an interesting answer. Because if they
True.
are being sincere,
Yeah,
they will have
I would
an
say
answer.
that because I would be kind of confused.
Oh.
And if they told me something like I do have a desire, then I would consider them a woman.
What if it's about their
But
internal
if
world?
they said I'm a cisgender man that has no desire to transition,
What?
then that statement is invalid,
Well-
right? They're just saying random words.
Well, yes, if they said, I'm a cisgender man and I'm a woman, then that would just be a linguistic contradiction that would render what they're saying moot, or at least
Yeah,
I
so
would
there is a
understand.
difference between men and women, right?
I didn't say there wasn't a difference between men and women.
What?
Well, because Sanvi brought up in the argument that you kind of bring up this idea of the social characteristics, which I agree with. There are social characteristics for a woman, social characteristics for a man. I believe in them because that's why I believe people transition to go from a different gender, right?
Many people do, but if a
And you
person
kind
was...
of brought up this whole idea that it's all, like, it's not even real, it's all fake, we can be whatever we
What?
And
I
I
mean,
don't think it's kind of like that.
listen
I
to
think it's
whom-
kind of like a more personal thing.
Listen to whom you're speaking, right? I mean, do I act as though I don't believe there's literally any such thing as a man or a woman in a social sense? I dress in men's clothing. I talk and
Mhm.
articulate and gesture the way men tend to. I mean, clearly I'm adhering to some standardization here, even though there's variance within it. I'm not saying that there's no such thing as man or woman in a social sense. I'm just saying that exceptions
Oh my goodness.
general understanding of these subjects exist
Debate.
within cisgender people. Butch lesbians, in my experience, look and act nothing like women. In fact, when they're wearing their flannel, they are indistinguishable from scrawny men.
I've actually misgendered butch lesbians a couple times at my local gay bar.
Oh, I'm sure they consider it a
they
compliment.
do. Yeah, they took it in stride. They're like, I thought you were a twink. Don't even worry.
So I think to a lot of people, even if a person was just to say to me, oh, I am a woman or I identify as a woman, and there wasn't anything external that indicated this, I would just assume that at least at the moment, whatever they've got going on in a gender sense is an internal process.
Interesting.
Indeed.
The way they think about
Because
themselves.
like
and
that
such.
that way you make it kind of sound like it's like if like a baby said they were like a helicopter or something.
Oh my god. Seriously?
Because like these words don't
No, because a
mean
helicopter
anything. That's kind of what I took away from you.
Oh my god.
is a mode of social identification, and I don't think a baby knows what a helicopter is, so I don't think that could happen or be believed if it were said.
Is this for real?
Try to think of a better way to explain
Do you
that.
agree
I just-
that a person's gender identity can
I got so. This was so offensive to my senses that I just died in this fight. I cannot believe that we went straight back to the helicopter meme.
not entirely, but largely internal experience. Like the way you think as a guy.
Well, I
you-
mean,
it's not
yeah,
just
it's a pretty
like,
internal experience, but we have it. Oh, sorry, I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
Oh,
Keep
it's.
repeating.
I mean, not just in like a brain chemistry way, but if you're thinking, and you're a guy, and I'm a guy, right? And if I'm thinking about how
Yeah,
I
we're
present
both
myself,
cisgender
dress,
men,
right. And if you're thinking about how you present yourself, engage with the world, how you want to be treated, these things are affected often by one's gender identity. That's an internal process, you know. In my mind, often I feel that.
Oh my god.
Positioning socially is just a way of getting others to ascribe to you the label that you internally ascribe to yourself. In your mind, you think of yourself as something. You have a idea of what it means to be you, and that's a broad idea because what it means to be a person, that's like it's a really abstract concept. But you want people to be respectful of that, you know. And we have rough terms for it. Right now, we have like man, woman, non-binary. These are very rough terms. We have other identifiers. Maybe you want to be treated differently by saying you're an introvert or an extrovert, you know. But transitioning socially to me is just a way for people to say, all right, world, I'm ready for you to try to treat me the way that I treat myself. And that's a rough process for a lot of people, and it can involve a lot of work. But you know, the reason why I'm open and permissive with these ideas is because you know, I don't think there's any value to stopping and checking them, right? I don't know if we do that for other identifiers. Why do it here?
Jesus.
Oh no, I totally agree. Like, transitioning socially is a pretty scary thing to do because a lot of trans people think like, do I pass? Am I going to be harassed? Am I going to be, you know, attacked in the street, right? And like, but they do have a desire inside themselves to be perceived by the outside world and their community as the opposite gender they were assigned at birth. So we do see that these things have a meaning.
What is the opposite gender? Okay, if you're a non-binary person, what is the opposite gender that you've been assigned at birth? What is the opposite gender to non-binary? I'm curious now. What is the opposite gender to being non-binary?
Than just saying, I am a man, I am a woman.
That's pretty revealing
Right,
language.
well, but the meaning is going to shift person to person, system to system. We're not referring to an objective metric.
Well, yeah,
of
everything
whether-
shifts from person to person, right? Like, we all don't have the same perception. We all don't have the same. We're not hive mind.
Right.
We're
So
all
if a person's
individuals.
perception of woman possibly includes somebody who looks like me, I don't think a lot of people would agree with that, but I don't think they're objectively wrong. They can't be proven to be wrong because there is no objective marker to compare it to. You could say
Wait,
it's
look
an
like you
unpopular
and,
choice.
like, let's say, exact clone of you?
Sure, exactly like me.
So you're saying a cisgender man is the same as a transgender woman?
No, because if they identify
Like, they're
as
on
a
the
woman,
same spectrum?
Oh my god.
identified as one.
This person literally does not understand what cis and trans mean.
No, but you said someone like you, like a cisgender man who doesn't identify as a trans woman.
Well, if I didn't identify as a woman,
As equal to a transgender. Sorry, go ahead.
well, if I didn't identify as a woman, then I would just continue.
Oh my god. Oh my god. First the person sort of did this whole dishonest, well, if they're like you, then they don't believe to be a woman. Her. Sorry, go ahead is such a destinyism. The sorry, go ahead is such a painful destinyism that it gives me whiplash. It gives me this debate whiplash from this destinyism. Oh boy.
Continue to be a man, and most people don't have an issue referring to me as a man. But if I looked exactly as I do, and I said I am a woman, it's entirely possible that I, or the clone of me who said this, whatever, has an understanding of what it means to be a woman, which can include a person who looks like me and acts like me.
Yeah, so you think
Speechless. That a cis man.
man who doesn't act with a social role at all.
Yeah, this person's an idiot. I'm sorry.
And doesn't go on HRT, doesn't get surgery.
Yeah, this person's an idiot.
Like, why are they just as valid as someone like
They're white.
Alcorn, who killed herself because, like...
Valid as what?
Like, why would that person just be as valid as Layla?
Valid in... Well, we're all valid as humans. What do you mean?
You're saying a cisgender man is as valid as, like, Layla Alcorn. Like, why is that?
Wait, valid as...
What?
That's transphobic to
as
me.
people? We're all...
Are you trans?
By valid. We're all people. I think that I'm as valid...
Yeah, you're saying
as any
you're saying a
trans
man
woman.
who looks like you and just randomly says, like, I'm a woman.
Randomly says.
It's just as valid.
In,
Like, I feel like that's a pretty
in
bad
being
argument.
a woman, if a person identifies as a woman, then that to me is the end of the argument. If you want to argue
why?
about any... well, because the whole argument that I laid forward about self-identification, the internal world of gender, the fact that it's literally not possible to empirically disprove what I'm saying, the social utility, the whole conversation has been me explaining why.
Oh boy.
Let's say this Vosh 2.0 who just is like you, but just says...
But trans.
Let's say she's a woman
so
that
this would
still
be a
wants to use
trans
he, him
woman.
pronouns.
This would be a trans woman who looks
Let's
like
say
me.
let's say it's a cis trans woman who wants to use he, him pronouns and looks like you.
Okay.
And was assigned male at birth.
Mm-hmm.
You would say that's a just as valid as
What?
someone like Abigail Thorne, who has transitioned socially, characteristically, has had. I think she's had some female feminine.
Oh my god.
Or is that
The hypotheticals.
I don't know. She's
Like,
she's
she's
British.
just as
That's the
valid.
end of it for me.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, you don't think she's trans?
No, I think she's British.
Bam, got him.
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question. Okay,
No,
I get it.
I
Like,
do want to answer, and I have answered. I was making a joke about
well, you see, yeah,
British
your
people.
answer was she would be as valid
If somebody who
as
looks
Vosh 2, which is just, by all accounts, AMAB, he, him pronouns.
if a person
But just
says that they're
he's
a
a woman.
woman, thereby identifying as a woman.
My
That's
God.
what if you say you're a woman, that is identifying as a woman. Like, that's the definition of identifying as something. Then they are as much of a woman.
Yeah, we
under
can
a
all
self-ID
identify as
model.
something, but just because we identify as something doesn't mean it's true, right?
Well, that's because most things that we might
Valid for the purpose of eternal giggling. You can never stop giggling.
identify as aren't identifiers the way that woman is. A helicopter is not an identifier. It's a type of military equipment, or I guess there are civilian helicopters. Whereas woman is an identifier. It's one of those
There are transformer helicopters.
things that you really can just say, I am X, and that can be an argument. I'm an introvert. Find me someone who can disprove that. I am, I was about to say I'm a Virgo. I think you can disprove that. Not that it fucking matters. No, if you say I'm a woman, you identify as a woman, whatever, then that's the end of it to me. Now, if you want to say, is a person more
Well, can I ask a
valid in
question
other
about that really quick, or
identifiers?
do you-
Well, you
I'm just
that's
asking
whatever you want,
question.
but the self-ID model is remarkably simple, so my answer is not going to vary much.
Well, I guess it is simple because it's like 1 + 1 = 4 is simple. but
Can you
doesn't
objectively prove
What?
make sense,
what?
right?
Can you objectively
like,
prove?
could
Wait, wait,
you-
wait, wait, wait.
It's
Can you?
no-
Wait, 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 wait.
No, I went
Wait,
to a
wait,
party
hold-
every
hold on.
single night.
Hold
and
on.
hung out with
Okay.
people.
I don't
Sorry,
think
I'm
you
asking
can.
a question,
No,
Vosh.
I know you are.
I went
but
to a
I'm,
party every single night and hung out.
I'm asking a question, Bosch. 1 plus N equals 4. What is this person doing? Jesus.
New people every single day and then get
So
tired of it.
embarrassing.
And then they came to you and like, yeah, I'm actually an introvert. You would believe them?
So, if there's one thing I really dislike,
Yep. I would believe it. Yeah. That's right. Believe it or not, I would believe it. Because being an introvert does not just mean that you're quiet and don't talk much. It can also mean that you just, you're talkative, but then, for example, you need to recharge more often. Or you have times when you just don't want to be around people anymore. Like many streamers who are very, very loud and talkative on stream are introverts. Like, what? Yeah, of course I would. Why would I not? It's called respecting people, true. But some people really hate that, so.
with conversation.
Some people really hate respecting others, so here we are. Here we are.
Like this, it's when you don't learn lessons from previous answers. As we both agreed, you and I both, there's no objective answer to whether or not somebody is or is not a woman. There's no way, there's no objective reference.
Yeah,
to make
there isn't an objective answer,
So
but there
your
is
comparison,
an answer, right?
well, there are many answers, not n answered, singular. There are many. So your comparison
there's some
to
wrong answers, there's some
one
right
plus.
answers.
Okay, can you prove then how somebody's definition of woman is wrong?
I'm an introvert, but I like spending time with friends and family. I just have no interest in being at social functions or going out. Yeah, for example.
How would you do so?
There's no one correct mode of being an introvert. It's silly.
Yeah, like if a cisgender man with no desire to transition and
Jesus
wanted to use he,
Christ.
him pronouns said, I am a man, that wouldn't be true, right?
Prove it.
I said no desire to transition. No desire.
Okay.
They just randomly say they're a
You
woman.
you seem to think that identity and transitioning are the
Tied,
same.
and they're not.
You think that you
Why do people
can't
transition
prove-
if not to prove their identity and self-actualize and self-realize?
People get gender affirming surgery without being trans all the time. People get it for all sorts of reasons. People get mastectomy or breast implants. People get a hair regrowth or that thing they do where they put the hair.
True. Hair transplant. Like we're going out to dinner as a group or friends or family, I am down. Want to take me to like a dinner with just a bunch of people from an external group I'm not part of. Give me a doggy bag. I'm gonna binge a show. True. Yeah, exactly. Sugoi is nailing it, and this is why Sugoi is my Path of Exile teacher.
Stalks back in that looks really uncomfortable for a couple of weeks afterwards.
Yeah,
People get
hair
their
plugs,
legs
right.
lengthened. Right. And men do this, women do this. Men can have breast reduction with that gynecomastia surgery.
Yeah, are they doing these things randomly, or are they doing these things for an end outcome?
They're doing these things because they want to, but it's not always because they're trying to medicate.
That's a really strange question. Are they doing it randomly, or are they doing it randomly? Like, some people just reduce breasts because they're heavy and their people's backs hurt.
Transition their bodies. There are lots of cosmetic surgeries we do that may or may not potentially align with gendered interests that always don't, right? I mean, is every...
Yeah, I don't believe you need like surgery or all this stuff. Like,
Oh, then
people
then
like
why do you keep equating
Emilio
identity
Robles.
and transitioning there?
Well, can I just point to someone like Emilio Robles Avila, who was a colonel in the Mexican Revolutionary Army, who lived openly
sure.
as a man from like 1890 to like 1980.
You're referring to
Like, he
the
didn't have any
trans
surgeries, he
man
just-
with the revolver who threatened to shoot people who would misgender him.
Yeah, like he didn't have any surgeries. He didn't have anything. He just socially transition, right?
Yes. Okay. So
Because,
if
like,
a person,
female
so wait,
feminization surgery didn't start till like the 1980s.
so we're cutting off
like-
Oh, boy.
medical intervention entirely. Now we're just talking about social transition.
yeah, like people, I think just socially transitioning is enough, but you have to like at least socially, like unless you're in the closet because you're in a really bad area, like Layla was.
Well, what about that?
Right?
What if a person's in the closet? They haven't transitioned socially, but for years they've had a very strong internal belief that they are a different gender than that which they've been assigned.
Yeah, I would believe them because they have that desire.
How?
But a
How could you
cisgender
know?
man who does not have that desire.
Wait, so again, you can't be a
Mm-hmm.
cisgender man who identifies as a woman. You would just be a trans woman.
True.
This is like
Well,
the
John
50th
Travolta is a cisgender man who identified as one in Hairspray, right?
No, that's called acting.
Tyler Perry is a cisgender man who identified as one in Medea,
So
right?
this is called acting. This is a different thing from identifying
It is
as
acting.
one.
Social constructs and gender and thing are all kind of like a gender performance, like Judith Butler said, right?
Yeah, but Judith Butler.
Oh my god. Oh, I cannot. Judith Butler is not referring to playing a role like in the theater. Oh my god. This person is turning into Lav in real time. Wow. Very nice homeostatic. Great minds think alike. President Sunday explained it in really good words. Like President Sunday explained it actually really well in the debate. So if you wanna hear this one explained, then watch the President Sunday Lav debate. It was really well explained in there. Oh god.
Conk you over the head for citing her here, because when she talked about gender as a performance, she didn't mean literal, actual acting as a job that you go into and act.
And do you think Judith Butler would believe that a cisgender man with no desire to transition could identify as a woman and be correct in being a transgender
Judith
woman?
Butler? Yes, absolutely. Are you kidding me? 100%. Judith Butler's theory of gender performativity leaves open. Does a woman stop being a woman when she lays to sleep and does not act or perform in any fashion?
Isn't Judith Butler non-binary?
No, of course not. No, Judith Butler is an ally to trans people of all stripes and colors. I don't think there's.
Yeah, I'm an ally of trans people too. That's why I believe there is a difference between someone with no desire and someone with a desire.
There is a difference. You just
You
described
seem
it.
to believe you seem to believe someone like Steven Crowder could say, "I'm a woman."
We've
and you
already
would believe
answered
him
this.
on that.
I don't claim this person as an ally.
Are you forgetting earlier portions of this conversation? We've addressed this exact question. See, this is
Yeah,
what I
you
mean.
said you
wait,
would agree with
wait, please. This is
Wait.
running in circles now. You
True.
acknowledge there's no objective way to prove or disprove the metrics by which one is a woman, but then you talk about helicopters and 1 + 1 = 4. You cite Judith Butler and repeatedly cite existing trans women as though there's some kind of looming specter of cancellation that'll get me to change my answer or a clip you're trying to bait out.
Well,
The
no, I'm just trying to
answers
bring up
I've
real examples
provided-
because you're kind of vague in all your answers.
Yes, it's interesting
So I'm
that
bringing
you're
up real people who
you're
really matter,
concerned
you know, who
with-
are really fighting for their lives right now.
It's interesting you're concerned with real examples when the subject that you're interested in is meaningless and affects nobody. The idea of a person
True.
who
So
claims
since it's we shouldn't talk about, like,
well, if
it's a
it's well, so
hypothetical
do you
thought
do
you
you
should
then
engage
do you
with.
then see the argument that you are concerned with a meaningless topic right now, and we are arguing entirely over nonsense?
well, I'm a conservative real topic. You don't want to engage with it, so I'm giving you a
Wait,
hypothetical.
what don't I want to engage with?
Engage with Vouch.
Being a woman or a man,
But-
is saying I'm a woman or I'm a man.
That is the
You don't
self-ID
seem to
model.
believe in all the characteristics and everything.
Yeah, I think that there's a difference between trans women who want to socially or medically transition and trans women who don't. But the difference is whether or not they want to do those kinds of transitioning, not whether or not they're a woman. That's why it's called the self-ID model. You just need to self-ID. That's it.
True. I
This is why
subscribe to
I
this
interact
model.
with a lot of trans people. This is not an experience that I've ever had. Where, like, interacting with somebody who insisted that they
You
were
never met a
women, but
trans
also,
woman or a trans man that said I have a desire to be this opposite gender. They're like, I'm doing this randomly. Like, what do you mean?
I'm not entirely sure what you think I said. What I said is I've
This is crapping on non-binary people so much.
Trans people
It's annoying, actually.
idea that I have, right?
No,
I might have misheard you.
Yeah, I've never met a person who is like what
Mm-hmm.
you're talking about. Somebody who says, "Hey, I am assigned male at birth."
A person that does not accept non-binary people is not an ally of mine. Thank you.
And I go by he/him pronouns, but I'm a woman, but also I'm not going to do any kind of
I don't have allies that don't accept non-binary people.
social and medical transition. If such a person were to exist, I would still respect them, but they're also, at least not within my line of sight, somebody that exists.
This person actually sounds very familiar to that weirdo that says, so there's no, from the famous clip when Vosh says tall woman, black woman, short woman, etc., big booby woman. This person sounds very familiar to that guy that debated Vosh on trans issues 2 times. They're probably not the same person, but their voices are very similar. Vosh isn't done with the sense and is getting clipped, champed in real time by this debate opponent. What a novel strategy. True. Based. Vouch.
You respect them.
Because it's the self-ID model. They self-ID. That's it.
So then, like, when
Done.
conservatives are passing all these anti-trans legislation, and they're saying,
I swear this person really sounds like that guy from the clip. Well, I'm going to look it up now. I'm going to show it. This person really sounds familiar. Where is it? Where's the... I have to find the clip. Is this it?
And look, I'm going to be 100...
I don't know. I can't find it. Oh gosh, I cannot find the clip. If anyone can find it, link it, please.
transgender isn't even real, they can point to your self-ID model and say, well, look, even in their model, like, I could be a woman.
The self-ID model has been rallied around as a celebrated system for accepting trans identity because it's good for them. Not.
Oh, here we go. I guess this is it. This is it, right?
Don't ask.
Don't ask questions.
That there's a difference between. All I'm saying.
Don't they sound similar? They sound similar to my ear.
There's a difference between trans women and women.
Yeah, there's a difference between black women and white women, but they're both women, aren't
My
they?
goodness.
So trans women and cis women are like different in some respects. They're both equally women. There's a difference between tall and short women, big booby and little booby and no booby woman, black and white woman, but they are all women all the same. Cis woman and trans woman, curly hair woman and straight hair woman, they are all woman all the same. I agree. Yes.
And women.
Huh?
What is
haircut.
A woman though?
What is a woman? Anyone who identifies as a woman.
A man with a penis is also just.
I mean, the logic is the same. A cis man who says the logic is identical. The wording's different, but the logic is just identical.
Same as a woman.
No, they would have to identify as a woman, in which case they would stop being a man. Women can have penises, women can have beards, women can have big fucking dick. However big your dick is, women dick, 3 times as big. Every last one of them. Women can have prostates, women can fucking give birth and make other people give birth. Women can be lots of things. All you have to do is identify as one.
So there's no point in even having the word woman.
Yes! Yes! My gender abolitionist comrade. Thank you. Yes! We're on it now.
I love this clip. Thank you. Thank you for this clip. Thank you for this treat.
Because it's bad for them. Conservatives would not stop being transphobic if we were like, oh, no, as long as you socially transition. That's not how that works. They wouldn't give up and go, oh, well, we were going to exterminate your whole group, but, you know, now that you've only considered people trans who have engaged in some level of social transition, well, then we're going to hold off. This isn't a real problem. In truth, none of this is a real problem. There's no harm at all in
Anti-trans legislation isn't a real problem. What
you're talking about isn't a real
To battle
problem.
these legislations, we need to prove that trans people are valid and real.
No.
There is a real
What?
person that we are defending.
No,
a real.
This is such faulty logic.
Isn't a real problem. What you're describing
Yeah.
is not a real problem. As I just said, no, you're not going to end the culture war against trans people by saying that trans people
I'm
are
not
only
trying to end the
trans.
culture war. I'm trying to, validate trans people's existence.
So, and can you
Like
explain
when
to me
Florida,
how you've
people in
made...
Florida who
their-
didn't they just pass a bill that your doctor can deny you gender affirming care under your prescription? Just to be a woman, they won't even need that care. They can just say, "Well, I'm a woman, so I'm
Wait,
good."
wait, hold on.
Oh my God.
Your positions very well because you already argued that a person doesn't need any kind of medical transition to be considered valid in their transition.
Yeah, they need a social transition.
So what you're
right?
arguing now is that under your model, people would collectively agree that they would need breast implants or bottom surgery in order to be considered a trans woman, and that would be the metric by which they would get gender affirming care.
Wait, I'm kind of lost. Like, I feel like trans
you are
women-
lost. That's the problem.
That's true. You're all lost.
Your arguments are
No, I
inconsistent.
feel like you're kind of misrepresenting. You're kind of making me like
No,
a
no.
trans
You just
medical person.
you just made
when
the
I'm just
argument.
saying that it's important to someone to affirm their gender.
You
with
just-
something like female feminization surgery or phalloplasty.
You're aware of
You're
the
saying,
fact.
well, you don't need that.
Sort of are acting like a trans medicalist while we're at it. Yeah. I'd say that. Yeah.
Hold
just
on.
being a man is being
If a
a man.
person wants medical treatment to help them align with their gender identity, and they go to the clinic and they say they want that, that is them doing that. I'm not entirely sure what's missing under the self-ID model. If they
Yeah,
go
so
there,
why is that as valid as?
if a person who looks
why
like
is a
me,
cisgender man with no desire?
it's not a
just as valid
cisgender.
as
It's
someone
not a
who-
cisgender male. No. You don't understand the terms that you're using. If a
True.
person goes to a healthcare clinic and who looks like me
True.
and says, "I'm a woman. I would like bottom surgery." You realize that is both an element of social transition and an expression of interest in medical transition, right? So at that point, they already would have met the criteria that you think my people don't meet.
Are we talking about a cisgender man who went in? For
We're not
bottom
talking
surgery, or
about
are we talking
anything. The thing you're talking about isn't real and doesn't exist. You're talking about a made-up
People
group
who
of
pretend to be
people who would...
trans
No,
don't-
this isn't real. This isn't real. It's not real. This group, you already admitted this is nonsense. This doesn't happen. This
Well,
group
you
of
said
people doesn't
you-
exist. You're obsessing over them because you're trying to find a way
True.
against a system that works for everybody and hurts nobody.
True.
Well, cisgender that doesn't work
Who's
for
hurt?
everybody.
Explain to
right?
me who's hurt materially.
Uh-oh.
Well, I guess nobody's hurt materially.
Well, then
right?
that's it. As far as I'm concerned, we've well done
Like
it.
if I came in and said, "Oh, I think black people deserve equal rights," because I don't even think black people are human. Yeah, I
What?
don't think any of us are human.
What are we on?
So
what are
I
we
think
on
we're
now?
all like lower than dirt. Is that?
Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Somniostatic called it. Somniostatic called it in the first minute of the debate. Somniostatic said, this person is gonna say something really weird late in the debate. And it happened. Without fail, it happened. Oh my God. What is this? What are we doing here? Oh my God. Of course, we go straight to racism, of course. Because why not? Straight to racism. I'm not even sure what this person is trying to say with this.
Materially, I'm still supporting black people, right?
What are you talking about?
Well, you're saying if there's no material difference, you can have all these insane thoughts, right?
No, what are you talking?
Insane thoughts. Now we're getting really mask off. If there's no harm, you can have all of these insane thoughts. What is the insane thought? Saying that you're a woman is the insane thought? It was weirder than I thought it'd be, though. I did not expect something like that.
Ask again. What are you talking about?
What the?
You said
Oh boy.
affect anybody materially, right? Like a person
Self-ID
with gender
for
dysphoria.
gender does not materially harm anyone. Can you please suggest to me who it harms?
Well, I think it harms the trans movement because then
why do
Republican
basically all
lawmakers can
trans-
look at this self-ID and be like, see, they think a cisgender man with no desire is just as equal as
If it hurts the trans movement so hard, then why do only cis people like you complain about it? If it really harms the trans movement so much, then why is it only a complaint from people like you or Destiny? All these people are so concerned for trans movement.
woman.
So what do you mean
Right.
just as equal? Men and women
That
are
is a
equal.
material harm, right?
Wait,
Like, they are
wait.
passing these bills,
What do you
and
mean?
they are hurting the community.
What do you mean?
Wait, hold on. I want to listen to this again.
Wait.
They are passing the equal as a woman.
So what do you mean
Right?
just as equal? Men and women
That
are
is a
equal.
material harm, right? Like,
Wait.
they are passing these.
We are passing those bills? We are passing those bills?
As a woman.
So what do you mean
Right?
just as equal? Men and women
That
are
is a
equal.
material harm, right? Like, they are passing these.
We are passing those. That's an interesting way to phrase things. We are passing those bills.
What do you
and they
mean?
are hurting the community.
What do you
And they
mean?
are against these drag shit.
What do you mean?
There is a material harm.
Drag shit.
What do you mean? A cisgender man?
We are against this drag. Did I just hear this person say we are against this drag shit?
There is a material harm. They are hurting the community.
What do you mean?
And there
are
is a
equal?
material harm, right? Like,
Wait.
They are passing these bills.
What do you
and they are
mean?
hurting the community.
What do you
And they
mean?
are against these drag shit.
What do you mean?
There is a material harm
A
to not knowing what these
cisgender.
words
What
mean.
do you mean? A cisgender man is equal to a woman?
I'm not sure what he said here. He either said we are against this drag shit or they are against this drag shit, but he still called it this drag shit.
They are. What do you
In
mean?
my example, it was a cisgender man with no desire to transition. Said they were a woman. And you
Okay,
said
so
you would believe them.
I'm gonna do this one more time, okay? And it's gonna be the last time you get to say that because it makes me feel like you're not taking the argument seriously. I can tell you're smiling when you talk. I can hear the way your corners of your lips are turned. But we'll try this one more time because I know you like the attention, right? There's no such thing
okay.
as a cis man who identifies as a woman. You are categorically describing a trans woman. If you say cis
So
man
when John
again,
Travolta identified as a woman in Hairspray, that he was a woman.
there it is.
When
All right, that's it. Yeah, that's one of the metrics where you can tell when a person is
serious
is deliberately lying or acting in bad faith. It was like 50 times with the same arguments over and over.
Yeah.
That's a shame. He came in nice, but the nice at the beginning, I think, was just to drag this out longer, which I don't.
Well, I told you, civility politics, or whatever different words I used before. I called it. Get him, Vosh. Yes. It was educational to be able to spot a bigot. You did call it. True.
Don't know if it did. I think it would have lasted about this long no matter what. Thanks, Vosh. Now I have brain cancer. Oh, sure. Brain cancer conversation to be sure. But hey, wasn't that a great reaffirmation of the fact that there are no arguments against the self-ID model? Wasn't that great? Much like the bitch that he...
There actually aren't any good arguments against the self-ID model. Why would you try to find arguments against it, to be honest? It makes no... Why would you argue someone's identity?
He was initially bringing up in the beginning, the PowerPoint bitch, who hates trans people but hides it beneath vacuous arguments.
Yeah.
There are no actual arguments against it. You know, it's irrefutable, mathematically proven. That's what the Oppenheimer movie is about. He discovered self-ID. That's what it was. It was very powerful.
It's okay. It's Vosh practicing his masculinity.
Yeah, this is like a pattern that I always run into, where they have the initial questions and arguments, but the longer it goes on, the more it feels like they're trying to bait a clip, because they keep returning back to the most sensationalized language possible. Like, you think a cis man who says they're a woman would be equal valid to this one trans woman who was murdered? Like, oh, are we really testing the ideas here, or are you just trying to, like, bait a clip? Like, also mentioning Abigail Thorne, who is a fucking gender abolitionist, who argued that dysphoria isn't even categorically real.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what kind of infighting that was meant to provoke, but that person probably doesn't know much about people on the left, because they're probably a fascist, or at the very least...
True, and ironically...
No, they're probably a fascist.
Vosh didn't catch that. Maybe that's because Vosh is like in the middle of the debate, and I'm just looking at it from the side, but the phrasing of "we're passing the bills," they're against the drag shit, I don't know.
Yeah, pigeon chess. So what was I saying? Wait, there was a fucking point that I was trying to make. Oh, right. But the longer and longer the conversation goes on, you can tell they're
the mask
when they're
slips,
talking, and their voice starts to drawl more. As in, they take longer to say the same thing. It's because they've lost the initial bite because you haven't taken it, and they're now just trying to like cycle back. Like when I was like, hey, can you explain what harm the gender ID model is? And he was like, oh, I can't find one, but what if I said all people, even black people, are bad? It's like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
True.
How did you make that kind of observation? The smiling thing, you can hear when a person talks while they're smiling. Like, you can hear if you know how to look for it. That's just an experience thing. Basically, everyone does it. You can hear it when I do it. When I talk while I'm smiling, you can tell. I can't really fake a smile that well, but it's like, you know, like, you can hear me talking. There's like, there's just, it's a way it sounds different. I'm not like an audio expert, so I don't know how it sounds different, but you can tell. And also the drawl, the DRAWL, when they start like, you know, it's because it's biting for time primarily.
True. I mean, several times into this debate, the person just went silent for a few moments.
Oh, so anyway, yeah, consider this a
lesson.
A
modesty.
endorsement of the effectiveness of the self-ID model. Look at what an extreme example he had to go to try to find like a hole in the whole system, you know? What if you had a trans woman who didn't do any kind of social or medical transition and didn't want to? Yeah, they're a woman. Really? So they're just like, let me name all these trans celebrities, you know, like, yeah.
Oh boy.
What if a cis guy was a cis guy? Oh, that was the last one too. He started dropping words.
We can tell you can fake a smile, Vosh. We've seen your photos. Oh, damn.
Stuff like a cis man is just as valid as a trans woman. He said that multiple times too. I think you're missing a few.
Yeah, just like the guy from the clip we just watched, just like from the unintentional ally clip. So a man with a penis, that's the same argument. It's just worded differently.
Words in there. Wouldn't you mean to say a cis man who claims they're a woman as valid as a woman, as a trans woman? But he dropped half the words. Yeah, he said cis trans woman as well. So at the end he was like, well, what if a man was a man? You know? What?
Yeah.
Dude.
Oh, it's so...
What if a man was a man?
That's so weird.
Crazy shit.
True.
I'm sorry for the people who wanted me to go like super hard against him, but with that particular style of bad faith engagement, you usually want to like wait for them to fall apart and then
True.
you're a waste of time back. You know.
Actually, I've said this during this debate that against a person like this, Vosh cannot just go hard because people will just go, oh, look, this person's so reasonable and Vosh is being so hostile. Vosh is being so unreasonable. Vosh is being so aggressive for no reason. They were having such a nice conversation and then Vosh couldn't help himself.
You know, because if you just start yelling, they get what they want. It's not because they're not emotionally invested, so being angry at them doesn't provoke from them frustration. It provokes from them
glee. True.
Little bits of rhetoric advice. All right, so yeah, that was good. Seems he was convinced identity equals performance. Well, he doesn't know that the person to whom I just spoke is almost certainly a fascist who liked the PowerPoint lady because the PowerPoint lady is also almost certainly a fascist, or at least a transphobe, who fronts with bad arguments. And he wanted to take a shot at doing the same, but he doesn't know that much about trans issues, which is why we keep getting the awkward phrasing. And, you know, it betrays a lack of understanding. But that doesn't mean he was stupid. He was smart enough to make a big mistake, which was to follow through in the arguments long enough in order to indicate that the later stuff he said was bullshit. Like him saying there's no way to objectively prove a definition of woman right or wrong, but then later saying it was like 1 + 1 = 4, or speaking with the coherence of a person older than 4 years old, and then later making an attack helicopter joke. They're inconsistencies that betray a person's not actually engaging in good faith. Sorry,
Yeah.
I just thought I'd turn this into like a basic rhetoric and honesty lesson since we didn't get like a big blow up.
Imagine being honest couldn't be me. Honesty is for cowards. Isn't that right, Gigglers? Gonna defeat the boss.
Is there a reason you didn't address that his argument was predicated on being able to read minds? Because I assume from his perspective, he would say like, so they say they're a woman, but they're he, him, and they don't want to transition. They say they don't want to, and they say they don't care. It's like, you know, I talked about the inner world thing, but again, it's, you know, only so much you can get there. Yeah, it is so difficult to get good debates with the right because they're all giggling lunatics who think that they can tear you apart by asking the same kinds of questions that you see people facetiously ask in the replies to like cat turd or whatever, you know, like, well, if I could take this one to a lefty, they'd be shaking in their boots. It's yeah, they're not prepared for jokester like
Jokester
with one simple question.
Jokester.
Over an hour.
All right. Jokester. True.
Good hustle, team.
What a good hustle.
Where's the handle? Oh, there. I had the water bottle turned the other way around.
What a jokester.
Faith to fortify your positions. Yes, I did it with the conversation with that TikTok tanky guy whose name I don't remember. In that case, I was being bad faith in the sense that I was pretending to not know about the Eddie Liger, yeah. By pretending to not know about the details of the Ukraine war and Russia's involvement from 2014 onwards. Though in that case, it wasn't because I was trying to lie about the information in the debate. It was because I was trying to prompt him to leave out bits of the story so I could make fun of him for it, which I think worked great. Asking him, like, can you tell me more about this phone call? And then he sends me an article that has nothing to do with what he was talking about. And the article is like, the chancellor spoke on X, Y, and Z. And he's like, well, it implies that she spoke on A, B, and C, you know, and he's just got really mad at the end.
All Marxist-Leninists are like, by the way.
Even the...
It's not an exception, it's the rule.
Approximating it.
All of them do this. All of them don't know anything. All of them have no clue what
Yeah,
they're
pretending
talking
in the
about.
most obvious way. I was trying to act deliberately and sincere there. Like, it was obvious I knew more than I was going on for, but, you know, whatever. Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm going to get so many followers from this. Yeah. I'm going to get so many followers from this epic own where I, after 15 minutes of questioning, link an article to you that it says nothing you said it said. Fantastic stuff. Luna and non-compete were also intentionally bad faith. Non-compete was a different kind of bad faith. That's a more normal kind of bad faith. Non-compete's bad
normal
faith.
Bad
He
faith.
was uncharitable.
Vanilla bad faith.
But like in a normal way. He wasn't doing like the giggling fascist disingenuity thing that's so common these days. Yeah, his primary ideology was wanting to call me a Nazi pedophile, so. At least in the sense that, with regards to that ideological preference, he had fun there.
Jesus.
Dude, cough drops are so fucking tasty, man.
The what?
Hey, to everyone here who hasn't seen it, really quick, before we do other politics, really quick, look. Oh, by the way, guys, hey, good news.
Why didn't I
been
drink?
doing more like life management stuff lately, like keeping my
Okay.
shit in order. We've got two debates tomorrow. First, we're talking to the Vanguard boys at 12:30, and then after that, we're going to be talking to his name's Gregory, but I don't think you guys know him by name. I've had 3 conversations with him in the past about the Ukraine war. He has frameworks to prevent the war, frameworks. So
What?
we're gonna have a conversation with Vanguard, which will be novel and engaging, and then we'll have that conversation, which is a high probability of it being why though? Because I want to. Hey, keep your mind open, guys. Maybe it'll go well.
My God.
Giggling fascist penis boys. True. Here, guys, look. I was at the U District in Seattle near University of Washington, and I was out with Vermin, and we had sushi donuts, and I went to a cafe, and I had a ham and cheese, and it was really good, and I had a good coffee, or latte, actually. And look, while we were by the road, we were feeding crows. We're recording. Give him food. We got a clean video shot. That's tuna or salmon, I think.
Yes.
Friend. We're recording. Give him. Why do people keep saying Ramoon? Was there like an advertisement for that soda or Ramune that people like remember and they keep saying it over and over again? Why do people keep saying Ramune? It has to be Ramune because it's Japanese, right? Ramune is just beloved. It's a popular weeb thing. Vermin got it. I had a sip of it. I thought it was pretty good, but I tend not to like carbonated drinks. No. Matt Pat is trending again? No, he's not. Not where I'm looking, anyway. Yeah, I don't see Matt Pat trending. Carbonation.
I died.
Carbonation, like, at all.
I almost won as well.
I don't like the bubble.
So annoying.
You know? That video is a perfect example of hearing you smile.
Okay, enough. Yeah, so close. Okay, that's enough. We need a different video. We watched the debate, now we're watching something else. Oh my goodness, so close and yet so far. Miasto Tunnel. What? Oh. How Mortal Kombat cheats against you. Asmongold reacts.
This game cheats. Now, when it comes to arcade games, it's no secret they are designed there to take your money. The more quarters that you pump in, the more profit margin the manufacturer receives. And the best arcade games would really pull you in by making you feel like that you were really good at the game in the first couple of stages, and then flipping the script to really ramp up the difficulty. And
That's not true. I was just bad at the game at every stage, but okay, yeah.
In cases, the game would outright cheat. In 1993, Midway would release a sequel to one of the most popular fighting games of all time.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat 2, or MK2 as we will call it, was everything that the original arcade release had turned up to 11, and went on to become one of the most successful arcade games ever released.
I do remember that game.
Guarantee home console versions would release the following year on the Game Boy, Game Gear, Super NES, and Sega Genesis, releasing simultaneously on Mortal Tuesday, September the 13th, 1994. At the time, it was the best opening week of sales in video game history, with 2.5 million units sold. Mortal Kombat 2 was a massive success in the arcades.
It was censored on the Super Nintendo.
In sales, with around 27,000 cabinets sold to arcade
27. Holy, that's a lot. Oh my god.
operators. That is a staggering profit margin. The game once again would feature digitized graphics, which were a significant improvement over the original, with that addictive Mortal Kombat gameplay, and of course, the blood, gore and fatalities would also be a part of the game. But new updates were introduced. New fatalities, new stages, new characters,
New censorship.
more Mortal Kombat, and MK2 delivered, completely dominating both arcade and home sales. But we're not here to talk about the different versions of MK2. Instead, in this episode, there's one part of the game that I'm not a fan of that's absolutely infuriating, and that is the cheating AI. And this is probably a good part of why the game grossed so much money in the arcades.
So it was literally rigged.
MK2 would straight up cheat and perform moves instantly that any human player simply could not do given their reaction times and the 3 frames of input delay. So let's take a closer look to show you what I'm talking about. If I launch the arcade version in MAME, and if I try an uppercut, you can see that the opponent, in this instance Raiden, counters my move and then performs a throw at exactly the same time.
Sure.
If we slow down the frames, you can see that I've clearly connected with him before he throws me. Yet, my move has been completely nullified, but his throw is the one that lands.
Uh-oh.
For example, if I try to forward jump kick against Baraka, he immediately, without hesitation, skewers me every single time. And of course, there is no way to cancel the move. He simply knows what I'm trying to do seemingly, even before I've pulled
So it's input reading. Yeah, I had this in Elden Ring. Yeah, I know all about this. Yeah, okay, so... Fucking piece of shit, I hate this.
MK2, after the first few rounds, jumping towards a CPU opponent is a death sentence that you should completely avoid. And this is true for all characters in the game. But what about sweeps? Check this one out against Katana. This looks to be perfectly executed, right? No, she just picks up the character and throws me. The game makes you believe that you're not a very good player, but in reality, what's happening is the game is actually cheating.
Oh my god.
So what exactly is going on here? The original Mortal Kombat release would give you a few rounds to get warmed up, and it didn't feel this cheap. In MK2, however, the first round of the game seems like it's a bit of a warm-up round where you can essentially defeat an opponent pretty easily, and most of your kicks and punches will connect without too much issue. But after that, the cheating AI will try to take from you every single round. If you didn't know any better, it almost feels like the AI knows your player movements as you're doing them and reacts during the same frame.
Yep. That's because it does. If this is anything like the games now, like there are so many games that have input reading, yes.
As it turns out, this is exactly what happens. This is what's known as input reading. When fighting against a human opponent, the game's code will read your inputs and react to them instantly. Now, to be fair, MK2 isn't the only game that has input reading. Many of them do. But it's what the AI does in response that makes the game incredibly cheap. So if you thought that you sucked at playing MK2, don't worry. The AI does everything to cheat against you. So as always, I wanted to learn more about the game and its AI from a technical perspective on how it works. Unfortunately, the source code for MK2 is not available to look at, but I did stumble across the ultimate MK3 source code for the Sony PlayStation on GitHub, which appears to be based on the original UMK3 arcade source. Now disclaimer, it's not MK2, but UMK3 is also incredibly cheap, and it's highly likely.
I mean, like, if it worked the second time, they're gonna do it again.
Apple pie, I think.
I mean, it made a lot of money.
From MK2 and applied it there. Now, before I concluded that though, I did play a few rounds of UMK3 on MAME, and yes, after round 1, the same issues occurs with uppercuts and jump kicks. UMK3 also introduced a combo system, and the AI can also unleash extremely fast combos that a human simply cannot do.
I wonder why. Wow, look at that.
So we know how the
AI
game
wins
cheats,
again.
and we know that this is a source of frustration for many a MK2 player, from the beginner, novice, all the way up to the experienced player. But let's try to understand how the game cheats,
The novice.
what exactly is going on. Now, before we dive into the code, it's important to know some terms that are used in the game. When it comes to midway games, the term drone is used to describe a computer opponent.
We will do it.
A drone.c file
We should start cooking noodles.
AI for a drone and each of their corresponding characters in the game. The AI itself is pretty basic. Internally, the code will use a variable known as diff, and this stores the current difficulty of the game. This value then is used in a random number chance that the computer AI will react to your move. Note that this variable diff is internal, and it's not the same as the actual difficulty level of the game in the machine's dip switch settings.
Okay.
Now this is specific UMK3 code, but for the first 3 matches, the diff variable will increase by 1, and if you make it to the 4th round in the ladder,
1 1 1 2 3. Yep.
then diff will increase by an additional 2, and if you make it to the 5th round and beyond, diff will increase by an additional 3. The highest value diff can be is 9. The variable diff controls how the AI reacts in the game. It also will help the player in certain scenarios. For example, if the player loses 3 matches in a row, then the diff variable is decreased by 1, making the next game, should the player decide to pump in more quarters into the arcade cabinet, a little easier.
Damn.
Oh my god! It's a fucking scam! I can't believe it!
I can.
I can, but it's just funny to see it.
The term in the code that is used when a drone performs a counter is known as a reaction, and there are many scenarios where a drone will react to any move that the player is...
Actually, Tekken Tag Tournament 1 was not rigged. My best friend would just use 1 coin and complete the game several times on 1 coin until a person would come and challenge him, and then he would beat him several times on that 1 coin and would just continue playing. And then several people just came to the arcade to challenge him and they all lost, basically.
is performing. The percentages of those reactions are based on a sliding scale. This variable here, RT_drone_reverse, is a list of values from 0 to 900. If the difficulty is 6 then this value returned is 700. This value is then passed to another function known as rand_per, and this essentially is taking the value 700 and dividing it by 1000, which means that there is a 70% chance that in the second match on the ladder that a drone will react to your move. If you manage to get to the 4th match on the ladder, the difficulty is maxed at a 90% chance, and this is where the CPU really starts to cheat. And note that these drone reactions are performed within the same frame. This also helps...
Yeah, there's just no way you're gonna win. The only way you can beat something like this is to bait it to attack, and then attack backwards, or attack based off of that. Because the way that you do the, this is the way that, like, I see a lot of people that kind of cheese input reading,
right? Yeah.
Is that they understand the way it works, and then they're able to play against it.
Right. Yeah.
On very, very few occasions where an uppercut or
to play a very cheap way, in other words.
CPU AI also checks to see
turtle way,
spamming repeat moves and attempts to counter them. Note here in UMK3, as soon as I come in with a forward jump kick, the CPU immediately backs away so the kick won't connect.
Yeah, it's just never
going
to happen.
Repeats every single time. The diff variable is what drives the entire AI for the computer. Another function here, toss drone check, checks if the player can perform a throw. But the function react_exfer_him is where the drone has a chance to react. Once again, based on that diff variable. If that variable is set high, then the drone will react more often. Another thing to note is that the default difficulty on MK2 in the arcade is medium. You can adjust the dip switch settings difficulty to be as low as very easy, but this is only delaying the inevitable. Essentially, the diff value will start out lower, but you'll always be at 9 by the time that you progress to the bosses. But even before the bosses, as you're fighting up the ladder, a diff value of 6 and above will start to become very cheap in the game. In order for the player to beat the CPU, it doesn't really take advantage of your skill. In general, if you spam jump back, the CPU will jump towards you to stay the distance, and then simply perform a high kick. Given all this, I still love MK2, and I still rate it as the best in
That's what you have to do again. Yep, it's that simple.
the series. But like many players back in the day, I felt like I was never good enough at the game, or maybe that my reaction times were too slow. And while in some
Yeah, you see this a lot of times with like in Sekiro, you see people that, like, one example I can just think of off the top of my head is that, like, Ishin input reads you, and so does Genichiro. They input read you whenever you heal, and they go to stab you. So what a lot of people that are doing like a fast kill of them do is that they go at a distance and then they heal, and that way they can bait the input read and then do a counter right off of that input read. So like a lot of people know how to do this. It's quite common.
Sekiro.
instances that was true.
Yeah, they're
the reality
masturbators.
is the game
What?
simply makes it impossible to fight fair, and you just need to cheese through the stages to get to the end.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Godskin Duo is another example. That's actually a good point. Whenever you heal, they throw the fireball at you. You ever notice that?
Because I feel like the gameplay and AI deserved something more advanced.
No
But
fog of war.
I will always have amazing memories of
Yo, what up,
MK2.
Paul?
It was truly something special when it released back in 1993. And it's still one of my favorite arcade games of all time.
Holy shit, dude. Like, I didn't even know this was a thing in, like, arcade games back then. I like, my understanding is I thought input reading was relatively new. I mean, I'm sure if I went back and I thought about it, maybe other games had input reading back in the day. But no, dude. Apparently it's been around for a very, very long time. Holy shit, I had no idea about this. Give him a sub. Yeah, Modern Vintage Gamer. Give it a sub. Absolutely. I haven't seen it before. How much money did you get from your parents to spend at the arcade? I remember I would play the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, and then my favorite one was the Simpsons one. The Simpsons game was my absolute fucking favorite. I love that one. And I'm trying to think, like, there were probably a couple of other ones, like driving games I played sometimes too, like a handful of other ones as well. Yeah. Time Crisis. Well, I thought Time Crisis was expensive, so I didn't play that one. Yeah, Cruisin' USA. Yeah, I even had Cruisin' like World or Cruisin' USA for my Nintendo. I think it was Nintendo 64 at the time. Yeah. It was a good fucking time, man. It was a very different time. Like playing at CC's Pizza, like Mr. Gotti's, Gotti Town, something like that. It was amazing.
Oh boy. Complaining about the good old times. How predictable. Alright, we did it. I think we've done it. It's 5 a.m. So I think we're done for now. Thank you all for coming for the stream. If you're looking forward to the politics serious streams, then come back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're doing like a Polish stream where I'm gonna just complain and do serious stuff. That's part of why I have so many hours in the game, because there's a reward for beating different difficulties, and I've gotten desperately angry how hard they can be. Watch tutorials in VS and are people beating them, no dice. I will do my best to forgive you. I will do my best. I shall do my bestest. Alright. Love and solidarity. Boom. I'll do my best. Alright. Alright. I press N3.